Good morning, everybody. How are you? Good morning. Hi, Jay. Hi, Burly Girl. Hey, Lisa. Hey, Chantel. Hi, Truth. Perry. Why is Perry in the chat? Hi, Ariana. Hi, Carla. Hi, VA. Oh, wow. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Now, listen, I came on early because I wanted to talk about yesterday because yesterday raised havoc. Okay. We're getting to the point of the trial where people are going to start having different opinions, right? And I might not say the things that you want me to say. And that's okay. We can have difference of opinions. People are really two things. Yesterday, when I listened to the bloggers, it was a whole totally different than listening to the news. And I wanted to play you guys this news clip about what's her name? Capricorn's testimony and what things were said inside the courtroom. But I need to touch a touchy subject here. And I should probably leave it alone, but you guys know how I am. I'm upfront. Let's talk about it. Let's see what happens. I get what you guys are saying about the security guys just watching. I am not doing anything about it. I get that. I see what you're saying. I'm not ready to hang them out to dry just yet. One in particular, you guys know how I feel. I'm not going to even mention his name. You know who I'm talking about. I get it. Yes, you guys are right. Am I ready to start a whole campaign about he's a liar? He didn't do anything. Did it? I'm not just yet. We all go at our own pace. So I'm not ready to, go down that rabbit hole yet. It's still early for me. you know, but I'm not acting like my head is in a hole. I see what you're saying. You can look at it that way, and I'm just not ready yet. I'm not ready with the security guards because one of them I really like. I don't know why he's doing the things that he's doing. I don't know, but I'm not ready to hang him out to dry just yet. And plus, you know, what is he? He hasn't even testified. It's starting to be like real stuff going on here. Also, too, I wanted to talk to you guys about yesterday. So I want to remind you guys of this without calling out anybody because that's not my job. I'm not here to call out things. But a lot of rumors were going around. You know, one I can think of was Jonathan Odie. Jonathan Odie walked in the courtroom and he looked at Diddy and they had a showdown. I don't have a problem with bloggers that want to embellish or make things up. That's up to you because I feel like that's between you and your God, and I'm not responsible for you. But you guys just keep in mind when these stories go around that some people just make stuff up. And I feel like it's going to come back and backfire on them. And that has nothing to do with me. So if you want to do that, that's okay. Make up stuff that went on in the courtroom that really didn't. It's going to make you look crazy in the end. Or maybe you'll get away with it. I don't know. That had nothing to do with me. Also, too, I want to talk about these changing stories. I want to get Diddy just as bad as you guys, but it has to make sense. I just want you to listen to this one commentator, what he was saying yesterday. Because if we just start doing things that don't make any common sense, we live in a country full of laws and you got to follow them. Just so yesterday, what was her name? Capricorn, when she added a totally different story than what Kid Cudi said himself, and even he couldn't justify the things, just take a listen. Let me do this, and let me do this.
Whatever it's worth, though, we heard this event from Kid Cudi, we heard it from Cassie, and now we heard it from Capricorn Clark, and all three of those stories have different versions of what happened. Was there a car chase or was there not a car chase?
Yeah, but what's material? Because this is the thing, having been a former prosecutor, 16 years, and a defense attorney now and tried over 100 cases, you're never going to get 100% accuracy when you're dealing with multiple witnesses testifying about the most important
But is
fact.
that a problem for the jury,
what's
though?
the most important thing is focus on the material fact, not minor inconsistencies, the material fact. The material fact went to the house to try to shoot up Kid Cudi.
Yeah, but it's not just minor things. There was a whole car chase that was added into it. There were whole arguments that were added to it from different people. So I agree with you. Yes, was the person wearing a...
So I thought I was going crazy yesterday when everybody said how great yesterday's testimony was, because I'm like, the stories were so inconsistent. I like consistency. Does that mean that Capricorn's lying about everything? No. But you had a whole different story than Kid Cudi. And you put yourself at the scene of the crime. I can't ignore that. Doesn't mean she's lying, but it does mean the story's different. We've gotten 3 different versions of what happened that day. Now, does that mean I'm a Diddy lover and I'm going to just believe everything he said? Because he said, I think Diddy needs to be in jail with the rest of them. But we are listening, I hate to say this, to a bunch of co-conspirators. They were around, they did this, and the only reason they're testifying is because they don't want to get in trouble themselves. So when the stories are inconsistent, then that's just what it is. Now, I hope they have a better day today. So there's a girl supposed to be testifying today, and she's going under the alias. First, Capricorn's going to finish, and then another lady that they're calling Mia is going to testify. This is an alias. This was one of these women that didn't want anyone to know their real name and didn't want people to know who they are. It could be anybody. It could be, hi, Perry.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, everybody.
It could be a famous person. It could be a regular person. The whole thing is we don't know who it is. So we can speculate, and that's what everybody's doing. And I wanted to remind everybody of that. We're just speculating. There's absolutely no way that we will know who she is. And they're really making this a point to be secretive about it. So is it Gina? I don't know. You don't know either. We don't know. So, and I speculate too. But when I speculate, I'm speculating here. I don't know for sure. There's also supposed to be another person going under alias by the name of Jane. So, this case has a lot of layers to it. And I'm really big on following the law. Like, those laws are put in place for a reason. Our society is a country of laws. And when you break them, you should pay the price. But you can't twist it to be what you want it to be. And a lot of people were upset with me about that. That's just how I felt. I might change my opinion today. But right now, it's very complicated. And I'm just, it's hard for me to believe that a bunch of co-conspirators that aided Diddy, enabled Diddy, all of a sudden they're telling the truth. They're liars to begin with, or they wouldn't be in this position. So it's a lot going on. No, Drea, you're very irresponsible. Immature. I'm telling you, yesterday's testimony was a problem, and I have a right to say that. Does that mean I'm a flip-flopper or I'm team Diddy? You have to be mature enough to understand how court works. I just played you a tape of the official saying She added a whole story in there that Kid Cudi never said. These stories have to be consistent. That's it. I'm not team anybody. I'm a grown ass woman that understands how court works and understood what they were saying yesterday with the inconsistent stories. If me and Perry, I don't know, for the sake of an argument, if me and Perry both, I don't know, stole somebody's furniture and we were telling our stories and he said we came through the front and the other guy said we came from the back in a whole different day, that's not alarming. I'm not here to repeat what I think the popular opinion is. You have to be more mature than that. There's no teams here. We're team justice, team truth. I'm not going to embellish. I'm not going to lie. I'm just not going to lie. So I can be a part of the popular people. You cannot explain the fact that her story was totally different. So I don't know. That's what happened yesterday. I noticed the inconsistencies. A lot of other people noticed the inconsistency. It might make sense today. But yesterday, it was two different stories. And I believe Kid Cudi, if I had to pick who I believe, but I'm not team nobody. I'm team truth. I'm team grown-ass woman. Like, please, that's what I'm saying. People that go around and embellish and get all these people hyped up. Oh, you know, Odie was in the court and he came in the courtroom and he met eye to eye with Diddy. What? They're doing that for money. Don't let anybody use you for money. People are making things up for money. And you notice when, like Jag, when I was telling you guys, Jag's stories are inconsistent. Then I went from inconsistent to this girl just lying. There's a reason now you aren't seeing Jag. There's also a reason why Jag is not allowed back at that courthouse. I'll let her tell her story. She is not allowed in the courthouse. That doesn't alarm you. You still want to believe her when something happened. They go, you have to leave and you cannot come back. I'm not telling you to believe her or not, but I understand what they're saying because you can't just lie on people for money. So, team, you're a flip-flopper. You noticed there was an inconsistency with what's her name? Capricorn, flip-flopper. Yeah, all day long. Because this isn't high school. I'm not part of a clique. Perry could have a different opinion than me, and that's okay. So I don't know what you guys, I mean, that's just crazy that we can't speak our mind. Plus, that's what this channel is about. When you guys say something different, it's like, okay, let me try to see where they're coming from. This is court. And the jurors don't give a damn about cliques. Yes, she got banned from the courtroom. I don't even feel like talking about her, but why don't y'all ask her since y'all believe her so much? I said, Jag got a lot going on. Jag is a liar. If Jag knew so much, she would be on the stand.
I would think.
Well, I'm just saying, and I'm not saying that to be mean. Like, I weeded her out a long time ago. You guys can believe whoever you want to believe, but don't get upset with me because I have a different opinion. I'm not going to always agree with you guys. And so, if you want to believe her, believe her. But it is a proven fact that she's not allowed in this damn courtroom. She's not. Well,
Yeah.
If she knew so much and she was a whistleblower and, then why can't she testify?
Yeah.
No, I'm just like, I'm teen grown woman over here. I'm a grown ass woman. And if we have different opinions, I can agree to disagree because that's how life is. I'm not a teen nobody. I stopped that a long time ago when I was in high school, and it didn't work then either. People are not sheep. If you want to click and you want to embellish, I'm not even downing you for doing that. If you are a person that makes up stories, that's cool. Has nothing to do with me. I'm not going to call you out. I'm not none of that. I'm not reporting it to YouTube. I don't care. I'm not going after anybody. If you want to lie, then lie. I don't care. But I believe in my heart, and this is why I don't care, is that you pay for the things that you do, and you pay for them in this lifetime. I'm not God. I can't walk around making sure everybody pays for the wrong that they did. I'm not God. I have my own problems, my own issues. Everybody got their own set of issues to deal with. So, if that's how you want to make your money, go ahead. I'm not knocking it. I do understand what you guys are saying about the security guards. I get it, but I'm not ready to throw a certain security guard under the bus. I'm just not ready yet. Maybe I'll never be ready. But I see what you're saying. I'm not blind. So I can do that. I can say two things can be true at one time. Yeah, what you're saying is true. The bodyguards are adding to the trouble and the chaos. Yes, true. But am I ready to start calling him out and making videos about him? No, I'm not. Because I don't know if I'm not God. I don't know what his punishment should be. I don't even know if he's lying. I'm saying I'm not focusing on that part of the case right now. You might be telling the truth, but I wanted to focus in on the testimony. I get tired of gossip and rumors for court cases. Yes, I hear them. So I know what's going on. Is Gina testifying today? There's absolutely no way. Nobody knows. And if you got some scoop and found out who it was, you're not supposed to be talking about it anyway because this is court. Perry, what are your thoughts on yesterday? Everybody upset because I said her stories was inconsistent.
Well, see, to me, it doesn't matter what everybody says, right? If you wanted to agree with everybody else's thoughts, you wouldn't have your own mind. People in the chat don't agree with each other. And if we did, it'll be a boring ass world. And sometimes you'll be right. Sometimes, look, you
Hey,
get to have
can you
your own
hold that
mind.
thought? Can you hold
Yeah.
that thought? I gotta go get my phone.
Okay.
You can talk to them. I'll be right back.
Good morning, everybody. Anyway, y'all heard what my wife said. Look, at the end of the day, we adults. I don't care if you agree with me or not, because in most cases, you probably shouldn't, right? Because we all individuals got our own mind, right? So when people come, you don't understand. Now, you can argue your point, and maybe you might say something to make me look at it a different way, or maybe even change my tune. But then again, you can look at it and say, "Oh, Perry's stuck on stupid." But feelings go both ways. But either I or you are on trial, right? So, and more than likely, we wasn't at the free calls. So, the way I see it is that this is a forum where we can come in and talk about the court cases, go through it and see it. Because on Tuesday, I can believe a certain way. The next 15 minutes, look at it different if it got more insight on something else. But Sherelle, never feel like that you got to agree with everybody. Like I was just saying when you was leaving. You got your own mind. Hell, they don't agree with everybody. If they did, we wouldn't have a conversation. You can go ahead on one case, free Diddy. For the people who just say free Diddy, he'll be free. If we all thought the same, even the jurors, that's the important part. If we was at that point, then if everybody felt like he should be locked up, it wouldn't be no need for a case. Lock him up. What I'm saying is this: look, at the end of the day, we got our own opinions, which is great. We should be able to come in here and talk about them. Now, I acknowledge, even I slide over a lot of comments I don't agree with, but I can respect your thought. That's what you think, and I'm
So
not.
what? I'm just going to ask you straight out.
Mhm.
A lot of people are turning on Gene Deal. Are you ready to go there yet?
Not yet, because I mean, at this point, it's sort of irrelevant to me
Yeah,
from the standpoint because
not
they can
even on the
say,
stand.
well, I mean, even you go back to this, right? Sometimes people want to pass accountability, even though a man shouldn't sit there and watch a woman get beat. But when you go down a list of a lot of men and a lot of women that have sat there and watched it, shouldn't they have equal
But
responsibility?
who said that he sat there and watched
No,
it?
no, no. I'm saying these people who saying that want to go after him and saying, how can you sit there and allow these things to happen and then come and talk about it and then say how wrong it is? I don't know. Look, I ain't here to vouch for nobody word for word because I wasn't with Gene. I wasn't with the other security guards. I respect what he said and I give it some thought because he was around Diddy. He was a bodyguard. He did hear stories that we probably didn't hear. Can I say if he 100% factual? No, I can't. But I can't say he's not neither. Me personally, I can't. So when people want you to, oh, let's just put it on him. He could have saved the world. He could have
Thank
saved Cassie. He could have kept that girl from getting hit in the back of the head with that damn wooden clothes hanger. Yeah, he could have. If you put him in that situation. But it's a lot of people could have saved that stuff from happening. And so there's a lot of women around these victims who got beat and stuff. Not saying it's right that didn't say nothing. Not just men, but even at the end of the day, it was people, victims who have gotten hit, beat, that didn't say a damn thing. They families knew about it, didn't say a damn thing.
Well, that's true.
I'm
That's
just saying,
true.
so
There are more people around that let it happen than
that
some
was more
blogger.
involved, that was receiving more than what Gene was. So let's keep it real. When people want to go there, I understand how you can say, hey, how can you talk about it when if you was around, why didn't you do something? Well, the people will understand. The victims, you talking about it now, but how come you didn't do nothing then? How come Diddy ain't been charged with DV? Because Cassie didn't press no damn charges. Now, I'm just keeping it real. So, I mean, we can go down this thing. Now, granted, we can talk about Stockholm Syndrome. She was scared.
Oh God, Perry. Oh
No,
my
no, no, no.
God.
I'm saying, but if I told y'all, I felt like it was greed. No, you're wrong, Perry. I could be, but you could be wrong too. Ain't no damn doctor diagnosed her with a damn thing. But being on the street and growing around, I know I thought when I see one, I'm just
Oh
keeping
no, I'm not. Oh, Perry.
no,
Wow,
I'm saying from the
Perry.
mindset. I'm
What
just
is
keeping it
wrong
real,
with
right?
you?
Like if I sat here and said it ain't no deadbeat fathers in the world, would I be lying? It's funny how people can throw these accusations at other
Oh my
people. But
God.
oh, you can't say that about a female. Why not?
Oh my God.
I'm not being disrespectful. Oh, you must
Perry.
not have a daughter, Perry. What the hell that got to do with it? I got a mind.
Perry, I'm gonna have to distance myself from you. I have
What?
a different opinion than Perry. I don't know. I'll just
Oh, and
we don't
Sherelle,
share a brain. I have a
well, you
different. Oh
supposed
my
to, you
God,
supposed
Perry.
you supposed to have a different opinion. I'm just saying like that. This is how I go, and I'm the first to say I'm not always right about my opinions, but I'm gonna own my opinion. If I find out if I was wrong, I'm gonna say, hey, I apologize or whatever. I was wrong. Well, I might not need to apologize because it's my opinion and it's not putting you in harm's way and I ain't damaging you. I'm just giving you my opinion
Yeah,
because
but you're a little too real. The pull, like God, dang. Oh my
so
goodness.
I mean at this point, real things are happening. We can laugh in the chat. Somebody's life on the line. Now, do I feel like Diddy should pay for some of the things he's done? Yes, but it's a proper way to do it too. If I robbed the bank and you didn't do shit about it, don't come after me 10 years later and now get me for K-ing somebody under some RICO rice and gravy law that you don't put the fucking together because you didn't have the balls or just the ammunition to get me on certain things. Half this case to me, about 90% of it is Diddy's behavior, his anger issues, his DV stuff. I get it. I get it. But why ain't we charging him with that? You want to hold Gene Deal accountable. A lot of people, not everybody.
Not me. I'm not ready to go there with Gene Deal, and I'm allowed to like who I like.
Right. No, I'm
And
saying
maybe it doesn't make sense, but I'm just telling you how I feel. Go ahead.
people in the chat want to hold him accountable. But they'll be all beating it down. How dare you, Perry? How you want to hold Cassie responsible, accountable? Because hell, she could have been more accountable. Look, I was ignorant. I got myself into this shit. Not this puppy love shit and all this. Oh, I mean, because to me, well, no, I'm not going to rehash the Cassie thing. She's not on trial. And I think she could have just had the baby yesterday, whatever. It is what it is. Like a lot of mistakes.
Did she really?
Oh, I don't know if she had it. I think she went to the hospital. I know she's getting close with the baby. I don't know.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I'm not on Cassie watch as people might think I am. I was talking about it because she was on the case. And to be quite honest with you, I probably wouldn't know who the hell she was if she was never with Diddy. Motive. That's why she was with Diddy, in my opinion. We wouldn't know who the hell she was. Just keeping it real. So when people go, oh, Diddy just use people up? Yes, he do. Diddy use a lot of people up, dog a lot of people out, but a lot of people kiss his ass and take his treatment for self-gain. And let's get into this shit. Like, and this is the most ridiculous thing to me for real, since we just going back and forth. Oh, you don't understand, Perry. You must not have a daughter. You must not have. Look, when the last time have you went to a job interview and your life was threatened and you were so scared and you took the damn job? Tell me. Because if you did, maybe
Perry,
you should
what are
be
you talking about?
I'm just talking about the Capricorn, Pisces, Gemini, whatever.
Be
Aries.
specific. What are you talking about?
Capricorn said that her first day meeting Diddy, they took her to the park and they interviewed. When she was interviewing for the job, that her life was threatened.
Yeah, and be careful with your words because of the censor, okay? But go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, and if she was,
and he threatened her to unalive her, right? Is that what you're talking about?
According to her, because all this is just coming from testimony from somebody. It could be true. It could not be true. But I'm just saying, but I'm going to go with it's true. Why would you take the job? I know you get some people, oh, she had to take it because she was fearful that if she didn't, look, you just met this guy. He ain't brung you on yet. You ain't ratted him out yet nothing because you ain't been hired. Why would you take it? If you didn't want it, you just bounce, okay, well, no, strange. And I'm sure we went to simple jobs, not the ones where we was threatened, walked into places. We didn't like the way it feel. And I'm sure you was offered some jobs where you think, well, I don't want to do this shit no more, that you just didn't take. Who goes back and take that job? And let's say you made that mistake. You took the job because I needed the money, so I had to go and do it. But then who been on a job where you got kidnapped?
Oh my God, Perry.
And then you go back to work the next day or 5 days later. Now, that's even worse. Now, people say, oh, Perry, you don't know kidnapping is a serious thing. Yes. But to be honest with you, a lot of you probably couldn't tell me nobody in your family or close to you that's ever been kidnapped. You probably couldn't. But now, because we under RICO.
Oh my God, Perry.
Now, I don't read the fine print, Perry. You understand. Kidnapping mean, I don't give a damn what kidnapping mean. But you can't tell me a person, more than likely, you can't tell me a person in your family.
Can you read Beatrice's message?
Damn, Perry. somebody made you mad. Look, it's this whole thing about it because we go back and forth, and we need to get past certain stuff so we can get into the case. Now here come Bonji, and somebody don't woke her up, right?
Hi, Vanji. Thank you. She says, I support Cassie. She's an addict and went to rehab. Like each person has a whole, they have an opinion. I love Sherelle and Perry. And I love Sherelle and maybe Perry.
Ain't that something? See,
Bonji's the only one. Okay, keep going. Go
no,
ahead,
no,
Perry. Get it
Bonji
out your system, but
well, yeah,
you
no,
know,
I'm saying this though. Like, I mean, let's just keep it real marching forward. Like, people act like, look, I ain't no attorney, ain't trying to play one, and I ain't trying to act like I know all the pieces to the case. It just is what it is. We read the little transcripts. I'm forming my opinion off that. You got people who go to the courthouse, they'll see a little bit more, but then to me, they'll bounce wherever the weather go, but that's their opinion. They'll say, oh, well, I mean, because I heard this. Oh, Diddy got damaged today. Oh, I just didn't see it. But I wasn't there. But it don't mean I'm wrong.
listen,
Because,
I do not agree with Perry. I have my own opinion. I believe some of the things Capricorn says. I do acknowledge the inconsistencies. She did added a whole car chase that Kid Cudi never brought up. I don't think that's bad for me to mention that. Like, the stories are inconsistent. Now, but Perry, you go to like the next level a little bit. Like,
no,
you know,
well, I'm
like,
saying, no, I mean,
does that mean everything that comes out of her mouth is a lie because the stories was a little bit inconsistent?
you talking to me?
Yeah.
Well, look, the whole thing, not
Oh,
everything.
we're starting.
Okay,
Here we go. Oh, lawyer. On December 22nd, 2011, what was your shift? I don't know who's on the stand here. Here we go. Judge says, let's bring in the jury. All rise. Attorney says, the government calls LAPD officer Christopher Ignacio. Says, witness takes the stand. Attorney says, what is a radio call? Ignacio says, someone calls 911 and gets sent to next available LAPD unit on duty. Attorney, on December 22nd, 2011, what was your shift? Ignacio, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. in a marked police car. Attorney, what do you remember? Ignacio, got a call around 8 a.m., code 3, with lights and sirens to 8925 Hollywood Hills Road. Attorney, what did you find there? Attorney, the officer says, an Escalade. Okay, so I don't know, but I was told we are still talking about the Kid Cudi thing. And this is what I wanted to say about Kid Cudi, and then I'll let you speak your mind, Perry, because everybody says I cut you off. Trying not to, but is that some stories may be inconsistent because people remember things different. But she added a whole car chase. That alarms me. So, but I believe Kid Cudi now, and I'm not saying everything she's saying is a lie. I'm just saying I cannot acknowledge that happened yesterday. That's it. I don't know what Perry just. Go ahead, Perry. Sorry.
I was gonna say this. Look, I'm not saying every now for for clarity.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
It says, Ignacio, I memorized the license plate. The attorney says, why? Ignacio, I thought it could be involved in a crime. The way it left as soon as we got there. Attorney says, why didn't you go after it? Ignacio, we didn't have a crime, yet the front door was unlocked. We went in. Go ahead, Perry, before I forget.
Oh yeah, I was going to say this real fast too, Sherelle. For clarity, it's not that I don't believe everything, but believe some of the things Capricorn said. I do, but it's like a scratch record. She's talking about his behavior. We know Diddy's an asshole and all that stuff, but regardless, if you was to believe everything she said and not walk away and say, "Damn, how stupid are you?" Because if you was to believe everything she said, she done got kidnapped multiple times, went back, got threatened the first day when interviewing for the job. I mean, so like it's funny how we could judge her testimony and say, "Oh yeah, she's right," but you can't walk away and say, "Damn, girl, something was wrong with you for taking that damn job."
Oh God, Perry,
And
you
And
just
some
keep
people would simply
going.
say this, and I
Oh
know
my
some people like
God.
it, don't like it, right? Because this kidnapping word just been out there ever since the Diddy thing.
God.
Last year, we didn't talk about kidnapping when we have a regular conversation. You say, "Oh, girl, by the way, my cousin got kidnapped last week." We ain't heard no shit like this. But now y'all want to form, oh, technically, if you're held against your will, that's kidnapping. Okay, that's the definition. But yeah, I'm sure we don't have friends, relatives that get held between against their will. You don't come and explain the story on Monday morning. Child, listen here. Bobby and Tyrone got kidnapped. You just don't. And the kidnap word is overweight because some people can say kidnap. I was kidnapped for 5 days, plugged up to a lie detector test. A lie detector test, I believe. And was you kidnapped when you was at the Holiday Inn when they had you in there and paid for your room? You was in some room getting a lie detector. Do it mean you was being kidnapped? I believe a lie detector. But 5 days, some people that think outside the box wouldn't say it was kidnapped, it was vacation. You was on vacation because your ass didn't go to work. You said you was off work for 5 days in there to this machine. I'm sure they fed you and all that stuff. Because I don't know if you can live 5 days without food. I really
Let me
don't.
read these. These people want to say something really quick. Beatrice says a lawyer on CNN said that CC is setting up for RICO and X trafficking. 4 others to testify today because of the kidnapping and car fire. Thank you, Beatrice.
Teachers, thank you. They
We
need
love
those 2 things. Mhm.
Queen says, I heard celebrities pick people who are weak with shady backgrounds because they won't be believable if something goes down. Now that I agree with. Like when you found out that she worked for Suge Knight, you could have just told her this is not a good match. Beatrice says he's going to jail, but felon 47 will pardon him. Oh no. Okay, y'all, let's stop. Let's stop. I'm sorry, Perry. Please continue. I'm still looking. People say
Oh, no,
cut you
no.
off. I don't mean to cut you off, but you get real
No. I mean, I'm talking in
out there.
between you giving the update. We ain't here to hear Perry talk. We're here to hear the updates, what's happening in court. But in between then, let's talk about what's happening and what people ain't seeing. Because like I just seen something in the chat. You don't understand, Perry. Maybe I don't understand at all. But maybe you don't understand when the last time have you had somebody near you got kidnapped? They need these charges to make kidnap and arson. Matter of fact, replace kidnap. Tell me somebody in your family or nearby. A lot of us probably could never say it. Vehicle was arson, was a victim of arson. A lot of people aren't even a victim of arson, but they want to use these 2. They got to have arson. They got to have kidnapping, or the Fed's case is whack. They have missed a little arson, a little kidnapping, and then back to Diddy and his crazy ways. I would say, because I can admit to Diddy crazy ways. He's a woman beater. Then they have mixed that in for drama, to dramatize it, right? But did you say, okay, you got beat? I got beat with a chair and all. Yeah, that's the ain't right. And kidnap. Did you say the word kidnap? They putting too much emphasis on kidnap and arson. And let's keep this real. Now you get this damn cop on the damn stand right now. That's trying to set the groundwork that Kid Cudi car was blown up. Yes, it was. Well, if Kid Cudi gave a damn so much, why ain't he found out who did it at this point? And the cop that took the license plate, why ain't the hell he did anything? Oh, well, it wasn't a crime
We have
yet.
a special message from Beatrice. Read it out loud.
Perry, please, I have no more money.
Thank you, Beatrice.
He's just crazy.
I mean, Perry, listen. You have to remember this too, that the jury only has a selected amount of information. They don't have all the information that you may have. They don't get to hear the rumors because sometimes the rumors are a blessing and a curse. So
Okay.
they might not look at, huh?
I'm gonna stop you.
Oh my God.
You're gonna say maybe they could.
But am I right? Am I right?
Yes, they might have more information, just don't know how to break it down. They can have less. If you seen a person behind 7-Eleven next to the dumpster looking quite dirty, you can quite assume he's homeless, right? I mean, that's what I would assume. Now,
Harry, is there a message in this? Is there a
but
point?
my point is, regardless how much information you got or not, when you got a person to understand, and I'm here to break down and listen to your testimony to try to see if you prove a case or not, and you start coming up with some words or shit that's not normal to everyday folks, like kidnap. Now, kidnap, I'd be like, damn. Like, let's keep it real. News at 6, 5 people get kidnapped. You're like, oh shit, kidnap. Then you go there, and then they went back to work the next day to the people who kidnapped them. Where have you ever worked at a job where somebody kidnapped your ass?
Harry,
And
what
then
does
bring
kidnap
you
mean
back
to
the
you?
next
What does
day?
it mean to you? What does it mean to you?
So what?
What does kidnap mean to you?
Kidnap mean when somebody take your ass away against your will,
Okay.
with
there you
probably
go.
no intentions on bringing you back unless they get some ransom money
We have an update.
or do some shit like that. Ain't no
We have an
ransom
update.
money been here. Now, at least Diddy
We have
asked
an update. We have an
Cassie
update.
mama for 21,000. Go ahead.
We have an update. The attorney says, you ran the plates of the Escalade. The cop says, yes, it came back as bad boy records. Attorney, no further questions. Judge, cross-examination, question mark. Mr. Steele, question mark. Steele says, this was 13 years ago, right? He says, yes. You read your partner's report? He says, yes. Go ahead, Perry. What do you, let me ask you this.
Why you
since
got
you're-
this sorry ass rent a cop up here? Like, see, this
Okay,
the game I'm
Perry.
tired of. Okay. Oh, I work from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. I pulled up, it was an Escalade. I got the thing. Why ain't you do that? Oh, it wasn't a crime yet. Well, why was fuck you so nosy writing down the license plate? And then once you found out it was a crime that happened at the place, why didn't you follow up? See, people just come with this bullshit and dealing with people that want to just come out and make up things like kidnapping. I almost forced me to defend Diddy. I ain't trying to defend Diddy himself. It's just some of the things, the charges that they want to put on him. If you say DV, I'm down with that. It's proof of that. Then you get some people, oh, Perry, their testimony is evidence. And I say, ain't no evidence that Diddy did it. A lot of people have seen people on cases that gave testimony. Either it's two ways you're going to walk away. Either you believe the testimony, and if you did, you may say that's evidence. But if you don't believe it, you wouldn't consider it evidence. You lying heifer. You know what I'm saying? That's how I would walk away from it. But Sherelle, go ahead. What you got?
I want to say you need to be kidnapped for 5 days. Like, Perry.
Sherelle, ain't no word. I mean, yeah, I know. You're going to want to be, oh, well, we're going to just keep it up. Oh, go ahead.
Uh-oh,
Right.
Beatrice found some money. Beatrice, don't. Perry, I'm going to need you to take a breather, babe. I love you, but please stop. What? Okay, so Perry says I don't let him talk. And it's a whole thing in my family. I'm trying to let him talk. But I want to know where you're going with this. You're saying don't believe
it. For real, right? Like, nobody should probably believe everything they hear from a person, whether you understand or not. Some of the things Capricorn said, I believe. But being over dramatic, I was kidnapped multiple times. It bothers me that either somebody would do that and have the goal to rehire you, then kidnap you again, then rehire you and kidnap you again. But what's even worse is you volunteering to go back to be kidnapped again and again and again and again. Can you make that shit make sense?
Mike says, Perry, the girl didn't know she was kidnapped until the prosecutor explained what kidnap meant. So,
Exactly.
Mike,
No.
Mike,
Thanks, Mike. And I can agree with that. If you don't know what I mean, like, like if they go, hey, will you ever kidnap Perry? Hell no. Hey Perry, did anybody ever hold you against your will or like stop you at a moment, like at a stoplight when you really wanted to go, but they stopped you or whatever? I'll say, yeah. Well, technically that's kidnapping, but I wouldn't use that term. And she probably shouldn't use the term neither, because using that term make her seem a little cuckoo, because nobody goes back with a reasonable mind to be kidnapped over and over again. I'm just saying. And if you did, something must be wrong. Let me know if y'all feel like I'm wrong or not. If you don't got kidnapped and got freed and you realize you was kidnapped and then you go and do it again, your clock going in reverse. But go ahead, Sherelle.
Angel says, Perry, stick to politics. You're in over your head. Just wrap it up. I don't want you telling me I didn't let you talk. What do you think should happen to happen then? Should we disregard? Is this what you're getting to? We should disregard.
My point is, follow the case. Let the feds make them prove their case. But they want to keep going on arson and kidnapping. And they just using these things in the wrong way. These terms. That wasn't kidnapping to me. Now, arson, yes, if you got proof that I threw the cocktail in there, but then when you got a female DNA on it, oh, well, let's back up. We can't have that in because that's not going to fit our narrative. We know Diddy was an asshole. Go back, get him for the people he didn't pay, right? The people he beat. But you're charging them for the wrong thing, so now you want to put it all together and push it underneath kidnap and arson. That's what it sounds like to me. Go ahead, Sherelle. I'm gonna need some damn more coffee.
Yeah, I mean, you're allowed your opinion. I mean, at the end of the day, there's more witnesses to come. But these people that work for Diddy, I don't think they're gonna. I'm not gonna say be honest, but sometimes some of them should be sitting there with him. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Let's just keep going.
They don't get him immunity.
Cop is a neutral.
The whole thing is them not to stop crime. Let's keep it real. I'm gonna say this too, and just clear my chair. If they want to put a stop on crime, wouldn't they get all the criminals? I know, Perry, they got to have some people to testify. Yeah, they could have a few, but all these people walking up, I remember now because they got immunity. I remember. And then you ain't remembering that fucking great when there's 3 different stories of the same night. Ain't nobody hear shit about a car chase. Maybe it did happen. But sometimes when you do, drugs and stuff, shit happen in your mind that don't really happen in reality. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm laughing at this comment. Funny. Perry, you've been going hard on females. You're dismissing the fact that Capricorn was young. Please go light, Pepsi Light.
See, that's
Please
what I'm saying.
go Pepsi Light today.
No, I've been going hard on females. Who's been testifying?
Oh my God. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
We have an update.
Okay.
Brian still says the streets there are dead ends, ? He says, according to the map. Still, it's a beautiful neighborhood, right? Cul-de-sac? ? Cop says, sure. Still, you don't follow the car as it drives away, right? He says, right. Still, did you see a Porsche? He said, I don't know. IDK. Listen, so it's a strategy that is used often to go after the way that a scene was processed. We saw that in the OJ case. And sometimes it's very successful if you do that, like just attack. But doesn't that mean you don't have a case when you just attack the way that a crime scene was processed? Or do you feel like they're supposed to do that?
Yeah.
Shouldn't they have, or maybe they will on their, when it's the defense turn? We've seen this strategy before. Do you think it's going to work? To say, this is where they're going. What a bad cop you were. You didn't do what you were supposed to do. But you know, I go back and forth with cops. It's still a hard job. One that I would never, my son would want it to be a cop. One that I would never want my son to be. Are some cops crooked? Yeah. But it's just a hard job. And to a certain degree, we have to give them room to operate that the way. Okay. I'm not, listen, let me say this in a respectful way. Do some cops do bad things? Yes. But the good cops, okay, we need to respect and give them room. If he didn't go down the street and he's seen the car, doesn't mean that everything else he's getting ready to say is false. Do you get what I'm saying?
I know, but
it has to be a happy medium with cops. You can't just hate all cops.
But it makes you wonder if it's convenient for a person to see the Escalade and license plate, because the license plate is sort of small. You know, Escalade sort of big. License plate will be a little smaller when you're looking at it, but you can notice all that. But you don't notice.
You're gonna hate on the cop too.
Well, you know what?
Who do you like in this scenario?
I have not heard his full testimony, but it sounds like BS to me.
My God.
They done bring up the little rental cop.
Terry, oh my God.
6 to 6. I've noticed. I wrote in my report. Did you follow? No, it wasn't a crime. Why are you writing it down? And if you're gonna write that down, did you notice the Porsche?
Terry, you have to acknowledge the fact that when a cop,
I feel like at this point, like you just said, Sherelle, that they trying to make this case go together so damn bad that they just create these storylines. You know what I'm saying?
I'm letting you talk today because I do cut you off a lot.
Yeah, I know, and you cut me off now.
Okay, go ahead.
These storylines that they creating it, right? Now, you said that sometimes when you don't got a case, you just switch things around, you try to create. And sometimes you change the term of the offense. Instead of it being DV, you change the term and put it kidnapping. Right? Hit and hit, you know, you robbing and stealing somebody. Now it's arson. Because they need that shit to get the RICO thing. Do you imagine how much clout that lead prosecutor would get if they bring Diddy down?
Terry, come on now. Terry.
Just like women, I mean, people would do, not women, people who work for Diddy did it for self-gain, for the money, even through the bad treatments that Diddy gave them. Most of them stayed for the money or the celeb of it all, right? To be around somebody famous, right? These prosecutors would do anything to elevate themselves in the legal world. Like, it's a big thing if you bring down a big celebrity like Diddy. And not that Diddy shouldn't be charged with anything, but come with the right charges. Why didn't you just get him for DV in the state courts? Because the feds wouldn't have got credit for it. You see what I'm saying? We ain't gonna let them handle it down there. We need some credit for something. We ain't did shit in the last 4 years. We can make an example out of Diddy. Sure.
Terry, let me tell you what you just said. Let me read it back to you to make sure you meant this. You're saying, oh my God, that they intentionally didn't bring up the DV because it would be a state charge and they wanted clout.
Right. Okay, well, you investigating all these people and think about it. Every person that came on the damn stand don't mention DV, but ain't no charge for it. But
you got to hold that thought, Perry. Hold that thought. Brian still says, do you know the definition of a kidnapping? Oh my God. The attorney says objection. Judge says sustain. Were you told the homeowner was in the house shortly before you and your partner got there? Objection, overruled. The door was unlocked. Yes. I
That's the best question of the day.
listen.
That's the best question of the day. I almost made me teary-eyed.
I hope they're not going down your line of questioning. This is crazy. But people that you can agree that the cop isn't in on it. Let's say he didn't work for Diddy. He didn't know Diddy. He just
Right.
called to a scene. We can agree on that. Maybe he did the wrong thing by just taking the license plate down, but he has to assess the situation before he knows what to do. He just got there,
Okay.
Perry,
Okay,
right?
let me ask you this though, right? Is he just wasting Perry's time? I mean, is he gonna have some kind of resolve to it later in this
Well, you would have to sit and listen now, wouldn't you?
But it's not sounding too good. I mean, sometimes
But
you ain't gonna go-
you didn't answer my question.
what?
That he just got there. He didn't have time to assess the situation.
He
Yes
don't
or
got
no?
there. He just got there, and I got on my nerve already because I feel like he ain't going
But
nowhere.
yes or no? Yes or no? Did he
He
just
just
get
brought
there?
in to try to fool somebody like you.
Perry, I noticed you don't like to
and
answer
keep his job.
questions.
Hmm?
You don't like to answer questions. I
No, I
said he
don't.
just got there, right? Yes or no?
Right.
Okay. You can't just jump all over him right now. But here's the weird thing. The prosecutors yesterday tried to fight hard to keep out the results of the DNA test when we already heard about it when Kid Cudi testified, or maybe the day before. So Capricorn placed herself at the scene of the crime. She did. She said she was in the car. She made a phone call to somebody, said, oh, she made a phone call to Cassie and stuff like that. The reason I think they don't want that in, here we go. Brian still says, there was no furniture upended, right? He says, no. You called it a trespass, not a burglary, right? Objection, I think sustained. No report of theft. Ignacio said no. Okay, I'm gonna say this with Capricorn. I'm gonna say this with Kid Cudi and even the cop. Sometimes you do things in a situation that hindsight, when you think about it later that day, oh, maybe I could have did it this way, maybe I could have did it that way. So I think that they're to go after the cop is not going to be a good theory because you're going to look like a bully. Don't go after the cop. Let him say what he has to say because he's not your problem. I don't think. It's the people at the scene that's the problem. Now, why didn't Kid Cudi press charges? You have to ask yourself that. You only have two answers. One, he wasn't that concerned, or two, did he paid off the cops? Is there evidence to that? No. Here we go. If you thought there was a GUN in the Escalade, you could have put out a bolo, right? Objection, overruled. You didn't, right? Right. Still, any mention of security cameras? He says, I saw some. Don't you think, Perry? Now I understand how you feel, and I agree that you are entitled to your own opinion. But don't you think it's going to be a bad strategy to beat up on the cop?
No. The good strategy is to show the jury that the cop coming into court was damn useless.
So you don't like the cop either? All 3 minutes he's been on the stand.
No. I like the way he's answering, but how the prosecution tried to put it out there, it was more about, did you see this one vehicle that we need you to see? Yeah, I seen that. But you don't see nothing else.
Oh, wait a minute. You're trying to say, you're trying to say that they're trying to put a different storyline out there that they want you to believe. They want you to think that the person robbed already, and then
They wanted to put more evidence that Diddy was there. They happened to notice his car and the license plate, the Escalade.
okay, hold that thought. Still says Mr. Muscati wasn't hyperventilating, right? He said he was tense, I'd say. Attorney, did you search his Porsche? Cop, no. Attorney, it was 8:20 a.m., not 6:30 a.m., right? He says, right. Nothing further. No redirect. Oh, okay. So what you're trying to say that they're trying to do? Put Diddy at the scene?
Right. That's what it sounds like. But and it seemed like, yeah. And it was really mysterious that as soon as we pulled up, it sped off as if they was avoiding something. But then the steel guy just straightened the shit out and flipped that witness, the cop, to me, to make it feel like, no, if you thought Diddy had really did something, you would have pursued him. And if you truly thought he had a weapon, you damn sure would have pursued him with the bolo, right?
Mhm.
So, and then all that's going on, but did you search the Porsche? Did you do anything like that? No, he's saying no. So for me, I feel like the prosecution trying to just set this thing up. They need Diddy to be at Kid Cudi's house. They need the jury to believe that Diddy is the one that committed arson. So let's keep putting them back at the house, And the cop, at the end of the day, they ain't even write it up as a burglary. They just said a trespassing.
Yeah,
Was
that
anything
was
flipped
weird.
over or missing? No, not to my knowledge. And then it goes back, was there any video cameras there? I think I seen some. If you say I think I seen some, that means you didn't even try to get no video footage.
Oh wow. Okay.
So, I mean, for me,
Yeah.
I'm down for Diddy doing time for the shit he have done. But to red roll somebody, like, look, at the end of the day, we can really think Diddy did that, the arson thing. Then we'll go, well, if the DNA come back, we know he paid somebody. You got to prove it. Just prove it. You
Well,
ain't
my
far
thing,
apart. Could I seriously believe Diddy had something to do with it? Yes. But to send a man in jail for the rest of his life without proof is just ridiculous to me. Because it's Diddy today, it could be our asses tomorrow. That's what I'm simply saying. And you can fight with me and think, oh, no, you saving Diddy. No. People are using these laws. Matter of fact, the only two cases I can think of recently to be a RICO would be Diddy's and then YSL. Diddy, YSL. Is it another RICO case that y'all know about going around? In the audience, in the chat. If you know one going on right now, let me know. I'm just saying, are they just attacking the rappers? With these RICOs, had they just forgot about the mob or whatever that they came up with these rules with?
what you're trying to say is if you change the goalpost of what a RICO is, then it could lead to they might regret it because then in other cases
it could be when you come on here and piss people off online, and then now they just digging, throwing all these charges at us until something stick. It could be any one of us, near you, anybody in the chat. This shit is bigger. It's bigger than Diddy at this point. The RICO charge, and most of my kickback is about the charge. How you trying to present it with these big words: kidnapping, arson.
I want to know why they don't want to talk about the DNA. Let's talk about the DNA because that's something that's proven, but they're not. They're not talking about the DNA. And that it was that
they ain't talking about it because they said it was a female's DNA on it. And that's not the story they want out there. they wanted it to be Diddy's DNA.
If
Now, I'm
you
sure
say
if they
that
wanted
it
his
was a
DNA, they could have went and got that wooden clothes hanger and got his DNA off Cassie's neck. They could have got his DNA off that stuff that really happened. But they want to make this arson charge stick.
if you say that it was a female DNA, how come no one's questioning the only female there? Oh, because they didn't know at the time. The cop didn't really do anything wrong, Perry. Come on.
No.
But
The cop, okay, I'm saying the prosecution only wanted the cop to come up and say how he wrote this report, that he seen an Escalade that belonged to Diddy there, that sped off. It was suspicious, but still fixed all that. Still just made him look like he was just a rent-a-cop, a confused rent-a-cop. To me.
it's
That's what I think.
complicated. It's complicated. And I do think that it's still early, still very early. But I get what you're saying about some of the charges. Some of the charges, but you don't know what's coming down the pipeline.
Well, I know. We've been waiting. It's been 3 weeks now.
You're so
I mean,
damn messy.
huh?
Uh,
I mean, look, for
Miss-
real. We'll be back at the Punisher soon. That's how I go. If he ain't got nothing, hey, run back to the bedroom. Let's get him all hyped up again and how he's such a sex freak. If that wasn't good enough, play the hotel video again. Yes, that stuff. Keep them separate. But they really is holding on to arson and kidnapping.
Well,
I'm just keeping it real.
let's say kidnapping meant held against your will. I don't think Diddy should go to jail for life. I don't know what kind of time he should get because I'm not the jury and I don't want that kind of responsibility. And I'm glad I don't. But he deserves some time because let's just look at his lifestyle as a whole. I know you're going to say, but these charges. I'm just saying he's been getting away with so much for
I
so
get it.
damn long that he just
get it.
doesn't need to be around the rest of us. That's a privilege
Right,
to
I
be
know,
a
I get it.
civilian.
Right. But okay. Use that. But if you talk about, I'm just gonna say this, people, and people go, oh, you were so and so. Didn't she used to hook back in the day or do this back in the day? Oh, that was in her past. She's
What are you
changed.
talking about?
No, I'm just saying, like the scenario, all the things that Diddy have done that people let go by not filing charges, and maybe some he could have had people in high places at the police department, that smooth things over. I know all that's possible, and more than likely, some of that stuff happened. But do you get to fabricate?
Well, who's
these
fabricating?
storylines?
Who's
It sound like
fabricating?
The feds. With this kidnapping thing, it really bothers
Oh
me.
God, Perry, not the
No.
kidnapping thing again. You won't let it go.
Because
Technically, kidnapping means being held against your will.
I get
Now,
that, right? And a lot of people are being held against their will every
and
day.
you need to be able to differentiate
Who
the
used that
two.
term?
You need to be able to tell the difference between the two. If you say that she fabricated a story by adding the car chase, that had nothing to do with the kidnapping. You see what I'm talking about?
Right.
They're two separate issues.
I got you.
Because two things could be true at one time. She could be lying about this portion, but this portion right here is he kept my ass in there for 5 days is undeniable, right? Now,
No, it's not undeniable to me.
oh my God.
It's something she said.
Now, okay, let
You
me.
ever talk to somebody and they come back and child, I had to go down to DMV today. How long did it take? Child, I was there about 9 hours. And it turned out to be 2 hours.
Right. And
Well,
that's
she really
the
kept
job
there
of the
for 5
jury.
days.
They have to figure out what portion is true, what portion they believe, what portion they don't believe.
Right.
She is making shit up about a car chase, but that don't have nothing to do with the kidnapping.
Right. Okay. But so it seemed like you more upset about her fabricating, adding on to the story, which
Well, no,
could be
no,
true
no, no.
or could be false. I'm telling you, mine, you don't even have to
Hold on,
debate.
hold on. Attorney, the government calls LA arson investigator Lance Jimenez. I'll place a binder in front. It says witness takes the stand. Attorney, how many fires have you investigated? Jimenez, 100 a year. Everything between mansions to dumpster fires. LA is pretty crazy.
Yep.
So do you see what I'm saying, Perry?
You saying what I'm arguing is something different. You're looking at the added on stories, right? The car chase
well,
and all
yeah, that part I cannot deny that she didn't just give a whole different story than
Right.
Kid Cudi. That's true.
And for me, that's irrelevant. For me, how
Right.
I'm looking at it. You adding on a story, how you got chased and all that. You lost me at kidnap. No, and I'm gonna tell you. I mean, we ain't gonna speculate or go further.
Oh my God.
You lost me at kidnap. Just keeping it real. I mean, that's
okay, that's fair. That's how you feel. That's fair.
Have this
What
term
would you
kidnap. They got to have kidnap in there for these
okay,
charges.
okay. I hear you. I have a question. What would you call it? What would you call it?
They took me in there and they didn't believe me, yo. And they gave me a lot of tests. Shit, I was in there for about 5 hours, man. Or whatever. I don't look at that as being a kidnapping. And there's no proof that it actually happened. I believe it happened. See, it's different. Believing something happened. It's no proof. Do she have a photo in there from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for the 5 days that she was kidnapped? Most people are kidnapped in my mind is thrown in somebody's damn trunk of their car or strapped up in their basement or something like that. I'm just keeping it real. Like, it could be my ignorance. But people don't use the term hell without against their will as kidnapping. We really never say that word in normal day life, and for a reason. Because not every little simple thing where you held against your will is kidnapping. And if it was so offensive and it bothered them so much where you want to use the big word kidnapping because you was held against your will, why the hell did you keep going back? Question mark. Go, Sherelle.
Let's just see what the cop says. I mean,
I'm getting mad at you. You didn't do nothing.
Huh?
I said, I don't know why I'm getting mad at you. You didn't do nothing.
It says circling back to help a brother out. None of us would ever want to have to defend ourselves in court with testimony being the only evidence to convict.
Yeah.
I get what you guys are saying. But I think you're focused on the wrong part.
Who?
Even if they did kidnap.
Yeah, that's a big charge.
Like what? Life?
No. I said the kidnapping is a big part of the charge. But go ahead.
Come on, guys, help me out.
You sent us another.
No.
Yeah, I mean, you sent us another part to it, and I get it. Stories can change, and that's like, yeah, maybe a person could remember. You said that yourself, but even when they fabricate and go off to these different things, just because you got in a high-speed chase, what did that change that we ain't already heard? They chased me down the road. We went to the back alley. Ooh, child, I was scared. Woo. Then he rode past us. Then we went the opposite way. I ain't giving a damn about that. Let's go back to those simple words that could have a man spend 20, 30 years in jail, which is kidnapping. And yes, I know Diddy did wrong things. And people, he don't get away with so much. That's what he deserved. Anybody in the legal system need to be charged with the charges they was presented with. those charges need to be proven. If you want to take them to court for something else, charge them with something else. Just don't make up these words now or try to replace them in a sentence that ain't nobody. Matter of fact, up until the Diddy case, people, just me, I ain't lying. I probably ain't said kidnap since we got to the letter K when I was in the 3rd grade. People don't use that word. And if you do, I'm starting to think, what the hell wrong with you? You better be some kind of attorney or something. You running around using kidnapping. What's on your mind? Sherelle, any updates?
Do you think that you look that way? You look at it that way because you're a black man and you're trying to look at it through because you feel that they just throw charges on y'all all the time?
Exactly. And I'm saying this. I don't mind him being charged with something and you prove it. Don't be trying to create these charges in these terms. That's why they're going through the RICO.
But do you think because you are a black man that
Right.
you are biased?
I'm a black man. I'm looking through it from a black man's eyes. My opinion is
Right.
based off my life being black.
Right.
It ain't something that me as a black man grew up tossing the term.
No, but do you think
kidnap
you're gonna look at it different no matter what because of
Right.
your experiences?
Right.
Because I was there when you got pulled over and all that.
Right.
Is that why you're looking at it this way? Where
Look,
you're kind of saying that?
okay, I'm looking at it from a black man's perspective. If we let them just create,
Let's stop that for a minute. Let's look at it from a victim's experience, right? Say you're a woman, and men are intimidating. I don't care
okay,
how strong you are. Men overpower physically, right?
right,
And they set you down in a chair for 5 damn days and
that's
made you answer the questions over and over again, even though you answered them before you took the test.
hmm
Do you think your outlook will be different?
Look, I'm not a female, so I guess I can't really add. And it sounds like you trying to like one of those setup things. Yeah,
I'm not setting you up.
uh,
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. The attorney says, did you respond as an expert to an auto fire at 8925 Hollywood Hills Road? Jimenez, yes. There was a cut in the roof of a Porsche. Attorney, what about inside the Porsche? Jimenez, burn patterns inside. Attorney, any items? Jimenez, a bottle on the front seat. That's the. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you look at it that way because you are
okay.
a black man that
Okay.
has negative experience with the cops?
Let me try to blank. Yes, that is my profile, right? So we'll just start with that. That's why I can only look at it from that angle, from my life experiences of what I see, right? You saying, can I take myself out, distance myself from that, put myself in another position? If I was a vulnerable female, and I'm gonna say it that way because that's how y'all wanna go,
No,
that's
it's
they use the
true.
term linebacker, big running back. They were
Perry,
throwing these terms.
Perry, listen to me. You just said you don't know because we are physically threatened by men.
Okay, I understand that. Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, but what I'm saying is this: as a woman, yeah, she might say, "I can't believe these people. I was so scared. They had me in there, and they didn't believe me, and they kept me in there for 5 days." I don't think nowhere in her dictionary she would have came out and said they kidnapped me for 5 days. Child, they held me for 5 days in there.
You
Didn't
keep
believe me.
hanging
Gave me a
on to
lot of
this
tips.
word. Are
Huh?
you saying that they told her? Why do you keep saying that same word over and over?
Okay, that's what they telling her to say, kidnap. She never looked at it as being kidnapped, is what I'm saying. In my opinion.
How does she look at it?
That they held her for 5 days, giving her a lot of tests, threatening her because they didn't believe her. Do you think she actually used the word kidnap when she left there? She might say, damn, when she went back to work 5 days.
So your argument is the prosecution is giving her a storyline to follow, and that's what she's doing. If I say you should have been fed something to eat, now she thinks, yeah, I should have been fed something to eat, right? Right. Okay.
Yeah.
With that theory, it could be like, I didn't know how bad it was at the time, but now that you're talking about it, it's pretty bad. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, even when you live in your story, you'll say, "Yeah, I was pretty crazy. I don't know why I went back to that job after they held me for 5 days. I don't think
Oh
the
God.
K word would. I don't think the kidnap word would have came up. That's just me. Period. But people letting other people use them, they got to
So,
have the
since,
word.
but listen to this, Perry.
I
You
don't think she
say,
even felt like she was kidnapped. Is what I'm saying. The hell with the verbiage. In my opinion, she never probably felt like she was kidnapped. She felt like she was held there. And now that they don't give her a damn dictionary and looking at this one thing over and over against your will, kidnapping, now they don't programmed her to say it.
do you think that um
And then somebody said I'm wrong that when whoever she called on the phone, she said she was kidnapped.
I was gonna ask you a
But
question. I forgot.
which wouldn't make sense if she could say she was kidnapped and then keep going back. Are you really kidnapped if you
Oh,
keep
this is what
going
I
back?
want to ask you. This is what I want to ask you. You cannot deny. Okay, so you feel like Diddy's on some charges falsely accused on some charges, but don't you think? And you think they're going after him, but don't you think they wouldn't have went after him if he didn't give them the ammunition?
I would agree. No, see, that's the problem. He put it this way, put himself out there for these people to come
Because
after
he was
him.
living foul. Can we
Right,
get
and
you
I
to
get
say
it.
that?
And like the things he did wasn't right. How they trying to go after him with the RICO, I don't feel that it's fair.
We have a update. Jimenez, a handkerchief burned, a lighter on the ground. Attorney, what hypothesis did you draw? He says Molotov cocktail. Attorney, how did you think it got in? He says someone lit it, cut the roof, and dropped it in. This is very serious charges here because
Mhm.
even though Kid Cudi was real cool about it and stuff, uh, what if the fire got out of hand? What if, it's some serious stuff that we're doing, and we know that Diddy's behind it. Let's just be real, Perry. No one's gonna.
Oh, no, no.
Nobody else.
Sherelle,
Let
I'm
me.
not denying that. It's highly possible. Yes.
So he does things, but doesn't get his hands dirty. Does that make sense? If
Yeah.
he was that damn upset, he should have threw it in himself. But it's an important part. So he still should be held accountable, even if he instructed. Just like a M for hire. Let's just take that.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all all going to jail. Does that make sense?
Right. And yeah, I hear what you're saying. You said even if he instructed, but shouldn't you have some kind of proof that he instructed somebody? Or are we just gonna make something up and just say, oh yeah, that's what we believe. So no need to prove that. My point
No,
is,
no.
what would be the point that he instructed somebody? Do you got a person that's gonna come on and say, yeah, that's my DNA? I don't know what I was thinking, but
Oh, okay. I
he
see where you're
forced
going
me
with
to
it.
do this.
I see where you're going with it. You're saying that these hostile witnesses are getting up here lying. They're lying. They had more involvement than they would say, than they're saying, and they're really not helping the prosecution by these lies. Because if she was telling the truth, she would have admitted. She would have admit to her wrongdoing. Is this what you're saying? Because
Well, it
they
sounds
act
like to
like they
me.
didn't do anything wrong, and it's all Diddy.
Right.
Is this
Well,
where we're
yeah,
going?
right. I mean, she was just a hard worker that really needed to take care of her
Right,
kids
right.
and all this stuff.
And you
And
can't swallow the fact that she's pretending like nothing, she didn't do anything wrong. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, and
That makes
look,
more sense.
let me tell you my belief, right? See, beliefs is just a belief. I think when she put herself at the scene of the crime, we always felt that Diddy had something, but we never had nothing to tie him to the place until she got involved, right? So, female DNA, I think she could have did it. But
Right.
if that's the case, if you're the prosecutor, why not have her say, Diddy instructed me to do it?
Right.
She didn't come
Right.
clean on it.
Right.
So we can speculate all we want to.
Right. Right. Yeah. Okay, I get it. Terry's saying, how come none of these witnesses are tying Diddy into these crimes? They're not. They're not. They're hostile witnesses. They didn't want to be there in the first place. I think they were talking about yesterday that they're going to put the drug dealer on the stand,
Mhm.
and you
Oh,
expect the drug dealer to tell the truth.
oh,
Like I kind of get what you're saying.
you talking about one stop?
Yeah,
Uh,
he does not need to tell. What? No. But so I get what you're saying. Nobody's really tying him in. They're just going around his part. They really are. And they're doing that intentionally, if you ask me, because they don't want to be in trouble their dancers. But I think they could have gave pleas to some of them. Queen says, my parents said, live right, because you will go down for something you didn't do because of your character and lifestyle. No sympathy for Diddy. No sympathy for Diddy. But
right,
let me
right.
see. Let me read. I finally get what Perry's trying to say. He's saying, what use of having these witnesses take the stand if they can't tie Diddy into them? Am I right? Is this what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, tie him into these other
So
Rican.
so you want testimony like this? He told me to do this. He told me to light it and burn it up. He told me, is that what you're saying? He
I
told me
got
he was
photos.
going
I got photos of him kidnapping me. I got something. Give me something instead of a damn story. Yeah, this happened, and most of it go by how he treated them. We got it. His character is already trashed. We don't need to trash it no more. We understand that part. When we gonna get to the RICO charges?
Oh, okay.
And not to come from just hearsay. Give me some kind of evidence.
Right. So let me think. Do we have any evidence? Let me see. Besides a person's story. Sometimes that's hard to do, Perry. Sometimes if I know you kidnapped me and I'm going to say it, what more evidence do I need? I know I was chained up for 5 days. What more evidence do you need? Do you see what I'm
Well,
saying?
I think you have to come up with something. If you want me to believe you was kidnapped for 5 days, and then you voluntarily went back to the same person who kidnapped you. Understand what I'm saying, Sherelle? Like, if you was to believe that, then you got to believe this is one stupid MFer. Who does that?
Perry,
You was
did you
voluntarily entrapped. I wouldn't
let
use
me
the word kidnap at that point because it sounded like some shit that you wanted to happen. That's almost like me saying Cassie was forced into the freak off. Sound like she wanted to be there from her own text messages.
Trina says, my emotions aren't in anything. I have common sense. Do you have a camera with you while you're being kidnapped? Did you graduate? So, wait,
Well,
so
no,
this is
and
what
no, no,
they're
no. I mean, I understand that, and you're not always gonna have a camera with you, but um, emotions ain't anything. Trina, would you go back to your employer that kidnapped you for 5 days? Question mark. Would you go back after graduation? By the way,
no. I get what you're saying, Perry. There's nobody coming out and tying Diddy to these crimes, but also understand me. I don't need a
okay.
witness.
She
I'm
answered. She said,
telling you
"No,
what
I
happened
wouldn't
to
go
me.
back." See, that's my issue with it. So, a person like that. Matter of
But
fact,
did you
Trina,
hear what I said?
what you say? Hold on, I was
I
too
said
busy.
I don't need a witness. I know what happened to me.
Okay,
So sometimes there's not going to be a witness for everything. I get what
I
you're saying.
I get it.
So she's her witness. She knows what happened,
Okay.
right? You get it?
According to her, if you want to believe her, put it this way: if you choose to believe her story, that's it. Do you believe her story? She was kidnapped.
No, there's no updates. I'm steady looking.
Do you believe her story? She was kidnapped.
I do. I do. I think that
So
he was mad. Diddy's crazy. Let me say this.
no. I get that. Did he do stuff like that? Okay, put it this way. I feel like if she would have felt like she was kidnapped like that, it would and used those kind of terms like that, that she wouldn't have went back.
Oh.
Now, what you described, her intelligence level was very, very low.
Let me refresh this page. Yeah, no updates. There probably is a sidebar. Let me go to CNN. CNN says the jury's being shown more images of Kid Cudi's car destroyed. The jury is now being shown pictures of the damage to the Porsche, including one that shows the Molotov cocktail bottle on the driver's seat. Kid Cudi last week accused Diddy of being involved in the destruction of his Porsche, which was set on fire with a Molotov cocktail outside of his home during his testimony last week. The jury also reviewing pictures of the destroyed car. How do we know, Perry, that Kid Cudi wrote a police report? How do we know that he didn't want to do more? And then when cops are paid off and they want to give you the runaround, that's what they'll do. I
understand that, Sherelle. Like, he called the cop. Actually, the cops came. Remember, the cop was telling you that the guy's on the stand now. So, but did they complete the case? Did they actually solve the issue to who did it?
Right. I get that.
Okay, that's the whole thing. Whether paid off or not being good enough in the investigation to figure it out, was it solved? The answer would be no.
Let's answer another question. We don't need you to understand anything. We only need the jury to understand. What do you think that they're thinking? These are older people. Oh, I had the breakdown. I done lost it again. These are older people. Probably in our age group. We're in Diddy's age group. Me and Diddy are the same exact age. It's hard to say what a jury's thinking. It's the jury is equally balanced, so that's good. It's racially balanced, so that's good. I don't know. So all we're doing is telling our opinions. I really don't know, and I haven't heard anybody say what they think the jury was saying. No one said that, they smirked, they moved their head. None of that. They're saying that this jury is very stoic. We'll see what happens. None of that. It's so weird. Usually you would get updates and stuff like that. Like, oh, we think jury number 2 is, sympathetic. None of that is happening.
Yeah.
So that's all. The reason, also what I agree with, I don't know if you said this or not, but nobody get cocky. Nobody thinks we got it in the bag. He's going to jail. Nobody thinks, oh, they're not going to do anything. You don't know. I've been here. We go. Attorney, let me show you some photos. This is the black Porsche. What was burned? He says, yes. What kind of bottle was used? He said, Old English 800 malt liquor. She says, and the wick? Jimenez says, a designer type scarf, silk, in my opinion, this was targeted. Now, that's weird. Who drinks Old English anymore? They used to call it OE. It's definitely a drink from the 90s.
Right.
Do you remember those?
Yeah. I used to
they used to call it?
I used to drink it. Yeah.
You used to drink it?
Mm-hmm. As soon as we got off
work, huh?
When we went to the park, we'll get us a 40 ounce.
Yeah. Oh my God. So this gotta be a street person. Nobody drinks that if you want a liver.
Right.
Nobody drinks that if you want a liver. So weird. I don't know what went down that day. I think that if I had to guess what went down, this is almost like the Tory Lane case. Everybody had a different story. I don't even think in the Tory Lane's case they remembered all of it because they were so drunk. I'm thinking with this case, and this is just how I feel now. It could change later. Let me see. How do I feel now? I feel concerned. I'm concerned that what if they're thinking like you on the jury? Listen, we all agree Diddy's a bad guy and needs to go down. What if he beats one more thing? Like Pure Joy says, she was kidnapped but continued to work for the kidnapper. Oh, God. Okay. Begged to get her job back after all that. She knew Puff's gangster, yet continued to test it.
Right. I agree.
I'm thinking, though,
See,
he's a pro at this. And there used to be a guy. What was his name? Well, I'll just go back to Hugh Hefner. Sometimes they don't get caught because sometimes when you have a lot of money, you could buy a lot of favor. And it feels like he's not running out of money. This man, I'm like, he already gave Cassie 20 million. That's a lot of money.
yeah, he still got money.
Angel says, the Rico, Perry, bosses don't writer or directly image actions. They are testifying in first person, son account. Rico allows for direct communication and directive, which are part of Rico. I mean, listen, everybody says that Rico is very, very hard to prove. They're also saying that the R. Kelly case moved the goalpost. And people seem to be using it more. It used to be really just reserved for the mob. It really was. A special law that they drew up specifically for the mobsters. So if you look at it, I don't even know how they got R. Kelly on a RICO charge. I think R. Kelly was just such a horrible human being. They just voted guilty. You know, I don't know. Oh, it's complicated. It's complicated. This was happening because they all like the lifestyle. Okay. I mean, I don't know. If you start questioning why she went back and stuff like
I
that,
agree with Tish. Look, that's the basics of it. She said it. I want my life back. I want my life back. Did she not say that on the stand? I want my life back. I want the way it used to be, getting kidnapped.
he also traumatized Cassie. Ain't no amount of money can replace what you endured with all of these freak offs. Okay. She should get paid more. I mean, his life was wild. It was really wild. I think they're going to give him, I see what you're saying, Perry, but I think he's getting jail time anyway, because when you look at him as a whole, he just doesn't deserve to be in society. You have to pay for the things that you do. I get it where you're coming from. If they move the goalposts on the RICO, they're going to start using it on anybody they think that should go to prison. I get that.
I'm saying right now, I don't care if they find him guilty of something they actually prove. To me, they just haven't proven it yet.
Let's see what the chat
That's
says.
it.
Can you keep your eye on the thing? Let's start taking comments. Well, I'm going to okay, Aphrodite. I'm going to kidnap myself right now and put my lashes on. I mean, people agree with you, and then some don't. Diddy had mob mentality, so it fits. But I don't think he should get life, but nothing less than 30. he needs to go to jail. I don't
I
know
think
what.
one just
I
came
won't
out
even
3 minutes ago.
pretend
Did
like
you
I
get
know
the
it.
last one
Go ahead.
about the DNA? You should probably say 3 minutes ago.
Let me see. No. Can you read it?
Okay, it says something like this. It says, the Fed's attorney, the partial DNA profile, was it consistent with the female contributor? Jimenez, I was told that the prosecution. Do you know what it means? Jimenez, no. The prosecutor, do you know if it is possible to touch an item without leaving DNA? Question mark. Defense says objection. Judge says sustain.
I got it. Attorney says, what happened to the print cards? Jimenez says, they were destroyed in 2012. Attorney, on whose orders? Jimenez, someone in LAPD. Attorney, not you or anyone on your team? Question mark. Agnafilo, I'm going to object to all of this. Can we have a sidebar? The judge says, okay. This is complicated. It's really complicated because you're right. There's no smoking gun. There's not anyone saying, this is what happened. This is how it went down. So I'm nervous. I'm not going to lie. I'm nervous that he's going to walk. Is he paying off people? We will never know. We were talking about juror number 3. Someone said too that today is supposed to be a lady testifying under Mia. They're saying in the blogospheres that it's supposed to be Gina.
Or was that the chef? Was Mia the chef or somebody was
No,
the
Mia is an alias
Oh.
that they gave somebody. So you don't know who this person is. And that's a little funny too. Why can't we know who you are? Like,
Well, I'm about to grab some coffee while they're at the sidebar.
okay. How do you guys feel? Sidebar. If I like this. Okay.
Okay.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm talking to the chat now. You guys, how do we feel about people using aliases? Why do you need an alias? You know, I agree, and I'm going to listen to her testimony fairly, but I just wonder why does it have to be in secret? Like, is it your job? Why is it in secret? This is a trial of the century. There's no way they're letting him slide out of this. I want to believe that, but I can't let myself get too confident. I just can't. That's just how I am. Y'all convincing this man off of opinions on crimes that don't have substantial evidence. That's true. That's true. We don't have a smoking gun. I admit it to it. But also, does anybody agree with me? Diddy just needs to be in jail. Diddy needs a time out. He's just not living right and hurting a lot of people, not just Cassie, Kim, Misa, anybody. Carrie, he puts his hands on people. And that's what I toy with at night, because this is not a DV case. But he's just a bad guy. He's just bad. Let's see. This is a case. Oh, hold on. The only thing they've proven is he's psychopathic abuser. They really overcharged. That's why I'm worried. We never know what the jury's going to say. Diddy is going to get something, but not life, and nowhere near that. You think? With all that baby oil, hold on, let me double check, make sure I'm not missing anything. with all that baby oil he got, if he can't slide out of anything, he needs to get a refund. Child, the baby oil, I'll never forget it. He's in jail. He's been in there for about 6 months now. I know, but that doesn't mean he's gonna stay. It just doesn't. But 6 more weeks to go. That's right, Bobby. 6 more weeks to go. Yes, Sherelle, he did need time out for sure. He needs a time out. I showed y'all those pictures yesterday of Cassie. This one right up here. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. I think the prosecution has proven its charges, but the problem is y'all don't believe the testimonies. Well, I want to believe the testimonies, and I do, but I'm real leery about the one yesterday, Capricorn. Virgo, she did give a whole new story. We can't deny that. And at times it sounded like she loved Diddy, almost like they had some kind of relationship. It was bizarre. And then let's not forget this. She started throwing shade at Cassie. You know, all that. She's no Whitney Houston. I don't think that was necessary. Why are you dragging this woman? It doesn't make sense to me. She acted like she wanted Diddy herself. That's the part I was questioning. Like, why are you shading Cassie? He should have been in jail day one from all the DV. It's just showing how cruel he can be when he doesn't get his way. A fool, okay? It's the people who let him get away with it for years. I agree. I do.
I agree too.
Should have compared her to J-Lo, not Whitney or Mariah. I mean, testimonies from other criminals. They're all guilty of something. That's what it feels like too. So I'm glad I'm not the jury. And I'm scared that all it takes is one person to be a little confused, and then that's it. Know your options. No, your options can't give nobody jail time. People needed to just stop messing with him. Let him be alone. No, he needs to go to jail. He needs to go to jail. Miss Nicole, don't you think that he's been getting away with things for a long time, putting his hands on people for a long time, not just the women. Remember the UCLA coach with the kettlebell? He hit somebody in the head with a what do you call those? A weight, like, because his son wasn't on the field.
It was a
Like, we
kettlebell.
can't
Yeah,
have behavior, huh?
it was a kettlebell.
A kettlebell. We can't have behavior like that. And he keeps getting off. He keeps getting off.
Well, no, I think that's what she's saying too, to a certain degree. She's saying that he should have been in jail for the things he did, but nobody's doing it. And unless they're going to arrest him, people need to stop being around him, putting themselves in harm's way.
Yeah.
Basically, is what they're doing.
What do you think about that, Perry? He's just been getting away with so much. It's just unbelievable. And I get what you're saying. They don't have enough proof yet, right now, because there's still time coming. But don't you feel, not even guilt, but like, don't you think he needs to be in jail?
Well, I think he should have been charged with things in a proper manner, in a proper time. Like, now they trying to go back and redo all the things he got away with that nobody pressed charges and throw him under this racketeering thing. I just feel like this. When you go to a job, you can have a being on time policy, right?
Hold on, I want to say this. CNN says the jury is taking a 10-minute break. Go ahead, Perry.
Okay. You can have a late policy at work. And you know damn well, like, if you late 3 times in a month or whatever, there could be grounds for removal. And you know you abused that. And, say it was 3 times. You was late 6 times. They call you into the office to remove you, but they remove you under theft. You understand what I'm saying, Trey? Sherelle?
Mhm.
Not for being tardy to, over the max time. They charge you with theft. I don't agree with that, because that's a different message when it goes down the road that you some kind of thief. Not saying Diddy didn't do these things, but you should be able to prove it. This person could have been tardy 6 times and stole something, but you ain't proved the person stole nothing. You just writing it down there. That's how I sort of feel about this RICO thing. So far, unless somebody come and actually with some proof, for these charges, right now I'm not feeling it, and I feel like so.
Here we go.
I feel it. Go ahead.
They're back. It says after a sidebar, judge says, jurors, we are trying to cinch up. Why don't we take a break? Again? The other one was a sidebar. This is a break. That's really aggravating, but I have to get used to it. They're gonna sidebar and break you all damn long. Recess, break, 10-minute bathroom break all day long. Anyway, keep going. Let's hear what the people are saying. Trina says, people did try to press charges, Perry. I'm so sick of you saying that. It's not true at all.
Well,
I think that maybe she's right. People did try, but he is like with the UCLA coach. He just gets out of it every time. We all do dumb stuff. The only thing missing is a white or victim.
white.
If they had one, Diddy will be going to jail at the moment. It's 50-50. The only thing missing is a white victim.
Mm-hmm.
I get what y'all are saying, and I understand why y'all feel the way that y'all feel.
Don't say it.
Huh?
Don't say the
African
name.
American men. I get it. I know. I understand why you feel the way that you feel.
No, I was talking about this chat. Because sometimes you read it too fast.
There's a super chat.
No, the one you have on the screen.
Oh. Our leader is a 34-count convicted felon, but people voted him. Then listen, I can't talk about him. I get what you guys are saying. Remember, I was telling you about the policy. So I'm just going to ignore it. I'm so sorry. I have to do that for my channel.
Oh.
Perry, kidnapping is serious, off-base offense. It's a serious offense defined by special criteria under CA penalty code. It involved the taking, holding, and detaining an individual against their will, typically through force or fear. Let me try to explain, Perry, and you tell me if I'm wrong. We all see life differently through our own eyes, right? So if I'm a DV victim or dealt with it like I have, my friend even came up and talked about it, I understand the cycle of DV. But if you haven't been through that cycle, you kind of hear about it, knows it exists, but haven't walked that path. I think what Perry's trying to say is United States is a sick country. We have our sicknesses and our illnesses. And he's saying for him and his life, he's been falsely accused of a lot of stuff. A lot. Because of the color of his skin. So he wants to make sure that this is a fair trial. Maybe I'll put it that way and people understand. Is that what you're saying? I've been there when you've been pulled over at GUN.
Mm-hmm.
They pulling those out. I've seen you walk the walk. Hell, I walked it too, but not like my boys or you. So I see what you're saying. Do y'all understand what he's trying to say? Let's make this fair because we don't want to, even though Diddy is horrible. Here we go. Hold on. Judge, when I heard the questions, I assumed there was going to be a line of cross-examination about the fingerprint cards, like about the DNA, but that does not appear to be the case. So I'm thinking of telling the jurors to disregard. It seems like Agnefello says this is outrageous. He's talking to the judge like that? You cannot talk to a judge like that. It sounds like, let me reread it. Judge says, when I heard the questions, I assumed there was going to be a line of cross-examination about the fingerprint cards, like about the DNA, but that does not appear to be the case. So I'm thinking about telling the jurors to disregard. Agnefello says this is outrageous. Now listen, I'm a stickler about following court rules, not going off on a judge, being disrespectful to a judge. Are you crazy? Whoa, what's going on here? Whoa, whoa. Well, for me, it's a big thing. You can't talk to a judge like that. Here, Agnefello, we're considering what remedies to ask for. Let me speak with my colleague. They implied that someone in this courtroom was responsible for the destruction of the fingerprint cards. Attorney, they intended to attack the investigation. What's going on?
I'm trying to figure it out too.
Whoa! Let me go to CNN. Okay, here is CNN. The jury has heard from 2 witnesses today. Here's what they said. I don't want to go back over that. Let me read it. Oh my God, it's long. Let me read it. Christopher Ignacio, Los Angeles. Perry, can you keep your eye on the
Okay.
screen? Where am I? Christopher Ignacio, Los Angeles police officer. Ignacio responded to Kid Cudi's home on December 2011 morning. Combs allegedly broke in. Ignacio and his partner responded to a radio call of a possible burglary at the home and testified that he noticed a black Escalade parked outside of Kid Cudi's home. The SUV took off up the hill as the marked police vehicle with lights and sirens on pulled up behind it. Ignacio testified that he didn't pursue the Escalade because there wasn't a crime at that point. When Ignacio went inside, the door was unlocked. No one was home, but a number of high volume items like watches and purses were in plain sight, some wrapped and some unwrapped. Remember, this was said, Kid Cudi testified last week that after the break-in, he noticed his home security cameras had been moved inside the home, some gifts and had been opened, and his dog was locked in the bathroom. Ignacio testified Kid Cudi was flustered, real flustered, but didn't report a GUN being involved and that any property was stolen from the home. He said that he didn't remember if anyone told him a GUN was involved in the incident at Kid Cudi's home, but he confirmed that he didn't reference a GUN in his report. Ooh, okay. Jimenez testified he responded to Kid Cudi's home in January 2012 to an investigation, a fire set to the rapper's Porsche. Jimenez said the Porsche was parked close to the garage and he observed a cut in the canvas roof with burn patterns throughout the seats, the center console, the interior roofing, and some of the carpet. Jimenez testified he believed that someone targeted the Porsche, noting it was not easily visible from the street in an affluent neighborhood with low crime activity and another car parked in the driveway at the time was not harmed. While Jimenez said there was severe damage to the Porsche, it wasn't nearly the kind of catastrophe damage he normally sees in fully operational Molotov cocktails, he testified. There was a bottle on the front seat, and there was like a cloth, a handkerchief on the center console that was burned, Jimenez said, adding that he also saw a disposable lighter outside of the car, a couple of feet from the driver's side. Pictures of the damaged Porsche Jimenez described on the stand were shown to the jury. The bottle cloth and lighter were tested for DNA, but only the bottle return results, Jimenez says, confirming that a partial DNA profile consistent with a female contributor came from the bottle, but said he didn't know exactly what that meant. Earlier, Jimenez testified that he does not have any expertise in DNA testing or analysis. And then it says, remember, last week, Kid Cudi testified that it looked like the top of the Porsche was cut open, and that's where the Molotov cocktail was put in. I want to know about this argument going on with Magnafilo and the judge.
Okay, so go back to it. It sounds like this to me, because they came out with 3 minutes ago, where Agnafilo says, we are considering what remedies to ask for. Let me speak with my colleagues. They implied that someone in the courtroom was responsible for the destruction of the fingerprint cards. The feds, they intended to attack the investigation. Judge says recess. So this is what I think. Now, they brung in the arson, but they don't want nobody to be thrown off track with the partial female.
Don't you think that's
DNA.
important?
Yeah. It's important if you're the defense. It's not important if you're the prosecutor. You just want them to know, Diddy blew up this car, right? That's it. But when it throws it off, when the cocktail bottle got a female DNA on it, it don't necessarily mean Diddy couldn't still have somebody do it with fingerprints on it and then throw it in there. It makes you think it could be somebody outside of Diddy who threw the cocktail in. They don't want it in there. Now, mysteriously, they can't find the fingerprint cards. The DNA, the stuff for that.
Perry, that screams.
It screams in. And that's why.
I mean, Diddy is paying people off. We're not crazy. Come on now.
Oh, stop. No.
Who do you think it is?
It's the opposite. Okay, I'm saying it's the opposite. The defense is upset.
Got you. I twisted.
The prosecution don't want. So Diddy could pay off people, and we've seen in the OJ trial, there's a lot of shit. If they want to push their agenda, they'll get rid of shit too.
What are you trying to say? That the prosecution is breaking the law?
Well, I'll just say this.
Come on, Perry.
I'm just saying it's convenient that you can know about the arson and get reports, but you ain't got the fingerprint cards. Now that a DNA thing is coming up, they don't want that admitted in court. Just my opinion.
Rondika says, we all know that car wouldn't have blown up if Diddy hadn't called for it to be. Diddy didn't get his hands dirty. Exactly.
And I'm saying, Ronika, I can agree with that. I feel like he could have had something to do with it strongly, but we in court. I'm just talking about where is the proof.
We got an update. The prosecutor asked, this is the guy, asked arson investigators about fingerprint cards being mysteriously ordered and destroyed by him. Agnafilo says this implies someone in this courtroom ordered them, destroyed them, and is apparently making a first request for a mistrial. Come on, y'all. What?
And, Sherelle, I'll say this, right? And I know you'll
You're
say,
saying that the prosecution, hold on, Perry, let me get this off my chest. Y'all
get it
are
off.
crazy. Nobody's going to do that kind of stuff and put their career in jeopardy.
Mhm.
Come on, y'all.
If it stood in the
Kelly
way
says,
of their career advancing, jeopardy, then you got advancement. If you got something that is niche that might hurt your case, get rid of it so you can advance in your career. So I'm not saying what they did. It's just mysterious. Now you can't find it. Something that could have possibly helped the defense is all of a sudden destroyed, gone, gonzo.
let's see what y'all think. They don't have the fingerprint cards anymore because it's a crime is because crime is too old to charge. They get rid of the evidence after a while. That makes sense. What if it's that?
It could
Well,
be.
no. Let's see. The fingerprint cards got missing from the police in 2012. The defendant's clients paid police off to get rid of them. Come on, Perry. You believe in truth
No, no,
or
no, no.
gut instinct.
Okay,
He's
I'm saying
telling
this.
the truth.
Okay, look, I don't know back in 2012 who paid off.
No, I'm talking about
Excuse me?
Diddy. Diddy pays people off. You know that, right?
I can agree with that. I'm not knocking that. But I'm saying if we gonna put it out there, prove it. Now we can believe he do it, and I'm sure he do. But going back to 2012, and we can spin it however, right? But if you're gonna bring something, okay, they get rid of them after a while. In 2012, they'll get rid of it because they old. 2012, 13 years ago. You still got the reports that you bringing in, but you bringing in a half a package. Now, the fingerprint cards could have helped out the prosecution, maybe, according to the last comment, and maybe could have helped them out. Maybe it didn't. But at this point, they're not there. So you don't have a complete package. How can you have one part of the evidence that can help out, to try to help the prosecution, but the fingerprint cards probably could have helped the defense, probably, but it's not there. So,
Unbelievable.
I guess wherever your mindset is right now is however you can spin it.
Diddy's a crook, and you know that.
I know this. I know this. So I'm saying, what is the problem with that? I know he's a crook. We in court. Just prove it. That's it.
Kane says evidence doesn't get destroyed or disregarded. Okay. With Kim Porter, her autopsy detail might be different. Statement because Diddy was in the graveyard for many days to watch her grave. What? Why he was there watching her grave? Why was he watching the grave? Oh boy, y'all, this is getting crazy. It's not the prosecution's fault what happened in 2012. So how can you blame them?
No. Perry ain't blaming nobody. I'm just saying that's the thing they bringing up. You saying if you bringing up this case, this is how I see it. Tell me if I'm wrong. The defense saying, hey, yeah, you got this case, you got these police reports and all this testimony coming from 2012 about this case with not all the full evidence because some have been gone for whatever reason.
I have an update from CNN. So can you keep your eye on the screen?
Yeah.
CNN says, and I don't mean to cut you off. I'll give you a chance to talk. The judge instructs jury to disregard fingerprint card testimony. Before the break, arson investigator Lance Jimenez testified that Kid Cudi had his home swept for fingerprints after the trespassing incident in December 2011. 2 prints were recovered from the glass front door. Jimenez said he collected a card with those prints to compare to anything retrieved from the arson incident. Jimenez also testified that the card print that was kept with evidence from the arson case was destroyed by an LAPD officer in August 2012. Jimenez testified that he typically has to sign off on destructions of any evidence he submitted as lead investigator. The defense objected to the line of questioning. During the break, the judge said he'll tell the jury to disregard the testimony about the fingerprints. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo said the prosecution's implications within the questions were outrageous. Agnifilo said, "We are suggesting this jury that someone in this courtroom has something to do with the improper and suspicious destruction of these fingerprints." All right, y'all, it is heating up today. It is heating up. No, technically, he doesn't have anything to do with the fingerprints. But we know how Diddy operates. What happened to him? That information should have been, I don't know. Crazy, y'all. Telling y'all,
say back then in 2012, so we're going to go with the narrative. Diddy had somebody in the LA Police Department get rid of the fingerprint cards so they wouldn't have no proof that somebody he paid to do it or lured to blow up the car couldn't be found, right? So that happened. Possibly. Strong case. But now that you in court in 2025 and you showing their police reports that they went out and all this, but you don't have the fingerprint cards that could have been anybody's fingerprints. Just that's how the defense gonna say it. What happened to the fingerprint cards? Now, let's say his attorneys right now probably wasn't his attorneys in 2012. So they probably ain't got nothing to do with it. Diddy could have. You guys are right about that. But right now, they're wanting to use it to discredit anything about that arson charge. That's what I think. Did that make sense, Sherelle? Or no?
The prosecution wants to
No. The defense is going to use it. However, the fingerprint card got missing. Diddy could have had somebody get rid of it back in 2012, so there's no trace back to him. But now that he's being charged with his RICO in 2025, they got a partial police report. Well,
so the judge
Go ahead.
So the judge disregard all fingerprints testimony. Bad move, right move.
Now that part I don't know. So, do you erase? Well,
it's very important that you know that the DNA, who it belonged to. That's how they solve crimes these days. But to take that out of it,
well,
I don't know, y'all. I'm lost. What do y'all say?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if they took it out, somebody said they're gonna stop me right now because when Snoop Dogg was on trial, didn't evidence go missing from the evidence
I didn't
locker?
follow that trial. Let me read this really quick.
I don't know.
If there's a big roach in your potato salad, you don't pull out the roach and eat the rest because it's tainted. Mistrial.
Right.
Oh my
Okay.
God, y'all.
So
mistrial.
I'm glad somebody explained it.
Oh.
Okay, Perry, I'm going to stop you right now because when Snoop Dogg was on trial, didn't evidence go missing? I don't know. From the evidence locker at the LAPD. And that is how Snoop got off of that unalivened charge. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not to stop me. I'm just saying this. How would this affect the case? And I think somebody could have said they're not getting. Now somebody said they're not getting a mistrial. But with that whole segment with the arson thing, well, with Kid Cudi car, would that have an effect on all that? This is not possible. Tainted. This is not possible. Tainted evidence. Okay, I'm saying this. Anybody that know anything about this, seriously, like a serious question, would they have to get rid of the Kid Cudi's whole situation? with the car because they don't have the fingerprints? I don't know. Somebody said the judge is biased. Crooked officer.
Well, I mean,
I don't know. I'm lost. I mean, because
yeah, this is huge. It's huge. It will change things if they have to disregard the fingerprints testimony. I don't see why the judge would. Y'all, this is huge. This is a big day. We don't know what's going to happen. Let's just keep reading y'all's opinions.
good.
The judge, question mark, explanation, can give us an example of how the judge is biased, question mark. I mean, maybe they were saying that the judge was biased because the fingerprints was an important part of evidence. If you don't have the fingerprints, you can kind of, here we go, we got to update. Judge, my intent is to strike from the record any testimony about the fingerprint cards and the destruction of them. I will note that the only answers were what the witness knew about the destruction. I sustained the objection to if it was abnormal. So he's firm in his decision and he's going to move forward. There will be no mistrial. They're going to ask again, I guarantee you, but as of now, looks like he's not going to do that. But they're going to fight like hell. Very interesting day, you guys. Very interesting day. The fingerprints do not point to Diddy. So why would this hurt the case?
Well, I would think, now I'm just guessing because like all this is going sort of fast. I would think he probably can hurt the case against the prosecution. Because what's going to tie Diddy back to the, what am I saying?
Here we go. We got to update.
Yeah.
Ms. Shapiro says, we're going to move for a mistrial. I just told y'all what they're going to ask for, a mistrial at this point. At this time, based on the prosecutorial conduct that has occurred. Some prospective jurors said Mr. Combs could buy his way out. This type of conspiracy is out there, and this brought into it. Let me read it again, you guys. And this is Alexandra Shapiro talking. She works for Diddy. She says, we're going to move for a mistrial at this time based on the prosecutorial misconduct that was occurred. Some prospective jurors said Mr. Combs could buy his way out. This typical of conspiracy is out there, and this brought into it. So they're saying that people feel that Diddy, before the trial, think that Diddy can buy his way out of anything. Now you could possibly say that Diddy paid somebody to get rid of the cards. This is not grounds for a mistrial, but they're going to ask for it. What do y'all think?
Shit, I don't know.
I know. I'm telling you, all the defense is trying to do is muddy up the water.
Right.
I think so.
And I can believe that too.
Yeah. Someone said that's BS, Sherelle. You're going so fast. Which part? Yeah, my mind is blown. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Tampering with the evidence, racketeering.
I get that, right? Oh, and so I guess that could be what the defense is saying, that if we had some jurors prior to this whole court case,
Right,
was saying he can buy his way out of it, what's going to stop these other people from saying, just because this shit is missing, that Diddy brought and paid his way out of it?
That's
and
my
then
fault.
and then charge him with racketeering for messing. Well, I don't know. This is wild.
Yeah.
Damn.
Classy says the sad thing about this is the feds are doing the exact thing they are charging Diddy with: coercing the witness, blackmailing the witness into testifying. The government is a disgrace.
I can see
I
your
don't even know what I think right now, y'all. I am numb, shocked. An Animal House trial for fake RICO. Diddy gets bail and wait for a retrial if the government wants if the government wants it. I mean, the part about Diddy buying his way out of it, that's BS. Well, right. I get what you're saying. But the defense argument is before the trial even began, you had people with the state of mind is that Diddy always buys his way out of things. And now with this card thing, they're going to think that Diddy was somehow involved. He's not getting a fair judgment because they came in with this notion that he buys his way out of everything. That's what they're saying. We know it's bullshit. The defense is so sneaky, and I'm not trying to get Perry riled up again. They're sneaky. They do underhanded shit. I've been saying that from day one. This is a tactic that they might have put together their damn self. I don't know. I don't trust the defense.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not trying to get you riled up.
Did you read the update for from a minute ago?
Sorry, you guys. I got caught up.
No, this is crazy though, Sherelle. I mean, for real.
Oh, here we go. We got an update. Attorney says it was Mr. Agnifilo who wanted to inquire into the DNA, into the investigation. Your Honor, can just say that the jurors should not draw any inference from the destruction of the fingerprint cards. The judge says application for a mistrial is denied. Whew.
Okay, but go back.
I'm telling y'all.
Sherelle, go back a minute ago where Shapiro was Shapiro was talking.
You do it.
Okay.
Oh, 2 minutes ago, where Shapiro says they should have ended with when the fingerprint cards were destroyed. But they asked, did he authorize it? There's no way to unring this bell. The only proper remedy here is a mistrial. Attorney says that's absolutely unwarranted. The other side, they're fighting in front of the courtroom. Judge says it was Mr. Agnifilo who wanted to inquire into the DNA, into the investigation. Your Honor can just say that the jurors should not draw any inference from the destruction of the fingerprint cards. Judge says application for a mistrial is denied. I just don't trust the defense. I get all what you're saying, Perry, but they always try, in which he pays them to do, but they're always trying to,
No, I mean, I'm not saying whether they're right or wrong. I mean, they're trying to use every tool to their advantage, like the prosecution, both of them the same, right? And are they trying to set it up to where they can file an appeal if things don't go their way at the end of the trial?
Okay, what else?
I mean, first they was trying to get a mistrial to get it kicked out right now, but
I want to hear what the audience said because this was just wild. The defense almost act like they were threatened by Diddy. Were they? I don't know. Everybody feels that Diddy's sneaky. Diddy was forcing his employees to work long hours without break. That's forced labor, RICO. A fair trial is needed by any and everyone who sits in front of a court. If you disagree with that, you're a fool. No, we all want fair treatment. Still brought up the DNA was female. Now Agnifilo asking about it. I told you. It feels sneaky. And I didn't even say anything. Record keeping, y'all. Record keeping. Let's see here. I have watched over the years the things Diddy has done. If a woman says no, it's no. Explanation point. Cece stated she was kidnapped. I get people are starstruck, and no matter what, Puff is innocent to them. Who would think Diddy's innocent? No offense if you do, but y'all can't deny he has a pattern of bad behavior. Let me see. Trying to make sure I don't miss any updates, because this is let me tell you all this. This was wild what happened today. It feels like some kind of setup from the defense, even if it's not. That's what it feels like. It also feels like this not going to be the first time they ask for a mistrial.
No, it's not.
It's not going to be the first time. They're going to mistrial you to death. Selma says, I get what they are saying, and defense is right to do what they're doing. They're trying to pin a car blow up with real evidence. I mean,
with no real evidence.
Okay, with no real evidence.
Right. They basically
the only evidence they have right now is people's testimonies. But Perry doesn't understand, not every situation you're going to have physical evidence. Sometimes you are the evidence. If someone walked up and slapped you and you were by yourself and I didn't see it, you're telling me this is what happened to me. So unless we have a reason not to believe a person, that's the testimony. Does that make sense? I feel like I'm talking in circles.
Well, no, I understand what you're saying. You're saying sometimes if you got mugged in a back alley by yourself, typically it's your word. Right. I get that. So, I mean, I'm not talking about that. But when they said, now, I think the defense is coming from the standpoint saying, hey, how can you pin this blow up on Diddy with no evidence? They could have known they didn't have the print cards. They using whatever, saying dismiss the whole blow up incident with the car, which would take the arson charge off. Right? That's gone. That's a big part of the prosecution. Is the kidnapping and the arson. So far,
y'all keep it coming, because I'm confused right now, and I'm in city shock. They are panicking, so are doing anything they can to extend the time before he is sent down. They are panicking. I just don't like the defense, and I don't need a reason anymore. I don't like them. I don't trust them since day one.
You get an update.
Oh, thank you, Perry. I've been saying that they sneaky since day one. The 1 minute, Perry. Judge says, I sustain the objections when raised. The jurors have already been told that questions are not evidence. Shapiro, Your Honor, should tell the juror that the questions were improper. Attorney, they were improper. You can say, disregard both. Let me see what CNN is saying. Good. They said, judge denies defense motion for a mistrial. Defense moves for a mistrial, alleging prosecutorial misconduct and claims of bias against Combs. Defense attorney Alexandra Shapiro says the defense moves for a mistrial based on the prosecutorial misconduct. Some prospective jurors said during jury selection that they believe that Sean Diddy Combs could buy his way out of things, Shapiro said. This typical of conspiracy theory is out there, and the type of implications we believe these questions were designed to create plays right into that. The defense is kind of crazy, and let me say this. Yes, they're supposed to do whatever they can. We got to update. Shapiro says, will the court tell the jurors that the answers are not to be considered? Judge says, I'll tell them that the questions and answers on the fingerprints are irrelevant to this case and not to be considered. Shapiro, thank you, Your Honor. All rise. They're coming back in. I don't like the defense. I understand this is their job. Yes, you gotta play hardball sometimes.
Well,
I don't like them. They try to sneak. They're doing too much shit. They're trying to be too damn sneaky.
right. And I think both sides are, right? So I'm just being fair here. Or trying to be fair.
Whoa, what? Wait, no. What did the other side do, Perry?
The prosecution bringing up the arson thing with nothing being, the investigation wasn't even completed. They didn't find out who did the arson. But they want to use these testimonies to prove that Diddy, or to make you believe Diddy could have did it. They coming back and doing what they got to do on the opposite end by trying to get rid of the blow up. It's what I'm trying to say. So I
No, I get what you're saying.
Hmm?
This is a hard case. I cannot lie. Both sides are doing good. I just don't like the defense. And they play too many head games. Now, I get it.
And Angela Wright, she says, could be a setup on both sides. Right. Both of them trying to use each situation, just like even with a witness. The prosecution gonna want to use it for those, and the defense gonna want to use it to their advantage, right? So that's how these court cases go. That's how sometimes you just never know how this shit gonna end up. But I think too, with the defense, they gonna keep trying to do as much as they can. So just in case it don't go their way, they can file an appeal. You know,
I know it's their job, and I know people say that this is Diddy's life. We got a life involved, and they're supposed to do whatever they can.
but damn, people, for real, that shit took us for a ride for a second.
It was insane because I feared the judge was going to grant the mistrial. If I get a mistrial, I'm going to lose my mind. Because this stuff already happened a long time ago. Y'all want to add more time to it? No. Here we go. Damn. Jurors enter. Judge says, jurors, the questions and answers on the fingerprints are irrelevant to this case and are not to be considered by you. Please proceed. Attorney says, did you interview the owner of the Porsche? Jimenez says, Scott Muscuddy, Kid Cudi. Attorney says, did you reach out to others? Question mark. Oof.
That shit made my blood pressure go up.
Well, it did. It really, really did. So now we are to disregard, and we have to act like we're a juror, you guys. We are to disregard the fingerprints. The DNA, it was found to be female, all of that. We're going to act like never happened. So then if we act like the DNA didn't happen, then we go back to personal testimony. That's the only evidence that we have.
And that takes us back to reasonable doubt. You get to have reasonable doubt that Diddy could have done it. But can you hear what you heard?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. But you know.
Someone said, think about the Central Park 5. I don't know what they're talking about. Can we watch? What do you mean watch? If I were a juror, I would be really mad that they are trying to change my mind about Diddy. This is a mob boss and mob defense team. Diddy is going to be convicted of RICO. Perry,
that's possible.
He's got a point.
What?
Yeah, I was going to say, I understand your theory and how There's no evidence. But do you
Okay.
have a feeling that they're going to convict him anyway? I mean, I don't want to say it out loud because if it doesn't happen, I'm going to be.
I got a feeling it's gonna come back a hung jury or somewhere. That's just my opinion at this point because I'm just saying this.
We got to update. Jimenez says, I reached out to an assistant. Jimenez, her name was Capricorn. Agnephila says, I'm going to object. The judge says, rephrase. Attorney, who did you reach out to? Jimenez, Capricorn and Cassie Ventura. Attorney, did Capricorn respond or assist? Jimenez says no. Where are we going here?
Yeah, I don't know. No, I'm
When
just saying right now, I think it could be hung because as much as people can say it's a RICO and all that stuff, I get it. That they got these categories. What is it? 2 out of 8 they got to prove or whatnot. But everybody might not see that shit the same way. That they really might not see it the same way, like going into it, because it's messy on both ends. Even though you can know about Diddy past behavior and his craziness and him doing all these criminal things, right? You still got as a jury, you're supposed to base it off the charges that's in front of them. So,
But
I
they
would think
can't unhear what they heard, and they can't unsee that tape about Cassie. They can't unsee that. So, I don't know. You still think it's going to be a mistrial? Do a
Yes.
poll. Do a poll, Perry. Do a poll. That makes me nervous, real nervous. I just got a gut feeling. I don't know why, you guys. I feel like this is not the first time we're going to hear the word mistrial. They're going to be asking for that again. Rico. Okay, read that one. Let's do the next one. We didn't know about his prior past to this. I mean, hi, Callie. The RICO is centered around any random thing they can find, and we should all be concerned about them doing this to people. That's Perry's theory. She had to go back to work for Diddy. He was making it hard for her to find work anywhere else. This is true. How was she supposed to take care of herself? How was she supposed to live? That's true. She's answering your question why she went back. The trial is a mess. There's no way Puffy is getting a life sentence. I don't think he's going to get life. I don't want him to get life, but you need to get something.
Okay.
You need to get something.
And I understand, like, people say, hey, you know what? A lot of people work jobs. I have worked jobs I didn't like. I went back to those jobs because I had to take care of my family.
Okay, we gotta update.
Okay.
Attorney says, how did you reach out to Cassie? And then it says, wasn't able by phone, tried through a family member. Attorney, did you reach her? Jimenez says, never. Attorney, were charges brought? Jimenez says, no, but I never closed the case. It's listed as inactive. Attorney, nothing further.
Okay, now here comes time for the cross, baby.
I think Cassie, too, is guilty of letting Diddy get away with stuff like this.
Because when the attorney asked what was charges brought, no. But then he want to come back. He never closed the case. I mean, and can you close it if you don't lose some evidence at this point? That's important.
So it says,
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
And I think that would be important for the defense. Go back to my argument. Wasn't no charges brought on Diddy, regardless of what we talk about 13 years later. Go ahead.
Someone's talking to me. Why does that make you nervous? We don't like his past history, but if your life was on the line, would you want a fair trial? I do. I would want a fair trial, but I can't help how I feel. And I just think that the defense is doing their job, according to y'all. They're going to keep asking for mistrials. And I just want something to signify this is going to be the smoking gun that nobody can deny. Until I get that, I'm gonna be nervous. I think Diddy should be in jail. That's my personal feeling. You know, you might feel different. I just feel that he keeps getting away with these things. I think he doesn't deserve to be around the rest of us. If Diddy gets off, and I can only speculate. Sorry, I got an email. Someone saying it's crazy in the courtroom. I just think he should be in prison. Sorry, I just do.
Like, but Sherelle, I think a lot of people feel like he should have done time for the things he did, but that's then. We talking about the charges at hand. The charges what he's being charged with right now. You get to be able to
Right.
separate.
And
the two.
that's why I'm a little nervous, because the charges that we have now is just testimony. I just wanted something some solid evidence. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, fingerprints on the car, fingerprints in the house. Huh?
Somebody also said in the chat, Sherelle, why can't you see how sneaky the prosecution is? And
I
that's
just feel
fair.
like the
It's very
defense.
fair, though. I'm saying it's very fair. When they
Yeah,
come
I'm
in,
here ready to answer it.
and okay, go ahead.
I feel like the prosecution always, I feel like the prosecution is trying to give a straightforward testimony. I feel like the defense, like doing stuff like not bringing evidence until the day of, claiming you didn't know you were supposed to submit it as evidence. That's playing a head game. You knew you were supposed to hand over all of your exhibits in discovery, and that would have been April 27th. There's no way in hell that a competent attorney didn't know that you need to get approval before you start talking about evidence. But they wait to the day of, and this happened numerous days in a row. We can't start because they're fighting over evidence. I just feel that they are sneaky, and the prosecution hasn't pulled tricks like that. That's just my opinion. Now, am I right? I don't know, but that's how I feel.
They don't pull some things too. I'm just saying, but they gonna pull what they need to do in their favor. The defense gonna do it on theirs. Now, I think the defense got a new attorney.
We have
They
an
added a
update,
new-
and you'll be glad to hear this. Cross-examination. Agnafilo. There was a DNA hit on the glass bottle for female DNA, correct? He says, yes. Do you remember what the results came back? He said, maybe 6 months. Agnafilo. The test on the bottle, it was important, question mark. Yes. Today could have been a mistrial. I don't want a mistrial. Number one, who wants to go through this again? What is this? Okay.
It's pretty good though. I tell you that.
This case?
Now, this the part I'm talking about. Other case we need to go back and forth on. The shit is getting good at this point. Both sides are doing what they got to do to try to prove their point.
Okay, so I'm checking CNN. They just said Mark Agnafilo is starting cross-examination. I'm really thinking, I don't know, but listen, y'all don't get upset with me because of how I feel, and I won't get upset with you because of how you feel, and we can have an adult conversation. I just don't like the defense. Sorry, I just don't. I don't like them. And I don't want a mistrial either.
And I think I would have liked the prosecution more if they would have came with direct charges, things they could have most definitely proved, DV, the things such as that. The thing I don't like about the defense, the prosecutors, is I stated already, they're coercing the witnesses to say kidnap when neither one of them came to this day thinking they was ever kidnapped. I'm just because it fits their narrative, you know.
Miss G Dove says, I think this is where it stops because if he gets out, it's going to be HELL in capital for people to pay. She's right. Both sides are doing their jobs.
You got an update.
So. We do. Agnaphilo says, what does it mean, partial DNA? Female? Question mark. He says, I have no idea. I was told if we had a suspect, we could test it again. Agnaphilo, any other DNA on the bottles? Objection. Judge says, rephrase. Agnaphilo says, DX852, just for the witness. He's going to put some evidence out. Partial DNA means that you don't have the complete DNA, but you can tell that this is a woman. That's what that means. Come on. We're at Cross. Perry, you want to hear Cross? You couldn't wait. Here we go.
Yeah.
Today was good. This is an interesting trial. I'll say that. Some trials get monotonous and boring, like the YSL trial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But this trial is like, what's going to happen today? We don't know. They almost had a damn mistrial. So, and yes, I want a fair trial. I want a fair trial. I don't think anybody should be put behind bars for nothing. That's why I'm nervous. I need the dots to connect. Because somebody said there was going to be hell to pay if Diddy gets off. If Diddy gets off, this is my opinion, I could be wrong. He's going to think he's unstoppable and he's going to devise a whole revenge tour. It's not safe if he gets off. He going to try to get back anybody he thinks that did him wrong. So who would that be? Anybody. I don't know. Poor little Carrie Morgan, Cassie. You can't really go after Cassie, but he can do things behind her back that he's good at doing that. He's good at doing that.
It won't stop him from going after Cassie now. You know,
he's going after Cassie. Here we go. We got an update.
I thought you said that it's not much he can do. I'm saying, we
got an update.
Yeah.
Okay. Agnaphilo says, that's a glove, right? Jimenez, yes. Agnaphilo, did you find another glove? Question mark. Jimenez, no. Did you test the glove for DNA? No. I understood it belonged to the owner. It was a driving glove. So now, no mistrial and back to attacking the investigation.
Right.
Which is worrisome.
But it's the right thing to do.
Perry, what are you talking about?
Why is that the right thing to do?
When you don't have anything else attack the investigation?
No, okay. You got to attack the way the prosecutor laid it out. Now, the investigation is the investigation. The prosecution just picked out the sweet spots for them. Now you got to get into, hey, was this tested? Did you do this? You'll get your answers. And the answer is no. Right? Which is really important. The same way you cross-examine a regular person that's testifying.
Listen to this. This is a CNN update. It says arson investigator disputes claim that contact with Clark was linked to female DNA found on bottle. On cross-examination, defense attorney Mark Agnaphilo suggested that arson investigator Lance Jimenez contacted Capricorn Clark in March 2012 after receiving test results that revealed partial female DNA recovered from the glass bottle. Jimenez disagreed, saying he doesn't believe the timing was related. He contacted Capricorn for what?
It make you think for the fingerprints to go back and maybe get some more DNA from her or something to see. You know.
That's interesting. We need
Mhm.
a follow up on that. Let's see.
And then, and the crazy thing about it, that probably could have helped the prosecution if they had all the stuff and find out it was Capricorn, because then Capricorn could just say, Diddy made me do it. Then ring a ding ding,
As
they
of
would have.
now, do we remember any other woman at the scene? It was just Capricorn and the rest was men. And she probably was gone by the time, I don't know. Did she
Get an
say she
update.
was gone by the, Here we go. We got an update. Agnafilo, your premise was that the Molotov cocktail was dropped. Did you think the person who dropped it would have worn a glove? Jimenez, perhaps. Agnafilo, it would have been hot. Jimenez says, only the wick. Okay, that makes sense. Y'all, this is a good trial, and Diddy's fighting like hell for his life. And the prosecutors are fighting like hell. This is the trial of the century, I'll tell you that.
I just feel like Diddy is guilty of a lot of things.
Mhm.
That's just my opinion. But I think he should have just been charged with those things, so we ain't got to go back to all this. I think people get overjealous. I got a little something, but then they want to, have their names written on every paper across the United States by taking down the kingpin, Freak Daddy, P. Diddy. That's how I think all of it got, pushed all the way out
Yvette-
here. It's weapon
Yvette
charges and
says-
a lot of stuff. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm finished.
Yvette said, the jurors are not crazy. They're already connecting the dots. Let's hope so. She says, the DNA could be from the person at the liquor store. Doesn't matter. They are saying he hired someone to do it. You're right about that. Thank you. That was another wait. Lay low. Nobody's scared of Diddy. Paid participants protect your neck, lifestyle, and the rich and famous. Everybody knows that he'll pay. I don't want to call him slimy, but Diddy will pay people off. Let me put it that way. So that argument that Diddy was precious to the music industry is some big BS, especially if he was behind Tupac and Biggie's death. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Devastating. Keefe D is still in jail, by the way, and has stage 4 cancer. I don't think they'll start the trial on time. That sounds terrible, but he's very sick, I heard. Bottle could have come from when it was purchased. Yeah, seller to the time of the burning. A lot of people touched it. That is true. Somebody else said that before you, and it's true. If they let him free Jay-Z, Jay-Z would cancel him because he is a cancer in the brulee. That's the brulee is the black sector of, what is that? What is it called? Perry, what is that called again? The special thing that they keep businesses.
Illuminati.
The Illuminati. Yeah. The black sector of the Illuminati. A true arsonist would be wearing gloves for sure. Hey, Lily. Yes, the Illuminati. I forgot. This judge doesn't want this to be on his hands if he allows a mistrial, yeah,
Right.
and a monster to roam around the streets again. We already have a monster that is on a revenge tour, a revenge tour. I'm telling you guys, I don't have any proof, but I have a strong feeling that he's going to feel emboldened if he gets released. He's going after Cassie. He's going to blame Cassie. He's not going to do it directly. He's going to do what he's doing now. This is why we can't prove anything, because he doesn't put his hands on anything. Nothing.
If he get out, yeah, I mean, he might try to find a way to sue Cassie. You don't know.
Keefe D is going to be that Perry Mason moment. I mean, I'll just say it this way. I hear Keefe D is very, very ill. Very ill. And you know, when you're in prison, well, I'm just saying this for my family. This is going to sound so rude. You don't have the best health care. They stopped my uncle's treatment. He has stage 4 cancer. They stopped his treatment. He had stage 3. They stopped his treatment during COVID because they said it was dangerous to be around the patients. What? You don't get the best health care in prison.
Hey, Sherelle, so I did that poll. I said at this point in time, do you think it would be a hung jury? Right, and was going there. So it's pretty much 52% says no, 48 saying yes. So it's about 50-50. That's close enough. It can go either way.
CNN, 3 minutes ago. Jury is shown photos of a black glove in Kid Cudi's Porsche. The jury saw photos of a black glove in the backseat of Kid Cudi's Porsche. Arson investigator Lance Jimenez said he didn't recall finding a second glove inside the car. Jimenez said didn't send the glove for DNA testing or collect it as evidence because Kid Cudi said it was his driving glove. Okay, that makes sense. Go down another alley, you guys. That made sense. That's it. That's Kid Cudi's glove. What reason would you need to find out if any DNA is on it? I mean, right? No need. Perry, I see you just glaring at me. I had to change my answer.
Yeah.
Jay-Z was never Diddy's best friend, yet people spreading, I don't know why they act like they're best friends. They're not at all. Jay-Z wouldn't even utter the name Diddy when all of this came out. You know how Jay-Z is. He don't want to be connected to nothing that ain't got nothing to do with him. Most of the witnesses have immunity. That's what I feel. So they're just as guilty. That's how I feel. And I sense that. I sense that when I'm listening to their testimony. You're going to ask a criminal, listen, it will be easy to believe that the female DNA was Capricorn. Okay. And if that's her DNA, then she got to tell a whole nother story of what happened that day. I don't know.
No, but it's weird though. I mean, if you're going to use Capricorn to really solve your case, you got her saying she was kidnapped. Now you just go ahead and say, hey, he told me to blow up the car. Now that is a firsthand witness. Basically, she's saying that, hey, you told me to blow up the car. This is what I did. But I guess they didn't. Well, I don't know. I mean,
because what I'm saying is Capricorn feels like a co-conspirator. They all do.
But she got immunity, right?
Huh?
If they given her immunity, why not just have her say that?
Well,
I mean,
let's see. Jay-Z's close friends are from his hustling days. You talking about? Oh no, D Haven is not friends with him anymore. I don't think. The upper people say that he has to go down and sit down and be still, very still. Do you guys remember hearing that Diddy had a nervous breakdown in prison and he wanted to go see a mental health doctor and they wouldn't let him? Prosecution has already proven 3 charges. Diddy will get some time, just not what the prosecution wants. I agree with that. And I think that would be fair. It's like when you pass away, God ain't asking you about nobody but you. This case is about Diddy. Thank you, Trina. Sherelle, the biggest crimes that Diddy committed under the RICO charge is orchestrating the unaliving of Biggie and Tupac. Team prosecutors. Listen, I'm not going to get Perry riled up again.
No,
Those are the rumors.
I'm just saying, is he on trial for that? Like, I understand Diddy is this bad dude. Don't get me wrong. I understand that. But we're talking about 2 different things. So, I mean, these are things they should be going after him for, right? Instead of coming up with this kidnapping theory. Go ahead.
Thank you. Checking for updates, guys, because this is getting very good. And Perry, what time do you have?
It's almost 12 back there, so they'll be going to lunch in about another 30 minutes. And I'm refreshing for updates now.
Me too. Okay, you do that. I'm gonna go to CNN. Nothing from CNN. Let's start taking questions. BJ is not nice. You can debate, but don't talk trash on the man's wife.
Oh, I don't know. They must have a different conversation going on.
It's supposed to be RICO, though. Bold letters. An organization, not one person. How do you give the organization immunity? Well, right, okay. When she was in love with Diddy and wanted to be there for money, they are
you got to update.
They're complicit. Here we go. Agnafilo, the damage. It's on both sides of the bottle, right? Jimenez, looks like it. Agnafilo, did Mr. Moscati have more than one Porsche? Jimenez, I think he had a second one in the garage. Agnafilo, why isn't it in your report? Jimenez, it was not involved. Now, come on. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get what you're saying, but maybe
Me?
No. I said, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like, what would that have to do with it? You know, whether he had a second one in the garage or not. But I just say what everybody tell me. They just laying out something possibly.
Let's go. Agnafilo is grasping at straws every day, all day. When will the defense start with their witnesses and who will testify? I wonder. Yeah, we got a whole nother defense side. Cassie didn't want to lose her lifestyle. She was complicit in some of Diddy's crimes.
Yeah.
I like taking long ones. Question mark. Kid Cudi went to his house knowing he would be flipping. So why go if you know that unless he was strapped himself, y'all don't know what y'all don't know. He said, you at my F house, I'm on my way. I think Kid Cudi was in his feelings. You know, I could see it. I don't think he was afraid of Diddy. And y'all, I don't know if you ever seen me mad. I would say that if somebody said, where you at? You know, pull up. I'm on my way. It was that kind of thing. Pull up. Now, because these 2 street dudes going back and forth. So I don't think Kid Cudi was scared of Diddy at all. At all. And nothing. think he really should have gotten bail, and prosecution should have set back and let him incriminate himself by tampering with witness, and they would have had him. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. It's hard to say. Cassie loved her lifestyle, loved Diddy, soap opera drama. Okay. Let's just talk about the lives that they were leading, y'all. I can't. All the partying, all the freak offs, all of Diddy's mood swings. I don't care what you say. He has mood swings encouraged by drugs. Okay. You know, they keep you up and down, up and down, up and down. When you feel that you can just hit somebody with a skillet on the head with people in the room, you on something. In the 90s, most did not fear Diddy. Listen, I hate to admit this. To me, in the 90s, Diddy was everything. From the music, I loved his music, even though he was just sampling. He was just sampling old songs. I loved it. And I'm the only one that's going to admit it because y'all ain't going to admit it. I love the shiny silver suits. I loved it. I loved Mace. I loved anything Bad Boy. I loved Biggie. And I thought that P. Diddy was a role model. That's why you should never, here we go. Agnifilo, you were unable to reach Capricorn Clark or Cassie Ventura. When did you reach out? He says, in the first few weeks. Agnifilo, are you sure? Tell us everything about these calls. Jimenez says, I believe Capricorn's brother answered and we disagreed. I'm going to read this again. Agnifilo, were you unable to reach Capricorn or Cassie Ventura? When did you reach out? He says, in the first few weeks. Agnifilo, are you sure? Tell us everything about these calls. He says, I believe Capricorn's brother answered and we disagreed. So we want to know what they disagreed about. Let me tell y'all something. I am hanging on by a thread. Like I have some kind of cold or something going on in my head and behind my ears. And if I take allergy medicine, I'll be out for 2 days straight. So I'm just trying to vitamin C it out, but it seems to not be working. So I have to go to bed early tonight. That's what I got to do. He was nervous about the car situation. Where are the neighbors? Did they see anything? Well, in the Hollywood Hills, it depends on where he lives in the Hollywood Hills and how the house was positioned. But you would think they would see a big old fire. That's what I'm trying to say. Kid Cudi was involved in a lot that morning, and that's why the police are not called the chase. Did not call the chase. I'm going to read this again. Kid Cudi was involved in a lot that morning, and that's why the police were not called the chase. He probably had a GUN and just being with Cassie when all this stuff took place. So Diddy should be mad. Diddy is just... I know Diddy's on trial, but these people putting their self out there. So let's be real. They're lying. Because a picture of Diddy as a monster would make a person never also act against it. Listen, I'm going to say this and people are going to hate me. They're going to hate me, and I'm sorry. I just keep reminding you guys, I'm allowed to my opinion, you're allowed to your opinion. But they're all a bunch of thugs. I'm sorry. Even if they come in clean, with a college education, when you hang around Diddy or work for Diddy after a while, you start acting like him. They're a bunch of thugs.
You got to update.
Here we go. Agnifilo. And once Mr. Muscudi told you it was his glove, you didn't investigate the glove anymore, correct? He said, I did not. Agnifilo, nothing further. Judge says, redirect, question mark. Attorney says, when did you speak with Mr. Muscati? Jimenez says, same day. Attorney, nothing further.
Okay.
This shit is wild. I feel like I'm reading some kind of thriller.
Yeah. So, what did we get out of his testimony?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Out of whose testimony, Perry?
The cop.
Well, he was just honest and
Oh,
upfront.
yeah, no, okay, but okay, I guess rephrase my question. Did we gain anything from it? Because at the end of the day, he's saying, yeah, it was an incident. We believed it was an incident, but it wasn't proven that anybody committed the crime. Am I right? Or
He just said what he saw, so you might be right. I don't know. He just said what he saw.
that he
What was
did
he
say
supposed to
nobody?
do?
He said nobody was charged, but he did say it was still active with no fingerprint card.
You guys, so Perry's saying if nobody was charged, why are we talking about this, right? That's what you're saying, right?
Well, right, yeah. I know why we're talking about it, but is it important if nobody was charged? What point are you proving? Because the reason why we're talking about Kid Cudi is not because his new album coming out. Nothing to do with that. It's about saying Diddy was part of arson on his car. I don't see that. Nothing the cop said that made me believe that Diddy was charged with it. So just to make people think, well, we know how Diddy is. He must have did it. All right, and I get it. But when you go to court, and a lot of people get hung by what people think of you, whether it's true or not. You know what I'm saying? So maybe for the prosecution, they think that's good enough. The jury will just think that's Diddy. He had to do it. But then some jurors are gonna say, "Well, I didn't see no proof of that." Like I've been on jury duty. Go ahead.
We got an update. Judge says, next witness. The attorney said, the government calls Deontay Nash. Are you here under subpoena? Nash says, yes. Attorney says, do you want to be here? Nash says, absolutely not. Attorney says, what's your work? He says, celebrity stylist. Attorney says, in 2008, question mark. He says, for Puff and Cassie. They're all hostile witnesses. All hostile witnesses. This is a mess. You're trying to, this just, anyway, listen, I wanted to address Norm. Listen, Perry, listen to this. He said, this lady talked too much. She think her opinion is better than Perry, and she's extremely biased. That's my husband. That's my husband. And what you're seeing today happens behind closed doors.
I agree.
And I don't know
GMC,
how we've been married 34 years. We are a
GMC
hot
100.
mess.
GMC 100. I agree.
And everybody tells me, shut up and let Perry talk. So welcome to the family, Norm. Everybody tells me to shut up and let Perry talk. And I go back and look at some videos sometimes, and I do over talk him. So I'm trying not to do it. I must do it at home too. Do I do it at home too?
That'd be a yes.
I'm sorry, Perry. Sometimes I just can't take you. Sometimes I can't take it. But at home, I'm double teamed. I got two boys that are Perry's shadow. They are always telling me to shut up before I even open my mouth. All right, let's see. Oh, let me go to CNN really quickly. Keep your eye on that. I don't want to miss anything. Oh, I don't need to talk about that now.
You got an update.
CNN. Oh, I do?
Yeah.
Okay. Attorney says, how did you get hired to work for them? Nash says, through a Craigslist ad for Bad Boy Entertainment. Lawyer says, this photo, is it a fair and accurate portrait of how you looked at the time? Nash says, not even close. Lawyer says, it's a glamour photo. Nash says, yes, I look amazing. I love Nash. I love that. And so CNN's update says prosecutors are calling Deontay Nash, a friend of Cassie Ventura, to the stand. Prosecutor Maureen Comey will question Nash on the direct examination. Oh my God, y'all. I have the worst headache
What y'all
ever.
think Nash gonna bring to the table?
Perry,
I mean,
let
we
the
don't know
man
yet.
talk.
I know. No, I know. I mean, well, he's not talking now, but we here on air. I'm just saying, what do you think he can possibly go into or talk about? Is it gonna be beatings again?
You don't know what he's going to talk about.
No,
Just
I'm
wait and
asking.
see.
I don't know. I don't know.
Mhm.
But can't we just play a game while we wait? Somebody say an update. Let me see. Oh, that's Renee sending me to the.
Hi, Renee. How you doing, girl?
Let me see. Yeah, I don't see that yet. But no, I was just saying. I mean, what if you had to guess? Is basically what I'm saying. What you think
I'm
he's going
sorry,
to
I
talk
forgot
about?
what the question was. What was it?
What you think Nash going to bring to the table?
Yeah, like I was
besides
saying, I don't
information.
know. You have to wait and see. Keep refreshing because
Man,
our thing is, yeah.
you got an update.
Okay, here we go. You ready? It says, attorney, how often would you witness Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura interact? He said, at least once a week. Attorney, what did Mr. Combs call Miss Ventura? Nash says, the B word, HOCC, baby girl, SLUT. He would call her an outright HO and a SLUT anyway. Attorney said, how did she react? Nash says, sad.
Mm. So yeah,
Harry,
so
please. I
it
know.
sounds like it's going to be another to talk about something we already learned. He treat women like shit.
Mhm.
Got it. Treated her like shit. And the more you talk about it, for me, to re-characterize Diddy behavior to women, especially to Cassie, I've seen his side. I start to venture out and say, well, shit. I mean, it's a lot of this going on. Why is he calling you these names all the time? Why is
Harry,
he
what's
calling you
wrong
these?
with Bobby?
Hey, Twister game some baby oil. Oh, god damn.
Wrong with you, Bobby? I mean, we get Diddy was a diabolical boyfriend, but I need more RICO evidence.
Thanks, Corey.
Corey,
That's
you
what I'm
trying to
trying to
get
say. Like, I mean, we going down this road that they forcing me to say,
have an
damn.
update. Have an
Okay.
update. Attorney said, did Mr. Combs make threats? Nash said yes, that he would beat her AZZ, that he'd send her X tape out. Attorney says, how often would he say he would beat her ASS? Nash said, quite a few. It drove her crazy. She would be super emotional. She might stay in the house for days. It drove her crazy. You act like he was asking her to pass the milk. She was scared. It drove her crazy. How about she was scared out of her mind? Come on, Nash.
No, take Nash for what he said. I mean, he was correct about Diddy calling her the HO and everything else. This is what he perceived from it. It just drove her crazy. She wasn't afraid like that. She just drove her crazy because losing her spot.
Let me see what CNN has to say. Celebrity stylist jokes about his headshots in court. Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey showed Deontay Nash, a celebrity stylist and a friend of Cassie, a headshot of himself taken during the time he was working for Diddy. He laughed and said no. When Comey asked if that was how he looked at the time, he confirmed it was a glamour shot and said, "Yes, I look amazing," prompting laughs throughout the courtroom.
GMC Norm. Only thing she was scared of was Diddy leaving her. She as a guilty, no, as guilty as, oh, she's as guilty as Diddy. Yeah, see, the more they
Harry,
show,
I have to go. I'll be right back.
okay,
Can you?
the more they show Diddy treatment to her, it make me look at it, people, you could say it's fear. The guy didn't say fear. It would just drive her crazy because she wasn't having her way. She wasn't getting the things that she really wanted, out to have his baby, out to be Diddy's wife. So she can have the upper hand on all the previous baby mamas. Her friend Capricorn said that. She thought she was the queen bee. Just because if you Diddy's personal assistant, Capricorn, tea please. Capricorn, where's my driver? Like being bossy or being whatever. The more they keep showing why Cassie just kept going back and forth, it made me start thinking about her motives. And her motives was basically, I'm gonna ride this out. Who else I'm gonna be with? You know what I'm saying? This is Diddy. I'm on the top. She wanted to keep her top pole position. That would led her to do other things. And the other things she did, it wasn't so much that she didn't want to do them. Well, it's not that she enjoyed some of her things, like with the freak offs. I think she enjoyed some of them, and really would do anything that that put her in a spot where she could stay on top with Diddy. But I think she enjoyed it too, because he had the Tootsie Roll, and then she can hang out with the Punisher, and then come back and keep her crown as the queen. Maybe I'm wrong, and then maybe I'm right, because people come back. You don't understand the cycle of abuse. And I told you my mother went through it. I've seen it. No, I don't have a daughter. I got a daughter-in-law. I've got a wife, 5 sisters. I see it. But, at the same time, let's just go back and just keep it real. Like, they want to keep pushing down our throat. Yes, we get it. We don't need Nash to say how many nasty things he don't said to Cassie. And at the end of the day, what he's saying should be more focused on him putting their hands on her. We seen that in the hallway. We don't heard the stories throughout this trial. We get it. But we got to move on. Perry, you are right, but Diddy still needs to pay for some of his crime. No, I would agree. I'm saying just prove him. But he's not being, now, it seems like to me, let me say this right. The people in the chat and I want Diddy to pay for some of the crimes he have done. But obviously, the feds don't. They didn't charge him with those things. They too busy wanting to make a name for themselves. That's my opinion. And to make headlines, maybe they bring down a black guy. Now, not that Diddy didn't put himself in this situation. He did. That's what he did. But that's just where we at. Let me see. Hold on. We got an update. So the attorney says, oh, you get the update, honey?
Oh, we got an update? Okay.
Yeah. Like 58 seconds. It might be a minute now.
A minute. Okay, here we go. Lawyer, what did you understand Mr. Combs was saying? Xavier Donaldson. Objection. Judge, overruled. She packed her stuff and went to her house. Attorney, did you attend a Vanity Fair party? Nash says, yes. Oscars after party in 2014 with Cassie. Puff was there. What did I miss? I had to
Uh,
go cool down. Like I'm getting really sick.
yeah,
I'm hot
yeah. Remember yesterday morning I went through that like I was having a heat flash.
because
Uh,
you were and Damien's sick, and y'all don't want to tell me. But go ahead. What did I miss?
hold on. Somebody says this. Let me see what this is. Great news! Congratulations to Cassie Ventura and husband Alex Fine on their arrival of their
Oh,
newborn baby on May 27th.
oh,
Don't
yay!
know if it's a boy or girl. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I would say congrats. And
Yeah.
I don't have a personal bone to pick with Cassie, whatever. But I'm just saying, if you're gonna tell the story, tell the whole story. Why you was with Diddy, then we can just move on. And I mean, because we are obviously talking about Diddy's story, so we talking about the bad things and his craziness. But the people who stick around Diddy has some craziness with them too, and we can exploit those too. Why why you stay? Why you get kidnapped?
Here are the
Why you
pictures
go
of
back?
the car of Kid Cudi's car,
Yeah.
and then the inside. It wasn't.
But
I
they,
thought it was more. I mean, it's bad, but I thought it was
yeah.
like
I wonder
a
if they
little
got a
worse,
picture of
huh?
somebody doing it. They ain't got no picture of nobody doing it. You know what I'm saying?
I can't. Something, something is so wrong with Perry. Ugh.
Perry need to know.
And I think that summer is here to stay. No more
You
cool
got an update,
days.
honey. You got an
Back
update.
to 100-degree plus heat.
You got an update. Now, I'm about ready to need some more coffee.
Update, update. Here we go. Okay, it says the prosecution. Oh no, that's the guy. Let me read this last one. Uh, lawyer said, "How did she look?" Nash says she looked. Oh, she looked good. Her hair was objection overruled. Nash. Her hair was long. Puff picked me up and threatened me. I pinned her hair up. Uh, attorney says she record music. Did she record music? Nash says often. She did.
And that was the latest update I had, honey.
That was the latest.
Yeah, that I had. Yeah. Well, no, it's another one now. It's another one. You right.
Here we go. Attorney says, "What was your role?" Nash says, "Oh, I already read that." You got
No,
another one?
no, that's it.
Okay.
No.
Nash says, "I helped her pick songs. I probably should have been called an executive." Objection sustained. Her mixtape, was it ever sold? Nash says no. It was put out for free, but it did well. A top download. So he is, if he's the hairstylist, um, he also was the friend because it seems like he's doing more than just styling hair. And it reminds me a lot of celebrities, their friends are their makeup artist, their hair person, because they live such a rigid life. Got to go here, got to do this, that, this. They don't have time to make, like, do you know of any celebrities with like a normal person friend that wasn't from childhood? After they become famous, that's it. They don't know any more normal people, right? Or am I just prejudging?
You know what? I don't know. I mean, they could. They probably won't see them a lot or whatnot like that because if they running always busy, it's people. Let me see.
Oh, it's almost lunchtime, and then they can go and think about some more reasons to ask for a mistrial.
Queen Black says, Perry, your mind was already made up. If they say salt instead of pepper, you go into a tizzy. Not really. I think this seriously. I don't have a problem with Diddy being charged with something if they can prove it. I think since we pointing out flaws, a lot of people are upset because they didn't charge him with the right things, and they trying to force it to happen. You know, RICO.
God.
They overcharging for the things he did. Now, if they want to charge him with something, what about the K's that we all allegedly think he was in the mix with? We ain't talking about those things.
That's a good question. Where is Christina Coram? Did
Oh.
she take a plea?
Oh, she'll be coming around the corner.
You think she's
Now-
going to take the stand?
Yeah, I mean, everybody else got immunity.
There's no way KK should take the stand because we know that was his partner in crime. It look so bad that you turned state's evidence on him. Girl, you know he couldn't get half the stuff done without you. That's what he said publicly.
The thing is, though, I think when they know they have been doing bad things along with Diddy, so Diddy ain't off the hook like that. When they know they done been doing bad things with him, KK thinking, shit, I don't want to spend no time in prison. I got to do what I got to do because I know we all have been doing bad things. See, these people who took
Right.
immunity all have been doing bad things. And people say, well, Perry, how you know that? They wouldn't need to take immunity if they haven't. They tied to some shit. That's what they on here trying to.
I have an update.
Yeah.
Attorney says, Comey, how much of her music was released? Nash says, I'm being generous to say 10%. Attorney says, this could be a good place to break. Judge says, jurors may break. Jurors leave, then Nash. Judge says, Miss Comey, what he'll say about 2013 is not about the tapes. She said, no. Okay. So we're on a lunch break. So you know what I like to do. I got to head over and just listen to the other attorneys. But you know, I'm starting not to want to listen to attorneys anymore. I just want to hear what the regular folks has to say. That's why I love pulling questions. Because I feel that some attorneys don't want to badmouth another attorney. So they sugarcoat shit. Here we go. Whoa. Listen, you guys. Thank you for hanging us this long while. I was asking Perry, do you think I'm gonna watch? Because after a while, you just get, he said, let's worry about that when we get to it. But right now, y'all are hanging and rolling. So I got the thing in the back ready to play. Let me put some questions. Love this. Some people in the chat need to chill. It's not our lives. Diddy should have been arrested a long time ago for his arm and dancing and dancing. Truth, did you get the update that Freddie Cassie would make her mother and father lose their jobs? What are you talking about? Hold on. So I got that one. 2 minutes. How much of her music was released? I'm being generous. I think 10% I did that. What was your role? I helped pick songs. I probably I missed something there.
TJ Maxx, thanks for becoming a member.
Let me look on CNN real quick. Stylist details 2014 incident where he says Combs demanded Ventura change her hairstyle. I'm just going to read it. Stylist Deontay Nash said he attended a party in 2014 with Cassie Ventura. She looked good. Her hair was down. He testifies when they arrived, Nash said Diddy grabbed him by the jacket and lifted him up. Nash testified that Combs told him Ventura's hair needed to be worn up. Nash then asked people for hairpins and told Ventura to go to the bathroom with other staff to fix her hair. Nash said Combs admitted to him that night that Ventura's hair looked better down. Also says Deontay Nash, a celebrity stylist, said that he had sent all photos of Cassie's Ventura's outfits to Combs for approval. He would pick which one he liked, and that was usually the one he went with. Okay, Deontay Nash is describing sometimes he and Combs threatened Cassie. Nash testified that on multiple occasions he heard Combs tell Ventura that he would beat her A. Ventura would be super emotional after these incidents. She would cry. Sometimes she would stay in the house for days and go in a cocoon. Nash said he heard Combs making other threats towards Ventura, including telling her he would not release her music and threatening to get her parents fired from their jobs. Combs also threatened to send explicit videos of Ventura. Nash testified. Nash says Combs would threaten not to release Ventura's music anytime she did something like he didn't like. Thank you so much. The man is out of his mind, but I guess we're getting to the end here, or getting to something, because I'm a little like you, Perry. I want new testimony.
Yeah.
We all know he was a jerk. Let me look and see if it's on. I'm gonna put this on the screen. Wait, hold on. Here we go. What a day. What a day. At least we're not bored.
No, that's a good thing.
What a day. And I see something green. TJ Maxx became a YouTube member. Oh, thank you. You know what, Perry? We should do members only. We're gonna be busy. Let's say tomorrow, maybe,
That's fine.
and talk about yeah. Good testimony today. They're gonna say that she was forced to do the FOs based on his testimony. That's trafficking, RICO. Okay.
Okay. I mean, so basically,
Wait,
that's
I
what
see it. Diddy
therefore.
was a broke back. Excuse me. I didn't hear you.
Oh no, it's like we're
Did you
getting
say Perry?
delayed. I said we started getting a delay. Can you bounce out and come back in? Because I think it's yours. Can you bounce out and come back in?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. So hopefully when she bounced back, her audio will be better. I don't know what's going on with this internet. And I need to take me a lunch. Oh, so maybe he's basically on that. Who said that? It was Trina, I think, had mentioned about he may be testifying to try to say that she was forced into the freak offs. Look, I might have to do a poll for this, because who really think? Well, look, I'll do a poll. Sherelle,
Can you hear me now?
that's better.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no. I'm about ready to do a poll before I go and grab something for lunch.
For what now, Perry?
Oh, cause like I get with, I mean, Trina, the message you read a few minutes ago. I'm like, well, what is Nash bringing to the table? She's saying that she think that he might be on there to give some evidence to say, or some testimony that Cassie was forced into the freak offs. So I want to know from the people, do you think Cassie was forced into the freak offs? Because I think we already know that she wasn't. But that's my opinion. I want to hear what other people say.
You know what's really weird is
What's
that
that?
I don't care what Capricorn says. Cassie had what it took to make it. She's very pretty. No, she wasn't a Whitney Houston, but she can hold a tone. You know, a lot of people are not powerful singers make it. Um, but she got caught up in this Diddy mess. That was the worst mistake she made of her life. If she would have went to Geffen Records, Warner Brothers, something like that, it would have been she would have had a whole different life. And you know, once you are a musician, that's in you. It never leaves
Mhm.
them. They love music. They want to express themselves. It's so too bad she didn't get to flourish in that part of her life. No, she wasn't a Whitney Houston, but neither was Janet Jackson.
Right.
Janet Jackson, who was on the American Music Awards, she is great. She's great, but she doesn't have a powerful voice either. But she can dance, and you know, she's very pretty. Cassie's very pretty. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean. You have to be, you know, you have to have good looks if you want to be successful.
Janet got hers from her family. She's pretty and can dance.
Yeah.
A person can be pretty and not make it. You could sing really good and not make it. To be honest with you, I haven't heard Cassie's songs, none of them. So for me to comment, I'm just getting from what I hear from people. Wasn't that talented? And if she would have stayed with the first 10-year-old man, I mean the 29-year-old man when she was 19 or whatnot, probably would have never heard of her. The only reason I think we heard of her is for Diddy. And now you got the stylist looking amazing on there saying that, yeah, only 10% of her music was produced. Did you sell anything? No, gave it out for free. This shit must be terrible. Okay. I'm just keeping it real. Ain't nobody else gonna say it. Beauty ain't everything. And even if you could sing, if she could sing so damn well, and you know, maybe it'll be 9 months and 9 months, then maybe she can go out there and retry it again. It
Why
ain't
y'all
shit.
going off on me in the chat? All I said is that she could have made it, and y'all have lost y'all mind.
She could have made it. Sound like who's singing that? She could have made it without Diddy.
Truthology said, I don't remember any of her songs. Y'all, okay, I'm done. Y'all just okay. Y'all are on the Perry train. She had a song. It was some and
If you can't remember,
I
then was it a
can't
song?
remember. It
What
was
was it a song?
called One and Only. She's dancing in front of a mirror. You know what I'm talking about? She's dancing in front of a mirror. I
Sherelle,
can't think of the name.
for real? I ain't really never heard of Cassie.
You and me. You and me. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. You're a hater. She can dance. She's not like Michael Jackson, but she can dance.
One thing I learned about this child, I know what she can do. She can freak off. I know
Okay,
that.
Carrie. Okay, I'm done.
That part.
I am done.
No,
We're
I'm just saying
moving on.
you trying to sell me something that Diddy couldn't sell. Diddy don't sell a lot of people's music. He can't sell Cassie's music. Cassie cannot sing R&B and she
you're
cannot rap.
and not rap. Come on here for it. Y'all are messy. Oh my God. I can't say nothing nice about Cassie. Diddy is not talented. He was dancing in all the videos like said, all in the videos. Remember
Yeah, no,
that?
that's
If you
true.
want a
That's
real
true.
rock, come to Death Row. That was classic.
Somebody
I
said
had
that.
a
What a song.
huge crush on Cassie when I was younger because she's pretty. Can we at least say that, Perry? She's pretty. Okay.
Right. I mean, but beauty alone don't get you nowhere. I mean, beauty got her to the freak offs.
Perry, were you humming a gospel song? That you thought
Yeah.
KK
Remember that
got
shit?
immunity.
Yeah.
Child.
She could
No, I was
never
laughing.
have made it without Diddy.
Perry,
nobody
stop. You
cares.
can't even sing as a damn example. Don't ever sing. Don't hum. Don't you hum none of it. Cassie sang all of Diddy's cronies. Tell it, Perry. No, y'all. Okay, y'all. Come on, y'all. Thank you, Lorraine. She's beautiful. She really is. And her mother is equally stunning, just an older version. Okay.
Okay.
He know what it took to make it, and he knew it took more than a pretty face. Drew Sidora can sing a little bit, but
Yeah.
she is not a superstar. She's not. Okay, I didn't say a superstar. I said she can sing a little bit.
I'm grabbing something to eat, Sherelle. So if you need me, just hit me
Yeah.
up.
What? Look, Renee. Call my mom and tell her that. Call my mom, please, and tell her that. Child, y'all see what it say on the screen? Ooh, I'm glad I'm right here. I got my ass right here in Vegas. I don't need to be going to New York for nothing. Y'all, that's a mess. I told y'all, I really like him. And I really like Gene Deal. Everybody's starting to hate on Gene Deal. I'm a loyal person. Until I see something to make me change my mind, I'm Team Gene Deal. Y'all just have to deal with it. I won't talk bad about him. I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. Pure joy. I'm not going to say that. I ain't getting in it. I'm not getting in it. Child. Y'all don't ask me what I think. I'm not in it. Really? Oh my God. I'm not in it. Oh my God. I'm not even putting it on. Oh my God, y'all. Oh my goodness. Child. All the way. Caramel. Oh Lord. I can't get in it. Like them both. Can't get in it. This is a mess. Black Pearl, I just read your message. Child. I'm seeing yours, Yasmin. I just read yours. Comments give life. So it's true. Too many of y'all talking about it. Oh my God. Child. No. I'm just here to read, to talk about the Diddy case. Mm-mm-mm. Well, thank y'all for the updates. That's crazy. I'm not in it. I can't talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I just read you Truthology. Okay, we can talk about it because that is. You did? Oh, you want me to let V know? Let me. All right, hold on, you guys. When this comes on, I'll go call her, Renee. Oh my God! What the hell? What the hell? What the hell he on? What the hell, Berry? Child. Blair says, Sherelle, listen to Cassie's song, Teach Me. Okay. I never heard it. I think I'm glad Perry's gone. She's not that bad. She's really pretty. She can dance. She could have had a career. Listen, I'm going to say this and I might take it back. My favorite artist right now, but she quit the music business and didn't tell us, is Rihanna. I don't think Rihanna shine bright like a diamond. Now she can sing. Never mind. Who do I like that can't hold a tune? J-Lo. I like J-Lo, even though they said Ashanti sung the damn song. I still liked her. Child, Caramel. I just read your chat. Y'all don't, Rihanna, don't go, Rihanna can sing Shine Bright Like a Diamond. Let's sing that song in your head over and over. She can sing. I heard about her lies. I'm not going to talk about Rihanna either. I'm not. What the hell? J-Lo, Sherelle? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell, on? What the hell? I like J-Lo. Now, I can't help it. Oh my God. Not auto-tuned. See, y'all being mean. I'm not even putting them up there because y'all messy. Sierra's another one. Beautiful. I think that Sierra is one of the most beautiful people in the business. Here we go.
Hey there, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and thank you for joining us for our live coverage here on Law and Crime of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal sex crimes trial. A lot going on today in court. We have a great panel of guests. I'm going to introduce them in a minute. We're going to be taking your questions for the next hour, not only about what's happening in court today, but what has happened over the past several days, what's happened in the past several weeks. What do you think about the case at this point? If you have a question, submit it on YouTube. We're going to answer it in real time. I am made of questions because let me tell you about what happened today. And then we're going to get Elizabeth Milner on, who's been in that courtroom, to give us a play-by-play too. But the testimony today was regarding the alleged break-in at Kid Cudi's house, the alleged firebombing of his car. I've said it before, I said it again. Kid Cudi, very important witness in this case to establish some of the underlying crimes for the overall racketeering charge. So arson that came out of testimony today. You had this member of the Los Angeles Police Department saying that there was an Escalade registered to Bad Boy Records that was found near the crime scene, near the scene of the break-in. There was some very interesting cross-examination, too, that we'll get into as well. A lot of discussion about DNA that was found on this glass bottle, the Molotov cocktail that was used in the firebombing of his car, the alleged firebombing of his car, that it belonged to a female contributor. Not entirely sure who that is. Big back and forth between the prosecution and defense regarding fingerprint cards and whether they were apparently destroyed. Defense objected to this. They objected to this line of questioning because they said it now puts in the minds of the jury that it looks like Combs or his team is responsible for destroying this piece of evidence. There was also discussion about a glove that wasn't tested for DNA. Was it maybe worn by the person who allegedly threw the Molotov cocktail? And then right before they went to lunch, a celebrity stylist gets on the stand. Deontay Nash worked for Diddy and Cassie. And I will tell you, based on just my reading of the transcript, what personality this guy has. And also quite relevant to Cassie Ventura's testimony, alleged victim number one in this case. Really, really important. So without further ado, I want to bring on Elizabeth Milner, law and crimes reporter who has been in that courtroom every day for testimony. Elizabeth, so great to see you. I have to start with Deontay Nash, okay, because I can feel the personality through the court updates. Talk to us about, this was again, right before the lunch break, called by the prosecution. What did he say, and how was his testimony relevant to Cassandra Ventura?
Well, I'm not going to lie, Jesse. I absolutely love everything about Deontay Nash being on the witness stand. He's funny, he's sassy, and look, when I see it, if I were to see an exhibit photo of myself and I looked in this glamorous headshot, I would tell the entire courtroom too that I looked fabulous and stunning. And there was just this eruption of laughter inside the courtroom. And so Deontay Nash definitely at some points during his testimony, the personality is brought out, but he is there to talk about a lot of substance too. And that is just about his working relationship with Cassie Ventura, as well as even Diddy. He styled both of them. However, he did have kind of a better friendship and relationship with Cassie, and he witnessed a lot, according according to his testimony during his time while he had worked as a stylist with her. And so we're introduced to Deontay Nash around 12 o'clock-ish, right before the lunch break. He was the last witness who was called before we went to lunch. And so he was kind of explaining just how he had started working with Diddy and Cassie. He started off as an intern for Derek Roche, and Derek Roche was actually Diddy's stylist. And when Deontay's on the witness stand, Jesse, he's not even referring to him as Diddy or Sean Combs. He calls him Puff or Puffy. That is what he calls him by, and that's normally the name that he's familiar with. And so we do see that exhibit photo of Deontay Nash. It was a glamour shot of him. And of course, he said that he looked amazing and fabulous. And I'm sure the transcript read just that, but just being inside the courtroom, it definitely was kind of a good, funny, highlighted moment. And then it got more serious from there. So he was explaining that he had worked with Diddy and Cassie from 2008 to 2018. So about a 10-year period. Then we get into the 2009 to 28 timeframe, which is a long time, but Maureen Comey, who did the questioning under the direct examination, was essentially asking some foundational questions just about how much time Deontay spent with Cassie. And he said he spent pretty much every single day with Cassie. He said he saw Diddy and Cassie together, though, about once a week, but that's still a pretty often time. And then he was asked, what were the names that Diddy referred to Cassie as? So first, Deontay was like, oh, baby girl, Cassie. But then he said that Diddy would also refer to her as the B word. He would call her an SLUT. He would call her a hoe. But he said it's the B word that was his favorite word to use in reference to his own girlfriend, that being Cassie. And he said, he being Deontay, said that Diddy would call Cassie an outright hoe, an outright SLUT. And I'm sorry, guys, I know I have to be very careful with just the words that I can say on air. But Deontay explained that when Diddy would call her these names and when he would use these words against her, that Cassie would be sad. She would be depressed about this name calling. Deontay went on to explain that Diddy threatened Cassie a number of times, threatened to release her sex tapes, send those sex tapes to her parents, threatened to beat Cassie's behind, and it drove Cassie essentially crazy. She would cry, she would stay in the house. Deontay explained that Cassie would essentially cocoon up when Diddy would just call her these names, and Diddy threatened not to release her music, something that the government has talked about at length throughout a bunch of different witness testimony. And around this time frame from 2012, 2013-ish, again, when Deontay was still working with Diddy and Cassie, Deontay explained that Diddy threatened to do something to Cassie's parents. Now, they didn't elaborate what this threat was, but I'm sure once we get back from the lunch break, they'll kind of expand more on just that. But it seems like from Deontay's point of view that Diddy threatened Cassie a number of times. Diddy even threatened Cassie and Deontay that Cassie couldn't go out with Deontay and that she needed to bring her behind home, essentially, and that Cassie again would be referred to as the B word, and that Cassie would have to essentially do whatever Diddy said, whether it was how her appearance looked, whether her hair was down a certain way, whether it was up a certain way. And so I think as far as just the direct examination goes, yes, we did have a funny moment at the beginning of testimony, but really just getting into just kind of the weight of the testimony, it seems that Deontay is kind of, in essence, kind of giving more credibility to a lot of the other witness testimony, just about how mean and potentially forceful Diddy was against her.
Right. When you're talking about violence, threats, verbal abuse, it's all important for force, fraud, coercion, right? The underlying elements for sex trafficking. And also goes to the larger theme of why Cassie didn't walk away, why she didn't fight back, why didn't she report Sean Combs? It's a big issue in this case. And talking about that power dynamic is something that's already come up in the past few weeks, and obviously something that's being explored with his testimony. There was a lot of testimony this morning regarding Kid Cudi, because Kid Cudi had taken the stand last week, said that he had this relationship with Cassandra Ventura, and then was retaliated against by Sean Combs, that his house was broken into, his car was torched. And I got to ask you, Elizabeth, based on the testimony today from, I believe, members of Los Angeles Police Department and the fire department, it seems like that might have happened, that his house was broken into and that his car was actually firebombed, right? I mean, what were some of the highlights regarding that testimony about whether this in fact did happen?
Yeah, well, we heard a lot of evidence this morning, especially with the first witness that was called to the stand, and that was Officer Christopher Ignacio. He does work with the LAPD. And he was just explaining his response to the December 2011, this happened December 22nd of 2011, the response to the break-in at Kid Cudi's home. And so it was just interesting kind of hearing his perspective just from an evidentiary standpoint, from a police perspective. And so he says that he was dispatched around 8:20 a.m. that day about a possible suspect kind of staring down near and around the house. And so he responded. And when he responded, what did he see? He noticed right off the bat a black Escalade. And it's interesting that that was one of the first things he said when he was talking about his response, because what did we learn just yesterday when Capricorn Clark was on the stand? That Diddy, Ruben, and Capricorn Clark, according to her testimony, traveled down to Kid Cudi's house in what? A black Escalade. And so Officer Ignacio was explaining that he didn't notice the passengers inside the vehicle because there was so much heavy tint on the windows. But what he did notice was a particular license plate. And he said that that license plate number stuck out to him. He remembered that license plate number. He explained that while they had arrived to the house, his partner had jumped over the fence to kind of let him in to the door. So they opened the door. No one was home at the time, but what they did notice was some unwrapped gifts. And it's interesting because while Kid Cudi was testifying, he said that there were gifts unwrapped in the kitchen area. These were fancy gifts, kind of like Chanel bags and watches, that type of thing. And so then later on, more detectives arrived to this area. But it's interesting, Jesse, because he was explaining that, excuse me, he was explaining that when they had exited the home, they noticed that same exact black Escalade kind of driving back towards the hill, driving at a slower pace, around 10 to 15 miles per hour. He said around the first time he saw the black Escalade that they were driving off fast, which I think also goes to verify Capricorn Clark's explanation, or Capricorn Clark's testimony yesterday, where she was explaining how she, Ruben, and Diddy had all spotted Kid Cudi's car. They chased him and then excuse me, later return. And so right before the direct examination ended, we see this exhibit photo. And I think that the prosecution kind of did a big like aha moment here, because we see the DMV vehicle registration. And I know you kind of spoiled it anyway, Jesse, but that vehicle was registered to Bad Boy Productions, Inc. And it was the exact same license plate that Officer Ignacio had first spotted. And so that was the big moment just from his testimony. Obviously, under the cross-examination, it was really picked apart just as far as his response goes to investigating this break-in, whether or not that there were dead ends around the Hollywood Hills neighborhood, and maybe that was an explanation as to why the black Escalade was seen again. And I think, when Brian Steele was doing the cross-examination, he was poking holes where holes needed to have been poked, right? He was asking questions as far as why a BOLO response wasn't put out, why no arrests were made, why nothing was charged beyond just trespassing. It was no burglary charge or no robbery charge, any of that sort. He didn't spot a car chasing another car. And he didn't hear about a kidnapping in this matter, and that there was no property disturbed, even though there was gifts open that Kid Cudi says weren't open when he had left his home. And so those were the big highlights for his testimony. Then we get into arson investigator Lance Jimenez. And I think Lance Jimenez's testimony was pretty interesting today, because he is an arson investigator, and he was really kind of explaining just the ins and outs of investigating this type of firebomb or car bomb, but particularly this Molotov cocktail that was lodged into Kid Cudi's home. According to him, he says that he observed when he had responded to the call, that he had observed this car parked close to the garage, and then he saw this black Porsche 911. He saw that there was a cutout roof inside the Porsche, something that we've all seen from those exhibit photos. And he said that his initial hypothesis was the engine wasn't damaged, the back seats weren't necessarily damaged, the weather was good that day. So this wasn't a natural accident. This wasn't because of the weather or anything like that. He believed, especially after smelling things like gasoline coming from that glass bottle, that he believed this was a Molotov cocktail. And so we see a whole bunch of different exhibits. We see exhibits of Kid Cudi's front door. We see exhibits of Kid Cudi's driveway with the black Porsche there. It was burned. We see the roof, and Jimenez has said that he believes that that roof was actually cut intentionally. We see the interior of Kid Cudi's Porsche, where you can see a glass bottle. You can see a handkerchief over into the console area, which is kind of like this designery silky cloth material. And he believed that that was kind of the root and the damage as far as what had happened. And so he summed up his conclusion, because we saw a whole bunch of different exhibits too, that I'm sure we'll get into more later on, Jesse. But his conclusion was that someone took this bottle, put gasoline in it, put a cloth over it, cut the roof out. The cloth fell out whenever the Molotov cocktail was lodged into the roof. And so that fire ended up being contained specifically to the car. Now, he says that he's investigated arson when it comes to Molotov cocktails before. He has a lot of experience. He's been doing he's been doing arson investigations since the earliest around 2011. So he's been doing this a long time. And he said, surprisingly, that the damage wasn't as bad as he's seen in other instances that involve Molotov cocktails. He explained that it could have been so much worse, where the fire could have just essentially exploded the car, only leaving the frames of the car. The car could have, the fire from the car could have even went over to the house or to the garage area. Like, the damage could have been a lot worse than it actually was. So that was a surprising tidbit that he had said today, where he explained that even though a Molotov cocktail was lodged into the car, and as Kid Cudi had explained while he was testifying, that he could not refix the car was beyond repair, that according to investigator Lance Jimenez, that essentially this fire could have been a lot worse. But what's also interesting, Jesse, is that when we start to get into the fingerprints and just the DNA that was collected, essentially the defense thought it was kind of enough for the grounds of a mistrial. Why? Because the government was essentially asking questions as far as whether or not fingerprints were taken inside the car and around the car. But the victim in this case, the victim obviously being Scott Mescudi, aka Kid Cudi, he had someone do fingerprints after the break-in at his home. He submitted these fingerprints over to officials, and officials officially had this fingerprint card. But the thing is he was asked, he being investigator Lance Jimenez, was asked by Mary Slavic while he was questioned under direct, did you find this unusual? Because the fingerprint cards were later destroyed. So he was asked, do you find this unusual? Has evidence ever been destroyed before? Obviously, there was going to be an objection from the defense. Obviously, there was going to be a sidebar, because the defense did not want this information to be heard from the jury. So when the jury had to kind of leave the room for a quick break for arguments outside the presence of the jury, they were just really getting into it. And Alexandra Shapiro just got up and was like, we have the ground, or I believe there's enough grounds for a mistrial. And everyone just kind of was like, okay, what is about to happen? And obviously, we know that didn't necessarily happen, because another witness was called later on. But it really seemed like the defense was very upset and found this to be extremely prejudicial against their client.
Because it makes the jury believe, the argument is that someone destroyed the fingerprint cards, and that someone was Sean Combs or a member of his team. And I know that the judge even questioned the prosecutor about why you would even ask questions like this, and at the end told the jury to disregard the commentary about the fingerprint cards. I mean, the genie's, it's already out of the bottle. I mean, they already heard it. Well, they're not supposed to consider it, but they're human beings. Okay, Elizabeth, before I let you go, one more question. So we're taking a bunch of questions from YouTube right now. Again, I have an all-star panel that I'm going to bring on in a minute. But before I do, we have a question from Leg7K that is for you, Elizabeth. The question is, hi, hope all is well. I have a question for Elizabeth Milner. What's her opinion on the jury so far? How are they holding up?
Well, I think the jury is holding up exceptionally well. I think the jury is very much how they've always been. They've been very involved in this case. And by involved, I mean they're taking notes down. They're listening to this testimony. From what I can see of them when I'm sitting inside the gallery, I don't see any heads kind of nodding off, falling asleep, any of that sort. But I'm kind of wondering about the jury myself, whether or not they found this kind of aha moment, the same as us maybe in the press or other members in the gallery, where that big moment where we had seen that defense exhibit about the vehicle registration being to Bad Boy Entertainment or to Bad Boy Incorporated. So as far as I could tell from the jury, they definitely are still very attentive from it, and they're definitely still paying very close attention. I'm probably sure that during that sidebar when the objections were had, they were probably like, what is going on? But for the most part, they're still paying very close attention.
Good. That's what they should be doing. This is going to be a long case, not an easy case for them to sit on. But Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for coming on, breaking down the ins and outs of the testimony from today, as you do every day. Thanks so much. And I know you have to head back into court.
Thanks, Jesse.
Okay, so now I get to bring on my all-star panel. We're going to be taking your questions for the next hour or so. I am joined by criminal defense attorney and civil rights attorney Tyler Bailey, criminal defense attorney William Corman, and Ashley Banfield, host of this incredible podcast. I hope everybody checks it out. It's called Drop Dead Serious, and host of Banfield on News Nation. It's great to have you all here. Again, like I said, all-star panel. Ashley, I'm going to start with you. You heard about the testimony today. I mean, it's important regarding Kid Cudi's testimony. It's important talking about the firebombing, the break-in. What were you taking away from it? What do you think was important from today's testimony so far?
So I've been looking at every little piece, every little day, and I am seeing very much a RICO case, despite the fact that most people online are saying, I don't see RICO, I see domestic violence. I see RICO left, right, and center. And I've been astounded at how thorough the prosecutor's case has been so far. How many instances, I'm forgetting more than I've learned, in this case, it seems. But today, we went from watching episodes of Sex and the City to episodes of The Sopranos, right? Like I'm seeing so much more mob-styled violence, which maybe will get more headlines to understand that this does track more with a RICO case than a domestic violence case. But today, for sure, I mean, just the notion that the Black Escalade, Capricorn Clark testified she was outside Kid Cudi's house, tracking near Kid Cudi's house while the LAFD and the LAPD are investigating an arson. And, again, it bears repeating. Arson is a predicate act of RICO, and you only need two predicate acts in a 10-year period based on a pattern of behavior in an enterprise. And like I said, I have forgotten more of the predicate acts that I've heard testified to and I've seen evidence of in this case than could possibly. I mean, we got 9 weeks of this. How many predicate acts do they actually need to show in order to get a guilty verdict?
You make a good point. Something to highlight here. So when we talk about RICO, and I get asked this question all the time about a discussion, what really is RICO, right? The idea that he was, it's RICO, it's racketeering conspiracy. So he had this agreement to further racketeering activities, that he was the head of this criminal enterprise that was engaged in a pattern of illegal crimes. And by the way, what we're talking about here is even if the jury doesn't accept that Cassandra Ventura was a victim of sex trafficking, they can still find him guilty of racketeering because, as you said, there's a number of underlying crimes. Arson, kidnapping, right? The testimony of Capricorn Clark yesterday, forced labor, there's drug possession, there is sex trafficking, there's bribery. So again, just 2 crimes they have to find him guilty of. They have to find that there was a criminal agreement here. And the more that they sell the idea, the narrative that he was a crime boss, that he had the assistants and the bodyguards and the associates that were engaged in facilitating these crimes and covering them up, the more they can sell that. And that racketeering carries life in prison. So I think that's really been a focus in the past 2 weeks. So now I go on to more questions we have. A question from Vanessa. This is a question from me, but I'm actually going to toss it to William because I'm very generous, William. I'm very generous with my questions. With the defense asking for a mistrial, do you think they believe they're losing the case? No, right? I mean, they can ask for a mistrial. They might think that there is something improper that the prosecution did, like, putting in the minds of the jury that Sean Combs might have got destroyed evidence in this case, but it doesn't mean that they think the case is weak or they're losing, right?
Correct. It's also their obligation to do that, just like making objections is their obligation. And sometimes when evidence comes in that you don't think the jury should hear, in order to preserve the record, you do have to ask for a mistrial. It was already in there, so that was really their only option. And again, I think it has nothing to do with the strength of their case, but I think they're just doing their job as zealous advocates on behalf of Mr. Combs.
So Tyler, I got a legal question for you, and I'll do this in 2 parts. You know the underlying crimes that we're talking about, arson, kidnapping, forced labor, the prosecution, right, Tyler, has to prove those beyond a reasonable doubt. Why do I say, and correct me if I'm wrong about that, but I imagine that they do, these underlying crimes, because we have a question from Francis Aloho. Jesse, please tell me something. The Escalade is registered to Bad Boy Entertainment. Isn't this enough to place Diddy at the crime scene? Why bother going on and on and on? Is it enough to say that he was somehow involved in, let's say, the break-in or even the arson? Do you think that I guess it's a 2-part question, right? Tyler, do they have to prove those underlying crimes beyond a reasonable doubt? And do you think at this point they've done it with respect to the Kid Cudi incidents?
They're going to need to continue to lay on as much evidence as they have regarding strong circumstantial evidence showing that this does prove the crime occurred beyond a reasonable doubt. Right now, the Escalade being there, registered to Bad Boy Entertainment or Records, does show that the vehicle was driving there, but it's still the officer who testified said that the tint was too dark. So I'm sure the defense could lay out that there's no direct evidence that Sean Combs or Diddy or Puffy or whatever they're calling him right now was in that vehicle. So circumstantial evidence is not direct evidence. And still, if you load up a bunch of circumstantial evidence, that makes a case of beyond a reasonable doubt for whatever particular crime stronger. Direct evidence is the best, but circumstantial evidence can work as well.
And by the way,
Yeah,
and the uniqueness of this racketeering charge is he doesn't have to have physically done it, right? If we're talking about racketeering back in the day with a mafia boss, you don't need the Don's fingerprints on the gun. You don't need the Don's fingerprints on the Molotov cocktail. If he was part of this and had conspired to further this criminal activity and was an orchestrated or led it, that would be enough. Question for you, Ashley. This is $1 million question. Let me rephrase. They didn't pay $1 million for me to ask this, but this is a big question.
I didn't realize there'd be a prize.
Yeah, I know. We need a bigger set if we got $1 million question. No, this is a question from Jen D. Do you think they're going to put Diddy on the stand? How many times have we been asking this in the past 3 weeks?
And every time I ask my guests that question, the answer is some variation of hell to the no. I think at this point, Diddy can't possibly clean himself up. This is so vile and so filthy, and just the material that isn't even charged, like domestic assault, has made him very unlovable. I have said over and over on my Drop Dead Serious podcast that even if Diddy beats the rap in this federal courtroom, he is ruined, because what kind of man behaves in the way that he's behaved? And I say that with conviction because we've seen it on video. I don't even need to go to the allegations that have been corroborated by witness after witness after witness as to how he's treated his staff and how he's treated men and women on his staff, having, employees allegedly collect up his used condoms after his freak-offs. You think you have a bad job, but he's ruined. He's really ruined as a person. He's sort of Cosby'd, he's Weinstein'd, he's Epstein'd, even if he beats the rap legally. And so I think for that matter, Jesse, and look, you're a lawyer, I think you'd have to agree, how could you possibly think for a minute it's a good idea to put a guy so hated at this point on the stand?
Well, Ashley, the fact that he released a video 2 days after that footage was published by CNN, and he thought it was a good idea to apologize for him appearing to beat Cassandra Ventura, I don't know what he was thinking, because he essentially admitted it was him, and he forfeited any argument to make that, oh, that video was doctored, it's not me. I mean, he admitted it. And I don't know what he would say if he was on the stand. Sure, he testified in his prior trial, Ashley, right? 25 years ago, but very different circumstances.
Very different circumstances. And I will dare say that during the J-Lo Diddy phase, I lived through that. I was reporting during that time, and many years before that. But he was still beloved. He was still Diddy. He was J-Lo's boyfriend. He was massive. He was larger than life. And we didn't know, a fraction of what we think we know now. And so it was a different story. It was a different case. That's the kind of case where maybe you do roll the dice and you put your client on the stand. But again, this is a situation where, again, even if he's not guilty of all the crimes he's charged with, he is 100% guilty of being a despicable human being. I mean, honestly, Capricorn Clark saying she was paid $65,000 a year, and the kinds of things she was being forced to do as an assistant. Again, I'm not even convicting him here. I'm saying cleaning up these foul and disgusting hotel rooms, which all the assistants were tasked with doing. And then, losing her hair to a stress-related disorder that she got from
Thank you,
working
Caramel.
so hard under such stressful conditions. These are the kinds of things that will follow Diddy forever, not to mention the gross aspect of his sex predilections, right? Just the freaky, kinky nature of what got him off. Those are also things that he will be a punchline for a long time, but he will be despised for even longer.
And look, the defense is probably concerned that the jury could make a decision based on anger, not even looking at the elements of the crimes, but they might look at it and say, my gosh, there's
It
tape
happens.
of him beating him. They're beating Cassandra Ventura. There's photographs. Listen to all the testimony, look at the text messages, look what's being described. That's a concern for the defense. Okay, got a question for you, William. Jesse, this is from Savannah Mata. Jesse, I'm so confused about victim 3. She's missing and people assume she's missing because she doesn't want to testify. Is it not suspicious and convenient for Diddy that she's gone? Well, here's the interesting thing about this, William, and I'll throw it to you. First of all, little self-promotion. We have a sidebar coming out right about this today. We believe this is Gina. Gina has come up a lot during the course of this trial. The defense has seemed to suggest that Gina was a source of conflict in the relationship between Cassie and Combs, that she was jealous of Gina. So the defense hasn't shied away from what role she might play in this, but the prosecution, and there was a back and forth last week about it, where Mark Agnifilo, who's defense counsel for Sean Combs, said she's not showing up. She's not coming in. And the prosecution says, no, she's very much a part of this case. She's victim 3, right? She's a part of this case in the indictment. It's part of the racketeering charge, that she's one of the people who've been abused. I think Gina actually did an interview several years ago where she claims she was abused by Combs. She was forced to have abortion. So she's a pivotal witness. But I guess the question is, going back to what we just heard from Savannah Mata, isn't it weird that she's not showing up? Is it good for Sean Combs' defense? Is it convenient? What do you think about it, William?
So I think it cuts both ways. Obviously, as Ashley said before, there's a lot of evidence here already. There really is. I agree with what Ashley said in the beginning of the show, that I think that RICO has been proven over and over and over again in this case. So whether or not a third victim comes to court, I think to some extent is irrelevant. I think that the government would obviously like to have her testimony, because I think she is going to continue to buttress their case. I think she's going to talk about things that she was forced into doing and things that had happened to her, and that's very important. I think if she does not testify, I think that's good for the defense. I think that anything that can chip away at the government's case is helpful, but I actually think that while it's good for the defense, I don't think it seals the deal in any shape, way, or form.
Got a super chat question from 1989. Thank you so much for the super chat question. I'll throw this to you, Tyler. Greetings, panel. For someone who was a big part of Sean Combs' life, why is Miss Coram, Diddy's right-hand woman, quiet? Do you think she took a deal with the feds and will testify soon? So this is, again, regarding Christina Coram, who we believe is Combs' chief of staff. I believe she's already come up several times during the course of this trial. We know she's come up in prior litigation facing Combs. What do you think, Tyler?
Well, there's still no telling if she took a deal for the prosecution. It's possible that she's been interviewed already, and they know she may not have anything really substantial to further their case. It's still too early to tell. She could be called. She may not be called. But, as the prior panelists just said, Diddy has 99 problems here. One less witness helps him out by not having to deal with that. But there's still 98 other problems he has to deal with. So she seems like a crucial witness, but I think the prosecution has ample bullets in their gun to keep moving forward with points that are really making an impact on Mr. Combs possibly being convicted.
I don't know, for a racketeering charge, if you're talking about the inner workings of the criminal enterprise, and she's right at the center of it, I think she's definitely will have to testify, and obviously we'll have to explain if she took some sort of immunity deal or a proffer agreement. But Tyler, got one more question from you. This is from Rusty Minnick. This is for you specifically. Really interesting question. Can they prove forced labor? Again, one of the underlying crimes for racketeering. Can they prove forced labor with not releasing Cassie's others' music? That's an interesting question.
It's an interesting question. And I think there's been a lot of testimony offered regarding the coercion, some of the mental abuse and verbal abuse, and different mechanisms to force Cassie or Ms. Ventura to stay in a relationship with Mr. Combs. And I do think the aspect of her being signed to the record label, whether that is delays in albums being released, or let's say not shooting videos or not releasing albums when they were anticipated to be released, is an aspect of her wanting to stay into this relationship, non-consensual seeming relationship with Mr. Combs, who has the prosecution, based off all these different pressure points that he was able to exploit. So I do think they can use the fact of music being postponed and look at the lack of music that was actually released by her throughout her time being signed to Bad Boy as an aspect of showing that she was forced to do these acts for Mr. Combs.
Talking about people who might testify, Ashley, going over to you. This is a question from Carol Omura. Whatever happened to the drug mule Brendan Paul that was arrested at Miami Opa-locka Airport? Is he not of importance?
Okay, guys, we got an update. It says they're back before the jury and witness Nash brought in. The attorney says, we want to show Mr. Nash a photo of this afternoon's witness, Mia, without the screen in the gallery showing the photo.
Under the RICO statute. But honestly, I mean, again, I keep coming back to just being kind of exhausted under the weight of all the different moments of testimony that I've heard that prove these elements. I don't even think you need drug trafficking at this point, but I certainly already heard a couple of assistants saying that they were dispatched to call a drug dealer, go get the drugs, pay for the drugs with, I think, Diddy money, come back, bring the drugs back, look inside the bag, see that it's MDMA, and then see that the drugs are actually disseminated among other, staff members, friends, family, party goers, freak off goers. So I'm not so sure that you even need that particular witness, but it's kind of like Gina. Yeah, it would be helpful. Do you need it? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, especially when the photographs were introduced into evidence of what was found in his hotel room when he was ultimately arrested in New York, what was found in
And
his Miami
closet.
mansion. Yep,
Mhm.
yep. I'm still, by the way, Ashley, confused about the allegation that there were phones stuffed in a shoe or shoes. That was an interesting little tidbit about that.
Right? Unless you don't want someone you love or know to find those phones. I'm not so sure
Mm.
that you're hiding them from the police, because why would you have all that other extraordinarily damning evidence just lying about, especially the box with puff on it containing allegedly mushrooms.
Mm.
I think that's more, I'm hiding these from people I don't want to have these.
So one of the things that I love about doing this lunchtime show, other than the fact that I get to have a great panel of guests and take everybody's questions, is because there are no cameras in that courtroom, because there's no audio equipment in that courtroom, we are back live, but we're going to report to you in real time what is happening. We can break this down for you in real time, this live reporting. So the jury is they're back. And before the jury and the witness, Deontay Nash, were brought in, the prosecutor says, we want to show Mr. Nash a photo of this afternoon's witness, Mia, who we've heard about in opening statements, another alleged victim, without the screen in the gallery showing the photographs. So let's see what the back and forth is about that. But again, we're going to break down the real-time reporting, the real-time updates in this courtroom for you as this develops. Now, I want to go to you, William. Great question from Shop Girl. All the questions are great, but this one's really interesting. This is a Jesse question, but again, I'm going to throw it to William. Does the investigator not checking DNA on the glove show how incompetent LA investigators were in this case? And just to provide a little context, there was testimony earlier today regarding Kid Cudi and whether this glove that may or may not be connected to the destruction of his car, the arson of his car, that it wasn't tested for DNA. Did it belong to Kid Cudi? Did it belong to somebody who allegedly did this to his car? You think it shows the incompetence of the investigation? What do you think, William?
So I don't think it shows the incompetence of the investigation. Obviously, the defense is going to exploit any missteps that happen during the course of the investigation from beginning to end. So I think incompetence is a pretty strong word used in this particular context. I do think that we need to remember that when the case was first being investigated, when the arson was first being investigated, I don't think that the Los Angeles police had any idea what this was going to eventually turn into. So would it have been great if they checked the glove for DNA? Sure. Again, I think incompetence is a bit of a strong word.
Interesting. So we also have polls that we put up on YouTube. Hopefully I'm reading this right, because I don't think this is accurate. But anyway, does the destruction of fingerprint cards by an LAPD officer raise questions on evidence handling? Tyler, I don't think it came out that they never said that the LAPD had destroyed anything. The whole problem was it gave the inference that it might have been Sean Combs or his team that actually destroyed the fingerprint cards, which, by the way, there's no evidence of that. But just taking that question, I don't know. I mean, unless I didn't hear the testimony correctly, but 86% say yes, the destruction raises questions on evidence handling. 14% say no. Tyler, unless I'm wrong, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I didn't catch that either, that it was insinuated that the police department themselves destroyed the fingerprints. But, in a case like this, when the investigation is done with indifference or common sense, things like checking DNA aren't done, it the defense's obligation to exploit those and show that this is now you fast forward years later of cases being brought against Mr. Combs, but they didn't do the little things. It shows some indifference. You have Kid Cudi, who was a rapper at the time. This is his property that's only damaged. We don't know what these officers could be thinking. They could think this is just another rich person in LA whose car was burnt. He can file an insurance claim and nobody was hurt. So let's make our report and move on rather than checking DNA evidence. So if I was on this defense, anytime you have something like that shows that the police department did not do the proper job at that time, but now they're offering testimony to this jury to put Mr. Combs away for life. Why they didn't do all that work back when they originally investigated this case? To draw the attention away from Mr. Combs and the heinous conduct and acts that you heard to the prosecution and their agents in doing sloppy investigation and collecting evidence.
So I stand corrected. There is a piece of reporting that says Officer Jimenez testified that the print card that was kept with evidence from the arson case was destroyed by an LAPD officer in August 2012. So interesting there. Hey, Ashley, guess what? Breaking news. Cassie Ventura welcomes third baby with husband Alex Fine. So very important that she testified week 1, right?
Was it ever? And I know that there was a lot of, back and forth about the defense trying to draw it out to get her to come back to the witness stand over a weekend and into a Monday, and that the prosecutors were worried she might go into labor. So, and not only that, it would give an opportunity to the defense to spend, a whole weekend, Diddy in his cell, going over all of her testimony to pick it apart for more cross-examination. But, good for her. I'm sure that this has been extraordinarily traumatic and stressful. I remember when I was 8-9 months pregnant. I didn't look as good as she did, by the way. It was enough just dealing with that in your life. And she's got other kids at home as well. Then to add arguably the most traumatic moment thus far in her life, going in and recounting all the horrors that she's lived through, hopefully has been trying to put behind her, but having to bring them to the surface and face the man in front of her who beat her to a pulp at least once that we witnessed on tape. That could not have been an easy thing to do while your hormones are just flying and you're dealing with the impending birth of your third child. So good for her. Congratulations. And I wish her the best.
And Ashley, let me just follow that up. The idea of, and it makes a good point. I'm trying to understand what the defense's argument is for what would be her incentive to make these things up against Sean Combs and go after him, because she had already sued him, settled with him, and then cooperated with the government. I'm not sure what she had to gain by putting her story for a jury to hear, for the world to dissect, for her to cooperate with the government. I cover cases all the time where somebody has a pending lawsuit in the middle of an active criminal case. And the first question they have is, a guilty verdict would certainly help you, would it not? So I don't understand what the defense's argument is for what she had to gain to go after him if they're saying she's making all of this up.
I agree. Okay, so I'm just trying to go through the possibilities. Saving face. I mean, we all know that Cassie's lawsuit formed the foundation for the investigation by the feds into Diddy, and then the resulting disaster for him that we are in right now in a federal courtroom in Manhattan. So are they trying to suggest you're up here lying to save face because you lied? I don't know. I mean, it's a bit preposterous. I keep coming back to extraordinarily expensive lawyers hired by Diddy, millions and millions of dollars being spent on these lawyers, and they're fine attorneys. They just have a lump of coal to deal with. And so when I hear the cross-examination, oftentimes, as just a civilian out here, I tend to think it sounds a little like I know you are, but what am I? I really don't feel like I'm seeing the chipping away at really strong points, moments where you would stop and write it down on your juror notebook. Ooh, I'm not seeing that. And again, just like you mentioned, Cassie's got nothing to earn by coming into a federal courtroom and swearing under oath and potentially perjuring herself when she's about to have her third baby and needs to be home. Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
So I'll just push back, and I'll ask William about this. I think the defense has done some remarkable things. I think that they cross-examined Dawn Richard in a way that arguably tarnished some of her credibility, saying inconsistent statements and whether or not she had an incentive to come forward. I think, the idea of attacking her and also, Capricorn Clark, you say all these things about Diddy. You talk about the nightmare that he is, but you wanted to maintain some sort of working relationship. You wanted to continue your, you have him in your life. And, with Cassandra Ventura confronting her with text messages where it seemed that she encouraged freak offs and set them up. And I know there's a lot of different power dynamics at play, and there might be a lot of reasons. And this is something that was amplified by a forensic psychologist who testified about why victims may stay with their abusers and not speak out and not move forward and might agree. And even after they're sexually abused, go back. There's a number of different complicated factors there. But William, talking about the defense, this is a case where they're not only trying to strike the credibility of these witnesses, they're saying at the end of the day, it doesn't match up to the complicated and layered elements of sex trafficking and racketeering. What do you think of the defense so far?
So I think inconsistent statements are the key to a good cross-examination. And in a situation like this, in a case like this, where the alleged activities went on for so long and everybody involved in this case has a massive digital footprint, I think the defense attorneys have done a great job of culling through text messages and emails and so on and so forth and pointing out those prior inconsistent statements. Capricorn Clark was a perfect example. She's asked about her relationship with Diddy and what she wanted that relationship to look like. And she said it was always platonic. I never wanted to be anything but platonic. And lo and behold, she's cross-examined with text messages from God knows when saying, I had a huge crush on you. Or do you realize I had a crush on you for so long? So again, these inconsistent statements are important. I do think that they chip away at the credibility of witnesses. Now, to Ashley's point, is it enough? Is it going to get a not guilty verdict because there's some inconsistent statements over the past X number of years? Probably not. But I do think the defense attorneys are doing a great job of scuffing up these witnesses with what they have available to them.
Talking the defense, let's talk the prosecution for a second. Tyler, we got a question from Old Hollywood Angels. What do you think is the prosecution strategy so far? What do you think is the prosecution strategy so far? That's the question.
Overall, I think they're taking their time and proving all the points for all the elements of the crimes that Mr. Combs has been accused of. But largely, I think they have done a great job in just pointing out that the conduct and the activity that Mr. Combs has done is irreprehensible. That he's a terrible person. That he's abused women. He's mentally and psychologically abused women. He's used his the power of holding the purse to force even his assistant to have alopecia for working so hard. So it's going to be hard for a jury to get around all of that and say, well, have they proved all this beyond a reasonable doubt? We're all legal commentators listening to this case and seeing the strong points, but these are regular people on the jury. And it could be too much for them just to even focus on the legal aspects of it during the closing arguments and prosecution is talking about all the elements of the crime and how they proved everything beyond a reasonable doubt. And they're going to be thinking, look at this terrible video that we saw. Look at all the witnesses that came through and testified on what they went through. This guy is guilty of something. And I think that's overall, when you have that type of theme that you can paint the defendant as a monster, it's kind of hard to get around that. To get them to think just about the small details and saying that the prosecution has not proved one minor point or 3 points beyond a reasonable doubt.
I said it before. I'm going to say it again. I think this whole case comes down to closing arguments. How they properly summarize all of this with jury instructions and the elements. I think it all comes down to closing.
I need the closing arguments.
I think everybody's confused. I'm complicated. Yeah.
Right? I have forgotten so much testimony because it's been a dirty fire hose. And I keep thinking, I got to make lists. Ashley, you've got to have lists in front of you from all of the points that have been scored and lost. So yeah, you're right. If you don't have a really good closing argument, a good narrative that just lists it out one by one by one by one, I think you're right. A lot of this, like Tyler just said, comes down to what an awful guy. Now, what was it about Rico?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. I got to tell you, we've been doing these shows every day, and we got a question the other day from somebody who watches, and it was a great email, really important question, but the tagline was, still don't understand what Rico is. And it's like, I get it. It's complicated. Okay, Tyler, one more question came in. I wanted to ask you about this. This is from Ashley Glass. Considering they have what they have from raiding one home, will they raid the other houses he owns? So they looked at 2 different properties. They really talked about what they found in Miami. Do you think that this is a point where they're going to raid other properties? No, not at this point, Tyler, right?
No, not at this point. But you got to look at the asset forfeiture penalties that Mr. Combs could suffer if he's convicted of these crimes. I mean, the government has the ability to seize these assets if they believe they've been used in furtherance of the RICO and underlying sex trafficking. So they're all listed. They don't have to raid all the homes. I don't think. I mean, even if they found more evidence, they have a mountain of evidence right now. There would be more baby oil that they can find, more lube, more cell phones. I don't think that really adds to the case other than the amount of evidence that they're already using and trying to corroborate through the witnesses they've called to the stand.
Ashley, go back to you. We got a question from Kay Morgan. How long does witness two have to present herself? And will legal action be taken against her? I think that this is in regards to Jane, who we've heard about, alleged victim number 2 in this case, came up in opening statements. Another person, a single mother who apparently had a relationship with Sean Combs, helped to further the narrative of sex trafficking. I guess the question is, what should we expect from her testimony? How does she have to present herself? How important she is? Let's just recharacterize the question that way, Ashley.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what she's going to say clearly, but I suspect that there'll be what I've seen already a lot of witnesses do, and that is corroborating the stories of the witnesses that came before them. It is remarkable how carbon copy many of their testimonies have been in describing down to the details in hotel rooms, how things are laid out. Unless all of these witnesses got together and had a coffee clutch and decided to get their stories straight, they sure do have similar accounts of life with Diddy. And perhaps Jane will have that, as well as, again, the piling on of what happened to her. Maybe there'll be another instance of Capricorn Clark said some things yesterday I didn't expect. 2 different kidnappings? Holy Dinah. Maybe she'll have an example of something like that. I don't know. But obviously the government has decided it's worthwhile to call her. But can I go back to that last question about the raids? I still don't understand why we haven't heard anything about what was seized in the LA raid, because all we kept hearing was 1,000 bottles of baby oil. And in Miami, it was only like a dozen. So is there something more to come? Because I'm popping the popcorn.
You're not the only one who said that. They said, I don't understand. They only found out a limited number there. What happened to 1,000 bottles is the prosecution not being truthful. But maybe, look, they'll call maybe LA investigators to talk more about this Homeland Security that, raided that property. Look, I think it's really interesting that you mentioned that, because going back to what I said with Gina, alleged victim number 3, again, 2019, I believe, as she sat down for an interview on YouTube where she said Combs stomped her, punched her. You want to talk consistency? Go to the 2016 tape of Cassandra Ventura. Is it not the exact same thing? Now, again, is it domestic violence? Is it sex trafficking? Is it racketeering? Separate question. Okay. William, question from
Jesse.
Yes.
It's also pattern, right?
Pattern.
Because part of RICO requires a pattern of behavior. And so, man, oh man, have I seen a whole bunch of different kinds of patterns laid out so far. We're only into 2 weeks here. So I think that's all really important. It may be a pattern of domestic abuse, but it speaks to patterns of behavior that just keep repeating and just keep getting corroborated.
And with the intent that he forces them into sexual episodes. And these sexual episodes are commercial sex acts, and there's certain elements to follow there. But yeah, 100%. The pattern, so important for racketeering. I'm glad you mentioned that. William, we got a question from Camilla Chanko. Hi from the UK to Jesse and the panel. Thank you for your daily shows and updates. Thank you. Question, do you think Diddy's security team may have struck a deal with prosecutors and might testify later in the trial? William.
So I would imagine when we talked about some of the other witnesses testifying, there were questions as to whether or not they had proffer agreements or if they had, received some sort of immunity in exchange for their testimony. I would imagine that Diddy's security team has some issues on their own regarding their own culpability here, especially if the testimony that we've heard so far is to be believed. So I'd be surprised if they didn't have some sort of immunity deal worked out. And I do think it would be important to hear from them. I think that they are crucial witnesses as far as the racketeering goes, as well as to corroborate some of these other statements that, for example, Vanessa made and that we heard about Kid Cudi and who was there and who was driving around with guns to confront people, who was driving around to confront Suge Knight with a gun, who was driving around to confront Kid Cudi with a gun. We know that Diddy wasn't doing these things by himself, and there was a team around him. And obviously that team includes the security personnel. So I would be surprised if we didn't hear from them. And if we do hear from them, I can almost guarantee that they've worked out a deal with the government. Otherwise, they have their own criminal exposure here.
Of course, or at least they have to be asked. Racketeering conspiracy? He can't agree with himself. There's got to be multiple players. And there's a whole idea in the indictment. Every superseding indictment has said the same thing, right? He's got his associates, the people around him who help facilitate these crimes and cover them up. Actually, William, one more question I want to throw to you. It's an interesting legal question. This is from Nicole RZV. If Diddy knows deep down that he ordered the Molotov cocktail incident, again referring to the Kid Cudi bombing of his car, would he admit that to his lawyers? And if so, does the defense team still defend him knowing he committed the act? Good question.
That is a good question. So, I mean, I've been a criminal defense attorney for going on 30 years. And if I only represented people who were innocent.
Okay, guys, we got an update. Judge says, bring back in Mr. Nash, and then the jury, all rise. Comey says, how many times in prison have you witnessed Mr. Combs be violent? I'm sorry. How many times in person did you witness Mr. Combs be violent? Nash says, quite a few. Attorney says, this is a sealed exhibit. Without saying her name, do you recognize this person? We'll call Mia. He says, yes.
They can't then put him on the stand knowing he's going to perjure himself. That's problematic for Diddy and the lawyers, certainly. So that's a slightly different question and changes the dynamic of it. So no, as a lawyer, I cannot put a client or even a witness on the stand knowing that they're going to give a falsehood or perjure themselves.
So we have an update from court. Again, officially back in session. The judge says, bring back in Mr. Nash, and then the jury all rise. Remember, Mr. Nash is the celebrity stylist who worked with Sean Combs and Cassie. Prosecutor asks, how many times in person have you witnessed Mr. Combs be violent? Nash replies, quite a few. Prosecutor says, this is a sealed exhibit. Without saying her name, do you recognize this person? We'll call Mia. Yes. Okay, so Tyler, this is confirmation, I think, that Mia is a pseudonym, right, from one of the alleged victims. We heard about her in opening statements. You can see the value of Mr. Nash's testimony, right? Not just testifying about observations regarding Cassie, but this other alleged victim who I believe might testify today, right, Tyler? I mean, this is important.
Yeah, we're seeing right now from Mr. Nash, who's been around, not just Ms. Ventura.
Update. Comey says, what were you and Mia helping Cassie pack for? Nash says, the OVO Fest in Canada. Attorney says, who came to the door? Nash says, Puff. He said, B, didn't I tell you to answer your phone? Then he dragged her by the hair and hit her. Attorney says, how hard was he hitting her?
A little bit. Sorry for the pun there on cross-examination from Mr. Combs' lawyers. But overall, every witness has furthered the prosecution's case. And this is certainly doing the same here.
Ashley, we got an update from court. Prosecutor Maureen Comey asks, I lost it. There we go. What were you and Mia helping Cassie pack for? Responds, the OVO Fest in Canada. Who came to the door? Puff. He said, B, didn't I tell you to answer your phone? Then he dragged her by the hair and hit her. How hard was he hitting her? And we're waiting for the response there. Your reaction, Ashley.
You know, here we go again. I want to hear more context in what that was about. This is obviously on its own looks like an instance of domestic assault, which he's not charged with. But it speaks to the grand pattern of how Diddy controlled this woman. And you can say control might have been in the packing for some event in Canada, and it may have also extended, because you don't just control in one aspect of your life, right? If you're controlling someone all the time, you're controlling how you behave with them on a regular basis, including during the freak-offs, including during the performances. Cassie testified that she wanted to sing and she wanted to act and she wanted to model, but that Diddy wanted her to focus only on the music, right? Because that's what he could control. He could control the music. And what did he do? He controlled the music. He didn't release anything but one of her albums.
And we have a continuation of this testimony. So there was an objection. It was overruled. Again, how hard did he hit her? Well, Nash responds very hard. We ran to the bedroom, but Puff pushed it open. He continued to attack Cassie with his fist. Prosecutor asks, what did you do to try to help Cassie? I jumped on Puff's back. He threw me off. Mia too. So if Mia testifies, it'll be very curious what she has to say about this incident. Okay, question for you, William. This is from Stephanie Faircloth. I love the show. Awesome information. Thank you for updating us so well. You're welcome. Thank you so much for saying that. Do you think those who testified will be offered witness protection after the trial is over? William, how does that work?
I don't think so. Witness protection, it's not quite like it is in the movies. Everyone knows who these folks are. I think the more likely deal is that some of these folks are going to seek out extra publicity, perhaps get movie deals, perhaps get book deals. I think that's much more likely than these folks being, squirreled away and hidden somewhere in Minnesota.
Well, William, I mean, let me couple that with a question that just came in. This is from AGGROCD. Why are we using aliases in court then?
So, I mean, obviously for some of these folks, like Mia, for example, we are talking about individuals who are victims of sexual abuse. And until those people are willing to release their name.
We got an update. Nash says, Cassie's head hit the bed frame. She was bleeding, but Puff continued hitting her. Attorney says, where was Mia? Nash says, getting towels. Attorney, what did Mr. Combs say to you, Mia and Cassie? Nash says, he said, look what y'all made me do. He said, she go to a plastic surgeon.
This Nash guy just testified that he jumped on Diddy's back to stop the beating. Has anybody on this panel heard that happen yet? Has anybody else heard someone come to Cassie's defense? All I keep hearing is that she's being beaten up on a jet and nobody does anything about it. She's being beaten up in hotel rooms and nobody takes her to the police. She's being beaten up left, right, and center, and security are just staying back. This might be the first time I have heard someone in his inner circle, or at least who is around Diddy, come to the defense of Cassie or any other of the women that he just freely beats with his fists and his feet.
You know, that's a great point, Ashley. And I mentioned something earlier in the week about it, last week too, that I think one of the key takeaways from Dawn Richard's testimony is that when she said Cassie was beat up by Sean Combs in front of Usher, Jimmy Iovine, Neo, I said that goes to the power dynamic. If everybody's wondering why Cassie never left and why she didn't step forward and why she didn't report it, if these people are not going to step forward and he can do this in front of them and nobody steps in, what did you expect Cassie to do? And I think that's a key point. I'm glad you mentioned it, that you're right. This is the first time I've heard of anyone actually stepping in. And just to let you know, Nash just testified. Cassie's head hit the bed frame. She was bleeding, but Puff continued hitting her. The question is, where was Mia? Getting towels. What did Mr. Combs say to you, Mia and Cassie? He said, look what you all made me do. He said she'd go to a plastic surgeon. Okay. We're going to have to wrap things up. I want to get some final thoughts. Tyler.
Okay. And after that, it's the attorney says, with who? Nash says, D-Rock. He was Puffy's security. Attorney says, after that, when did you see her? Nash says, the next day. FaceTime or something like that. She had a gash on her eyebrow. Attorney says, were you once cooking with Cassie when Mr. Combs got violent? Nash said, yes. Puff came. So I think they're wrapping it up. Let me see what he's saying.
Again, this paints him out as a monster. It furthers the prosecution's case. You know, it's a long trial to go. We'll see what the defense has in their case in chief. And this is not looking good for Mr. Combs at all right now.
William, your turn. Final thoughts.
I agree. I think this has always been a very difficult case for Mr. Combs's lawyers to win. I think the government's doing a great job, and despite all the efforts being put forward by his defense attorneys, there's only so much you can do here. And I do think this evidence has just been piling on and piling on, and I think it's going to continue to get worse when we hear from these other witnesses as well who claim they were his victims.
Ashley, host.
All right. What did Mr. Combs say? He said, y'all better get out my house. He was grabbing her by the hair. He pushed her out the door, then began to do the same thing to me. But I don't have hair. He popped me. He told me to go downstairs and wait. He popped you. Okay.
Anybody else in the room? That's the kind of guy I'm supposed to give the benefit of the doubt to. This is just one more in a pile of steaming, you know what, that is being lumped onto that man every single day. And it doesn't matter how expensive and skilled his attorneys are. You get the case you're given, and they were given a real stinker. And all I can say to this is it is a really good thing that Sean, Puffy, Diddy, Love, Puff Daddy Combs loves applesauce, because they serve that regularly in prison.
Ashley, William, Tyler, thank you all so much for coming on. Really appreciate all three of you. Really, really appreciate making the time.
All right. That was really good.
Yep.
That was really good. And oh, you're back. Hey, Perry.
Hey.
Let me remove that. That was really good. And let me tell you why. He made a point here. And this is what I'm thinking too. Like, all of the lawyers think it's so great, understand what they're doing, understand what RICO is. But you guys got to forget, you got to dumb it down for the average person like myself. When they get too technical, it goes over your head. So I hope that they are remembering that with the jury. And that's how come things happen. If you're an attorney, you might look at something this way. Oh, that's definitely RICO. That's definitely RICO. But the average person, I could ask anybody, what's the definition of RICO? And they're going to tell me, I don't know. That's what I think.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, Perry?
No, I mean, all that's important. Like, it's easier
to dumb it down. You got to dumb it down.
Dumb it down to say, hey, was this guy trafficking? Did this guy do this? And you're like, okay, trafficking, this. He did move it across the state lines or whatnot. This is my thing. And I hear what the lawyer saying, it don't look good for Diddy at this point, just based off all the terrible things he did. Everybody in the chat know the terrible things he's done. That's why I think we have the arguments back and forth, right?
I have the update. Hold on. Can you hold on 1 second? Please don't forget that thought. Nash says they came down and Puff was berating us. As we drove off, we got a phone call. Donaldson says objection. Judge says new question. Attorney says call from who? Nash says Puff. He told us to stop and he came to the window. He said he put her ex tapes on the internet. Go ahead, Perry.
Oh yeah, no, I was saying this. I think what they saying is, like, when you take a case, it's easier if you got a saint that you're defending. But they got Diddy. And with all the complaints people saying when we talk about Tupac, Biggie, all these people who we think he had something to do with their disappearing, all the crazy stuff he done did in the past. So when you guys come and say, oh yeah, he's a bad guy, I get it. I was talking about the charges. And so these attorneys saying, hey, it's hard to defend that when people look at you as a monster and a freak, right? I get it. But this is what I think. Don't get too happy at this point. When you go to court, anything can happen. Anything, right? And these just the witnesses for the prosecution. We haven't brung on any for the defense to muddy more waters. Okay.
I have an update. Nash says Puff said he'd send her ex tapes to her parents' jobs and get them fired, that her brother was a B and that only he protected her. Attorney says, what did you tell her? Nash says that Puff is on the ex tapes too. She said, he is not. He was taping her with other men.
Wow. Yeah.
No comment. Well, we've heard this before.
Yeah. And this is what I'm saying though, right?
It's horrible every time.
These attorneys are saying it because they studied law. They into all these things they can get you for. But it may not be real common to a person like myself, right? So you can get people, no, RICO, they already proved 2 or 3. You could be 110% right that you see the proof. But the thing is, when you're on a jury, the juror has to see the proof. For me, I still don't see all of it. I just feel like they're throwing these things out there with the fine print, with the definition, and overstating that, hey, this is what it is. But through my own eyes and my mind, I don't see them as the same terms they're using. Then I go back to the kidnapping or the trafficking or these things. I don't see it that way. And it only takes one juror to be like me to say, I don't know, they ain't proved it yet to me. They can prove it to me
I have
tomorrow.
an update.
What?
Don't forget what you're saying.
Hmm?
It says, attorney says, what did she say about wanting or not wanting to have X with other men? Donaldson says, objection. Judge says, overruled. Nash says that she didn't want to. I drove her to Sunset Boulevard to get a taxi. Attorney says, why? Nash says, Uber wasn't really a thing yet. Go ahead.
Okay, so Mother Goose says, have you read the whole of the daily court transcripts, Perry? No, I haven't. So, what I'm getting is pretty much what they've given us throughout the day. So, no, I haven't. But I'm just saying, for a lot of people, now, maybe for the jurors, they can see it a certain kind of way. But if I was on a jury, I would have to question certain things people tell me. And I still go back to this whole thing. I know I'm going to have to beat a dead horse to death. The kidnapping, I can't find a way to make me think somebody got kidnapped and just keep going back to get kidnapped. It is, and then still love the person that kidnapped them, want to work for the person that kidnapped them. I'm just saying, I'm thinking wrong words. The person could have did whatever to you, but you still want to be around them. So I wouldn't really call that kidnapping, because I don't know no person want to be with the person who kidnapped them. That's in my mind. I guess that'd be a good question too. Would you want to have a relationship with the person who kidnapped you? But that's my whole thing. Now, I did put a poll up, and the poll was, let me see. Will they charge other? Well, I had to shorten it because you're going to have so many characters. I said, will they charge others with trafficking when they entourage go out there and get them drugs, i.e. other rock and roll singers or rappers or celebrities go out there and have the entourage go and pick up their package, and you know what the package is. Are they going to now use this RICO and all this to charge them with the same thing? My question would be no. My answer would be no, they're not. So on one essence, you can make it a big thing by Diddy's people saying that that's the racketeering because he having people go and pick up his package. Is it going to be racketeering when J-Lo send her little assistant out to pick up her stuff? But so far on the poll, it's 54% no, that they would not charge other people. 45 says yes. Go ahead, Sherelle.
Split.
Yeah. Because that's the whole
Here we
crazy
go.
thing. Like, you go.
Yeah, hold that thought. Nash says, Puff came to my house looking for her. He looked in my oven. I'm not sure why. Puff took my phone and Cassie called from a hotel. Puff said, let's go there. Bad Boy staff stayed there. Attorney says, what did Mr. Cohn say? Nash said, he said, go get her. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. But that's what I'm saying about like certain things. I believe if a person break the law, charge them with the crime and prosecute them. I agree with that. I think when you start tossing in this RICO, racketeering, and all this stuff you want to put in there, it's not something that everybody understands, because I truly don't understand it. For the people who understand it, saying, yes, he's guilty of it. But jurors aren't going to be in that same mindset as you really intelligent ones who know all these rules and stuff, right? So I don't know how it's going to come out, but right now, if you ask me, did he traffic anything? Is it a criminal enterprise? I don't see where it is, because I don't see him using these freak offs to make money. It sounds like he's paying money out of his own pocket for his enjoyment. How freaky it could be, but for his own enjoyment. That's how I see it.
So hold on, let me refresh.
And see,
All
Rosanna
right.
says,
So a RICO charge,
we got a delay, but you go ahead.
can I go?
Yeah.
Okay. RICO charges are a bunch of crimes committed into one law. And it's really was designed for the mob. It includes like drug trafficking, unaliving, kidnapping, fraud, bribery, tampering, human trafficking, money laundering. So, and you only need 2 of the list. So, I don't see arson on this list, but it doesn't mean it couldn't include it. So that's what a RICO charge is. Now, hold on. I'm seeing if arson is also included. Arson is RICO. So you have to prove one of these crimes. And I see what they're doing. They're trying to also, to the definition of organized crime, they're saying that he's running in organized crime, but most of the time back in the day when it was just reserved for the mob, they made money off of these illegal acts that they did. So that's where the difference where with Diddy is that I don't think any of his money was made illegally, but they're saying that you don't need it to be made illegally. Now it's you just have to be in charge of an organization or organized crime. So they're in a sense saying these people committed all these crimes for their leader, Diddy. So it's semantics. I don't start arguing with me about it. I was just giving you an overall of what I looked up about it. It's a lot of charges. So you would have to sit down with your jury instructions, have an update. Nash says, Puff told me you played me. I drove off, but Puff security followed me. I turned off my lights and drove really fast. I went to the Universal Sheridan. Attorney says, did you go home the next day? He said, yes. I found my backpack was stolen. I had $1,000 in it. I'm really breaking down. My throat hurts. I'm really breaking down right in front of you guys. So it's long, it's complicated, but I agree with what the guy said on Law and Crime. It's going to come down to the closing arguments and the instructions given by the judge. It's very, very important
Right.
because this is a lot. This is a lot all rolled into one. They need to sit down with the instructions, follow the directions, and see if that applies to RICO. It's a lot. It's a lot.
That's gonna be really important.
Yeah, because also the instructions that's the guidelines. That's what you're told to do. If he tells you to throw this line out, if he tells you to throw out the fingerprints, then that's what you got to do. So you can't say, well, the fingerprints. No, he told you to strike that. So it's a lot to unravel. And also I feel they're gonna be a long time in what's it called? Deliberation, because it's so much going on, that's how I
Yeah.
feel.
Yeah.
But we could still do this. We have to do this because this is our job, is to go everything line by line, day by day, or we wouldn't be talking. So me and you, we got to keep critiquing it. But really, it's best just to wait for the end and see what the judge tells you to do. Uh-oh, got to update. Attorney, why did you keep $1,000 cash? Nash said, so when Puff was mad, I could check into a hotel without giving my name. Huh? Attorney says, what happened in 2015? Nash says, I saw Puff slap Cassie in the face. He said, get this B out of here. Attorney says, what did you do? He said, got her out. It's just sad to know that Cassie lived her life like that for 10, 11 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a lot of unhappiness.
Yeah,
I would
get
have
it.
I would have left a long time ago, but she was caught up.
And that's the thing too. Like, I've been on the jury a few times. When you go and deliberate,
Mhm.
you normally have the charges, right? And as a group, you sit in there, you discuss one charges to see if it meet the requirements, whether guilty or not, and then you go down to the next one and all that stuff. But I would just say, just in general, I think even with all these racketeering and all these charges for RICOs and stuff, and I'm sure they joint together some type of way. I still don't understand it like that. But some people those closing arguments sort of give you an idea, correct? That's pretty much from if you're in there for 2 months, yeah, you sort of remember this and that, and you got your notes, but you sort of remember when they close it out, they're putting the whole package together of what they want you to think, the defense and the prosecution. If they come in there and the defense and say, hey, yeah, we know this guy's a monster, because hell, you can't hide that fact. He don't did all these things, but does it come down to trafficking or criminal enterprise when he didn't make money off of it? He just used it for his personal habit. Just different things like that. Because anyway, let me hit this thing. Truth and consequence said Perry doesn't matter, Perry. Read the Mann Act. See, I'm just going off of what I think from my personal life. And of course, I ain't hanging out with bad boys, running and selling drugs and all that stuff. So just from my mindset, this is how I look at it. And I think it could be some problems.
can't-
And we'll see when the defense bring their witnesses on. But go ahead. Terrell?
Can I share some of your jury duties story?
Yeah, it don't matter.
My husband, something's really wrong with Perry. I was talking about Remy yesterday being a psychopath, but something's wrong with Perry. I can't put the name on it yet, but something's wrong with Perry. So he had to do jury duty.
Genius? Is it genius?
So Perry was called to do. Perry was called to do jury duty one time, and he was so excited because it got him off of work, right? So ridiculous. And he wanted this, to stretch out for like a month, right? And he was like, yeah, this is great. I get free food. I don't have to go to work. I'm not in the elements. So he said, I'm going to drag this out as long as I can. So when it came time for the verdict, only Perry, he was like, oh my God, this is, I think it was like a Friday. And he was like, I thought it was going to last till Monday. I kind of want the weekend myself. No, first he wanted to drag. So he went in there and he was like, listen, people, this is not a game. We must go over this line by line, right? Okay, and then they were like, every line, these people were listening. I got to update. Attorney says, the perfect match premiere. What did you see? Nash says, Cassie had a black eye. Attorney said, when was Mr. Combs violent with you at the music video? He said, yes, I was outside smoking a cigarette. Puff came and threw me on the car and started doing this, me out, putting his hands around my neck. That's just bizarre. Okay, it's very bizarre to me that Cassie put up with his mess. Now, Nash is putting up with his. Nobody said anything. I would have ran home and told my husband and my kids what happened. Can you believe this happened? And then it all would have gone to hell after that. Nash keeps, nobody's saying anything. They are letting this man just bug out, but they still want to be around him because of the money and because of the fame. Unbelievable. I can't tell you, one time my teenage son was saying, hey, Mom, was gone in the blink of an eye. We're
try to
fading in and out again. Can you?
No, I think it's yours though. Like, can you drop out and come back in?
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and read this while she's out. Unfortunately, Perry, you need to educate yourself because at this point, your ignorance is getting in the way of the law. Perhaps, right? Perhaps. And ignorance what got Diddy into this situation. Ignorance is what got Cassie treated the way she was treated. Ignorance is what got a person kidnapped multiple times. But that's the life we live right now. Like in this world, you're gonna have ignorance. And I guess mine is getting in the way of the law, but which I understand. Like I just said, we wouldn't be here today if Diddy wasn't ignorant to the fact that he shouldn't be doing that stuff. Cassie ignorance that she shouldn't let nobody H her out like that, which I think that was something she wanted, or just all of it, like wanting to be kidnapped every other week. That would be ignorance.
I have an update.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nash says, Puff said, y'all keep going. Attorney said, did you report anything to the police? Nash said, no. I was afraid of retaliation from Puff. Attorney said, did you get anyone on staff? Nash said, Christina Coram, KK. Attorney said, what did she say? Nash said, that she would talk to him. Somebody was chewing you out. What did they say?
Oh no, I would just tell them I might be ignorant. They go, yeah, your ignorance is getting in the way of the law, which I get. But what I'm saying is, we all got strengths and weaknesses, but you got to just come down to earth with certain shit to certain people. When you got 12 jurors, different ages, different backgrounds, not all of them was out there running the streets, worrying about our RICO, our racketeering, shit like that. So maybe educate myself on it, but at the same time, I'm talking about what people might think in the jury.
What really gets to me is that Perry is open and upfront about how he feels. It might be ignorant, it might not be ignorant, but somebody on that jury is thinking like Perry.
Right.
And the personal attacks that you get for speaking the truth is ridiculous. There are people out there that think just like Perry. They might not tell you because of the backlash. You guys are trying to force people to be a part of the crew or don't speak up because you come tearing them down. Let me update this. It says, attorney says, did anything change? Nash says, no. Attorney said, how often did you help Cassie hide? He said, often. Attorney says, what did Mr. Combs do? Nash said, he would blow our phones up. KK would too. She would say, Puff was calm. Cassie would go back. I mean, for you to say that, well, I don't understand this, or I feel this. I don't understand the mob mentality. And it's starting to piss me the F off. that Perry can't have a different opinion without people personally attacking him.
But honey, believe it or not, I'm fine with it. If I tell you I'm ignorant, I don't give a damn if you tell
No,
me
but
I'm
it's
wrong.
just
Oh
that
yeah.
we live in a world where there are different opinions. And just because somebody doesn't think like you start attacking them, calling you stupid, you're ignorant, you're dumb. Now I'm a wife and I'm only gonna put up with that shit only so much longer.
So
It's ridiculous. Just because somebody doesn't think like you, what if you're wrong? What if you're not a popular opinion? Like people, we are not sheep. People are allowed to think different. And because you don't understand it, that's just what it is. You don't understand it. Perry's a black damn man, and he look at life a lot different than a lot of other people. But I'm about to lose my mind because I'm still Sherelle. And I just don't like nobody just trying to downgrade my husband. You got shit in your life too that you don't understand. You got secrets too. Nobody on this planet is damn perfect. But some people are just taking this shit too damn far. Let me keep reading. Did Cassie tell you she was going to a hotel with Mr. Combs? Nash says, yes, weekly. She would pack X toys. Attorney, did she say she wanted to go? Objection, overruled. She said she didn't want to go. Nash, the attorney says, her 29th birthday? Tell me. I mean, we're all allowed to feel and say what we want to say, but you better watch how you say it at this point, because Perry's just being upfront. Do you know how many people behind the scenes think like Perry? Go to DJ Academic's channel and tell me if Perry's weird. He's speaking his mind for a whole group of black men. So I'm only going to be so much patience with that, because say how you feel. Attack him and you're gone. This is getting out of hand because somebody doesn't think like you. It's really weird. We get this for a lot. If I'm reviewing reality TV, if I don't think like somebody else, cancel.
yeah.
If I don't think like somebody else, cancel. Listen, there's so many different types of people. You got different races, you got different cultures, different locations. You are who you are. And if you can't accept that, I could very well come on here and drag the shit out of Cassie. I don't feel that way. But because you want to do that, or somebody else, doesn't mean that other person's dumb. And Perry is speaking up for a lot of black men. He's a black man. How many times have you been stopped with a pow pow to your head? Like, get out of here. He has a reason to think this way because that's his world. He doesn't trust the cops. He don't trust the police. Nothing wrong with that, because in his world, that's what you got to do. I'm just getting tired of it. The childishness. We want to have a decent conversation on this channel, not a dragging session. Because if we had a dragging session, I guarantee you would lose. You don't want to do that with me. But stop attacking my husband because he's telling you how he feels. He even said, I'm ignorant to the law. You think he's the only one? Let me read this. Puff asked me, should he surprise her on her birthday? Comey says, what did she say? Nash says, girl, I was not about to tell him not to surprise her. I like Nash. Attorney says, did you use the word freak off with you? He says, not a freak off, more like a freak off, one word. Like a verb? He says, yes. I mean, that's what we deal with this on a daily basis. We run into a lot of internet thugs, people who are really emboldened because you don't know who they are. But then when you see them in their face, you smile and grin. You guys be dragging Perry for filth, but every time you spot him out, you'll run across from the grocery store. Hi, Perry. We see you every day. Oh, you're so funny. So,
Yeah, no, honey, thanks for having my back. But like, no, I was just pointing it out because we can agree to disagree. I'm not trying to act like I'm up on this law thing. That's why I'm more direct and say I'm ignorant at the law. Some of it, right? But I'm not that ignorant that I'm on trial. I'm not that ignorant that I'm the one being kidnapped every other week. You see
no, no,
what I'm
no, no.
saying?
But listen. In Perry's world, let's just say you were Perry and all of his friends,
Mhm.
and I come tell them, well, the neighbor slapped me across the street, and they go over and they protect me, and then we go home and say, well, I'm going back to the neighbor's house. It sounds crazy.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to say, we don't know what's going to happen. We're just giving our opinions. But I noticed, like, if you watch Law and Crime, nobody complains about what they're saying. You watch the news. No, I just showed you this morning a tape where they were talking about Capricorn. These are attorneys. They said her story's not credible. No one said anything. But just because Perry's willing to be honest about how he feels and what he thinks, then you're going to go and try to drag. And you actually are playing a crazy game, because if I let Perry loose to drag you back, you'll be unsubscribing and crying. Leave my husband alone. Enough is enough.
Yeah. Well, back to the case. Thanks, honey.
I got one more.
Okay.
Attorney says, where did you go after the blind dragon? Nash says, 875 Comstock, like 17A. Puff said, y'all gonna get some D tonight.
Damn.
Attorney says, what did Miss Ventura say? Nash says that she didn't want to go, but he made her. They left the house. She was super high. That's another thing. Like, Diddy wasn't living foul by himself. I don't judge other people, but this drug life where everybody high all damn day, how do you work?
I
That
mean, most
could
times
be
you
one
don't.
of some of the problems, the way he acts. He's high
Mhm.
all damn day. Is this what addicts do? I mean, oh my God. Maybe for a day, but then I have stuff to do. I can't just walk around high all damn day. Okay,
Okay.
go.
Pinky says, let's be kind, people. Healthy debates, please. No, yeah. And some people could be joking or not. I mean, and really, I just light them up because I don't give a damn, because I don't worry about those kind of things like that. I am who I am, and I'm not on trial. Shayna says, hey, Perry, as a veteran myself, I respect your opinion. We haven't heard the defense yet. This trial isn't over yet. No, it's not over. It's not over because, like, at the same time, it could be if all the jurors would come and say, look at Cassie as being a victim. But to be honest with you,
No.
the more they keep bringing her up, the less I see her as a victim. And,
But Perry, now no, okay. I just went off on somebody going off on you, but I'm going to say it respectfully. I just explained to you what DV means.
well, I get it.
We had Jarita come on here and explain. So that alters your thought, and being high all day alters your thought.
Right. And nobody has to make a drug addict go to a crack house.
Hold
So-
that thought. Hold that thought. I can't. New Year's Eve, 2017. Where were you? Nash says Vegas with Cassie and staff, all on the same floor on the hotel. Puff's room was at the end of the hall. Attorney says, what did Mr. Combs tell you? Nash says that Cassie had been asleep for 24 hours. I had to take her up. Take her up. I don't know what that meant. Go ahead, Perry.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying this. Like, and granted, I get it. The DV part, yes, sympathy go out for that part. Nobody should be treated that way, even if they was running foul. Okay, say if Cassie was just cheating on him every other day, he don't have the right to put hands on her like that. So that's out the way. The sympathy part that people want to put out, okay, they can have sympathy for Cassie for the DV, and I can agree with that. But then they want to roll it over and then use it for excuses too.
Let me ask you this, Perry. Okay.
Cassie just went in there and got naked.
Let
I
me
don't think nobody pulled her stuff off.
let me ask you this, right?
Mhm.
Are you the same person at 55 than you were at 25?
No,
Thought process, right?
right.
You are judging this case through the eyes of a black man,
Mm-hmm.
but everybody's not a black man.
Right.
DV is like that. Like, you think you're in love, you want to be around this person, you love this person, and you think he's going to do better. You give him excuses,
Right.
he gets high, and you, at the end of the day, truly think you love that person. That's why people are getting a little irritated with you, because it's a sad situation to be in. Can you give her that?
Yeah, no. Okay. I look, once again, I can agree with that. And I can just take it a step further. You feel like you in love and you feel like, yeah, this person did me this.
I got another
did me this
update.
way. Okay.
Nash says, I had to wake her up. Attorney says, did she wake up? Nash says, she woke up for me. Attorney says, what did Mr. Combs say? Nash says, that's that he spent all his money, so she had to. Then there was a low budget producer. Laughs. Okay, go ahead, Perry.
Okay. I'm saying this. I can decipher from the two. I think a lot of people think when I say one thing goes for her whole life situation. No, it don't. The DV part should never happen, regardless if she was a wild, loose cheater.
That's not what I asked you, Perry.
What?
I said, do you understand?
Why people get upset at me?
Not just that, but life for her is different than it is for you. And you really can be like, I'm sure when you were in high school, you thought it was cool to skip school. And there
Yeah.
were some things people just couldn't talk out of you. That's where we are with Cassie right now. She's slowly rebounding. She's slowly rebounding. But you can't talk to her like she's a normal person, because she's caught up in the cycle. And I know men don't understand it. And when you say you don't get it, you genuinely mean it.
Okay, right. No, I do. I'm gonna
But
ask you
all
this.
I can do is keep explaining to you, if she had cancer, you would be empathetic, right?
Right, okay.
Because cancer is an illness that you can see the physical results.
Okay, I get that, right?
Look at
So,
DV as the same thing.
okay, and then so basically, I'm taking what you're saying is that you basically saying I don't understand this situation.
You don't.
I don't understand it, but maybe the situation I'm trying to say, I don't think y'all understand.
I got
Outside
one
of
more. Hold on. Don't forget what you were going to say.
Mhm.
That what we don't understand. Attorney says, how many of your meetings with prosecutors did you end early? Nash says, probably all of them. Attorney says, did you stay in touch with Mr. Combs? Oh boy. Nash says, yes. Attorney says, what was your tone? Nash said, loving. Attorney says, why? Question mark. Nash says, I don't hate him. It's not in me. Attorney says, no further questions. Let me tell you, none of them hate him. They kept going back because Diddy wasn't high a-hole Diddy all day long. So that's the attraction of going back. Go ahead, Perry.
Okay, to answer this, Perry still didn't tell us how much money to get beat down by Diddy. Hell, a quick $1 million. He can start whipping my ass tomorrow morning. Just say it. Because you know what? An ass whooping is one thing, but working 20 years is another. So yeah, Diddy, matter of fact, if I could go to the courthouse tomorrow and let him whip my ass at lunchtime, I would for 100,000. Just,
Y'all have to understand, Perry's Perry. He not gonna change. He's not gonna shame. So it's like talking to Cassie. Like we just need to move on. Perry,
But
not.
okay,
Oh, it says judge said break.
okay, good,
Another break.
good, because I want to tell you this, right?
Oh my God.
I sort of understand. I'm not a female. I never was in a DV situation, so I get it, right? So you guys want me to understand that perspective, but y'all don't want to take side. You ain't a guy looking at this situation, telling you what I feel like this girl was in this situation for, and it was for the cash, the fame. It was for that. Now you'll say, "Oh no, that comes along with it because you gave it." No, some people forfeit all that morals and all that for a dollar bill. It's a lot of people who might let somebody use the restroom in their mouth.
Perry,
What?
stop. Stop. Just stop. I just defended you.
Well, no,
Stop.
I'm saying that when we go to
Perry,
opposite
stop.
ways, I'm
God,
just saying,
what is wrong with you? Tell your jury story. Jury duty.
Okay,
Perry's
no.
on jury.
this is what it is. The job I had, I would get paid, for jury duty. Okay. And that's fine. But if you got out, say, if you got released from jury duty by noon, then you got to go to work. And my job, I normally work 10 hours a day. So shit, I'm looking at 6 more hours. So I'm like, hey, you know what? I think the case sort of finished up on Wednesday. I was okay, fine. Then they was in there deliberating. Dude, for real, you get pizzas and shit, donuts, coffee. You know what I'm saying? So you in there just chilling, just talking to people. I'm like, well, hey, this is all right. It's better than being at work. And they was like, okay, well, do we have a decision that? No, we need more time to think about this because,
Perry
it'd be a
drug
long-
jury duty out on purpose because he wanted to get fed and he didn't want to go to work. So he made them people go line by line.
Right. And so this what happened. So okay, fine. Then people start like now, if we're going into Friday morning and we pushing along. I'm like, okay, well, not too early because remember, 12 o'clock is my deadline. So I'm pushing the boys. Well, no, not a decision yet. Now 12:15, we can go ahead and make this damn decision. You know what I'm saying? Because we going into the weekend. I'm out of here. And then now these people don't start believing my shit. Oh, well, are we sure this? Hell yes, we want to do. We've been talking about this shit for 2 damn days. This is a decision we made.
Perry said, what's wrong with you? He's guilty. Can't you see that? No,
No,
let's get out of here.
we've been talking about this shit for 48 hours.
That's what I'm saying. Juries have normal people like Perry. Perry intentionally drugged that case out because he wanted to stay, not to work and wanted donuts and coffee. Then when the weekend came, he sped it up. Like, come on, you guys. And they listened to him. It takes one person on the jury to have an acquittal, to have a guilty verdict. It's
then I tell you what.
insane.
Don't never ever let me get sequestered, especially if it's a nice hotel room. If it's football season, shit. You know what, honey? I'll talk to your ass later. You know what I'm saying? Like, because sometimes my wife get in the way of my sports. But if I was sequestered in a nice hotel with nice food and football season, shit.
I'm telling you
Think
this
about this
story
case for about a week or two.
because
Go ahead.
I wanted to say we don't matter. The jury matters, and it's somebody on that jury that thinks like Perry, acts like Perry. You never know what goes through people's heads. So we cannot come to a. Do you apologize for your behavior and speeding up the case on Friday so you can get home?
No, I mean justice was served.
God.
Right? They got their verdict. Honestly, and we, it was a, honest verdict. I didn't just make up something. I just prolonged it and made sure we had time to think about it, to make sure we was doing the right thing. We did. So really, I think I could have I went over and beyond to make sure things was correct. And I enjoyed my weekend at the same time. They
You're
see
going,
my ass back at work on Monday,
you're
child.
going to HELL. That's crazy. But what I'm saying too is that so there's probably average people on the jury. Think like Perry, act like Perry. When you get too lawyery and y'all start spitting out these laws and stuff like that, only Perry's going to tell you, well, I didn't even look at the law. Most people don't know the laws like that, especially a RICO charge that has nothing to do with your average person. It's not like they have a cousin that went to RICO. That's usually reserved for mob families and R. Kelly and now Diddy.
Yeah.
So what is your fear that they're going to change the goalpost of RICO charge and then
Well,
what's gonna
okay, on
happen?
a serious tip, like being serious too. The thing is, I'm saying charge a person what you need to charge them with. I think they're overcharging him using this RICO thing. It shows a lack of confidence on their side where they're trying to just find anything to stick. Charge a person what you need to charge them with. And the biggest thing a lot of people are upset about is DV. They ain't charging for that. They talking about it a lot. But, and I get everybody, even myself, believe Diddy is guilty of a lot of other things. Maybe even people, right? I believe that. I can't prove it. But so I understand the side y'all come at. I'm just talking about this court proceeding. Because as much as we can know RICO at this point, right now, I don't know if I can even say this online, but willing to put a wager out for like 3 people that really want to say they know the outcome. Because it's 50-50 for me. I mean, and that's what people just not knowing. I think it might be a loophole like a hung jury. But if you so sure that the case been proven, I might take 3 people and put a wager on it. And we'll see at the end of the day what happens.
Perry, that's not funny. Stop. Listen,
No.
let's talk about this. People have all kind of opinions on Cassie and stuff like that. But don't forget, he was also putting his hands on Kim.
Right.
And do you really think, we don't know, this is all speculation, but this is a driving force for me why I want Diddy locked up. I don't believe the coroner passed away from natural causes. I just don't believe it. So do you think Kim was in it too she had 4 kids with this man?
No,
I think there was love there.
Right. And it possibly could have been some love for Cassie. Cassie gave in.
I don't think did he love Cassie.
Okay,
I think he loved Kim. He didn't love Cassie.
Okay, right. I get it. But I'm saying Cassie probably could have had a chance for love. But I, just as a man, just saying that she blew that because she gave in too easy. And ain't no man going to respect that. Just saying.
I was trying to explain that yesterday and people took it the wrong way. Let me explain it again. Let's take it off of Diddy. Let's take it back to real life. People treat you the way you let them treat you. If you're dealing with a street dude, they're going to test you every time. They're going to test you. People test you. If you come across weak, timid, put his feelings before yours, it's not going to turn out good for you every time. So let's take it off of Cassie. Let's just say, have you ever met a girl that dated, and the men treated her the same way all the time? Different, same actions, different face?
Yeah, no, for real. I mean, to be honest, first I want to say, Tawana, thanks for becoming a member. Thanks. That's good. But you know what? I mean, since we're an adult channel, we're being serious, right? You don't respect the girl when you go to the bar or the club Monday through Friday, which I used to do. You see them there. You don't respect that regular. I'm just, that you don't see them with this guy today, somebody else buying her drinks tomorrow, blase, blase. At the end of the day, you don't respect it. Guys would do it, if you know what I mean. But that's it. There's no respect. Cassie dropped hers too fast. She went from, we could maybe have 1 in or 2. Maybe you could have got away with it, and then you had to
It's
back
not
away.
just Cassie, Perry. It's not just Cassie. A lot of women, like those Instagram women, they want to be with someone rich and famous so bad that they would put up with a lot. And I wish Cassie would have knew what she was worth back then. I don't care what you say. She could have had a really good singing career. She didn't understand her worth, and she let that man take her down.
Well, you
And
know what?
I hope she learned her lesson.
Right. Some people want to go to a job and work their way up the chain from floor person to floor manager, like that. Or some people want to F their way up there real quickly. If she, I'm just keeping it
Harry,
real.
you're looking for some attention now. I'm
No,
just saying, I wish she knew her
she could
worth.
have done it a different way. She could have went there and worried more about, hey, let me go into a studio and sing. When is my next section?
But you
Or
know what? But here's the
whatever.
thing, too. I've seen this happen to so many people. Hollywood would take you in, chew you up, and spit you out. It's a whole different climate there. They've got to be, and this is with due respect, the most shallow group of people I've ever met because they're a slave to fame. Some people will do anything to be famous. Um, a lot of people I know, the drugs come with the life. You think Diddy's addict? It's probably some of your favorite performers you don't even know about. I don't know why they go hand in hand, but you could tell somebody, listen, when you get to Hollywood, be careful. They're gonna try to get you hooked right away because they're all hooked and they want to feel normal. You could sit someone down and tell them that, and every time people fall into that trap. It's just a horrible, well, I wouldn't say horrible. Hollywood's just a different beast. It's a different beast. And you know, these men, they'll use you. They'll use and abuse you.
Women will
But they
too now.
can't do it no more.
Yeah, we
Okay,
was just,
what did we do, Perry?
no, I know. I mean, we just being politically correct. Because women of power would do the same thing too. Look at how Oprah did poor Stedman. Houseboy, come in from the back now. You owe me about 2 hours. Come on. I'm just saying, like, people in general, people use their power, but mostly it seems like it's men, but it could be women too. I wasn't throwing no shade at
Look
you.
at Harvey Weinstein. Take away his fame, take away his money.
He just be
He's
a
sloppily overweight. But some women did it, and Hollywood's just a bad thing. That's what's I'm so happy. Today should be one of the happiest days of Cassie's life. You got your money, you deserved it. You got your children. That's God's blessings. Children are God's blessings, and now you can move forward. And maybe with your husband, just move forward and don't look back. Don't look back. I would really get out the music industry. You don't make as much money as they say you do, okay? Especially these days, you've got to tour a lot, so you're on the road a lot. I see Beyonce doing it, but a lot of people couldn't. Sleeping in and on buses, on planes all the time. Look at my son. He has a job where he has to travel. I don't know. It's not for me. Could you do it?
What, travel? I've done it.
No, be in the entertainment business.
I don't think so. I mean, not everything's for everybody, and not just for those reasons. It's just I don't think singing or acting would be, one of my things. But
Right. First of all, you have no talent, but if you did have talent,
but no, let's keep it real. It goes in different facets too. Even corporate. Most people, if you go into corporate, that's a different beast too.
yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's not just going to be these certain things, but it's just different. And I think people get swallowed up from being eager, really wanting to make it, too focused on the wrong thing than saying, hey, is this something I really want to do? I need the glam now. I need to impress now. So they end up putting themselves in a situation where that they want the fronts really fast so that they do certain things. That's what I think would happen with Cassie. But what y'all saying is, no, she was in love. I'm not talking about the DV and all that stuff. I'm talking about what was her motives that got her caught into it means something too. And people say I just beat the thing down and down, but every person that come on, people say I talk about Cassie too much, but then they don't complain when every witness come on and mention her name. You notice that? They'll talk about what she did, what Diddy called her, how he hit her, kicked her, threatened her.
Here we go. We're back. It says, before jury's back, attorney says, this witness has a flight back to LA tonight. We'll rebook if we have to, but if we could stay a little later and finish with him, I know he'd appreciate it. The judge says, I think we can. I told the jurors we might stay until 4. Oh no. It says jurors enter. No, we got to get it out the way. I hate long days. I was loving 3 o'clock, but let's get this trial over with.
I'm stuck with you for another hour.
Yeah.
Damn.
Anyway, look, this case is a lot. It's the trial of the century. We don't know the outcome. But Diddy needs to be in jail. I think you agree with that, Perry. You do not overlook the fact that
I will. No, I'm saying I never
control.
denied that part. But over these charges, though.
I got it. You have a problem with the charges. I got it. What charges were you looking for?
I mean, for one, let's keep it real. DV. I mean, I'd rather feds press their charges against them and let the state handle the DV part. Why couldn't we do that? Get something. That's all I'm saying. I mean, because this trafficking thing to me, whether it's SEX trafficking or the drugs, it's debatable. Because when I did that poll, if anybody, other famous rock and roller rapper, had the entourage go and pick up a package for them, are they gonna be charged for trafficking? That's what they're doing in this case, right?
Well, I'll tell you this, Perry. Every lawyer that talks about this, they might not say it. It's a difficult case. I think I just heard one of them say there's lots of circumstantive evidence here, and that can get you a conviction, but it's harder to prove versus evidence. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
I mean,
It's a
they ain't
lot.
showed no evidence he blew up the car.
Okay, come on.
No, I'm just saying.
Perry,
Okay.
you're something wrong with you. This is why people go off on you.
You
This
know
is why
what?
people hands start shaking when you come around.
Yeah. So everything that happened in that city that night, it was Diddy's fault. Anything bad that happened.
But I will say this. I hate to admit it, but now I'm being vulnerable, you guys. This testimony with Nash, been there, done that, bored.
I mean, don't he have somebody hair to do or something?
Bored. This is a boring testimony. I believe these words, but now here we go. Judge says, we might stay until 4, Mr. Donaldson. Donaldson says, how are you? Nash says, blessed. Donaldson said, when we met at the government, you had an attorney present. Nash says, yes. Donaldson says, the subpoena didn't mean you had to go to their office. He says, right.
Somebody said I logged off an hour ago. Now I'm back and Perry's still hating.
He's still hating.
No, but see, that's the crazy part. I'm not hating, but I don't have no dog in this fight. I know it has seemed like it. Matter of fact, well, no, that'd be a stupid poll if I asked if y'all had a dog in the fight. Because if you simply ain't got a dog in the fight and just looking out for what's right, I think we'd be more open-minded.
Perry, I can't believe you sat on somebody's jury.
And then somebody said, well, Perry, I hope you never sit on my jury. But the thing is, I could be a benefit. If you'd have defended, I might be a benefit to you.
Perry, how did you get this way?
What?
My goodness, you've been this way, I don't know, just kind of.
What way?
kind of
I'm
I
just
would
a righteous
describe
person.
you.
I'm just
Huh?
a righteous. I'm just a righteous person.
No. I describe you as talkative, and you feel this need to be truthful at times when you shouldn't be.
Well,
You know what I'm talking about.
You know what though? I mean, for real. Like, okay, this is a personal thing. Like, I had family issues growing up with my family, back and forth, and one of our biggest issues was we was never honest. So you see what I'm saying? And things when you're not honest, things never get accomplished. Neither you just brush things down the road. Oh, I don't see what you're saying. And we all don't have these kind of people where you don't see what they're saying until that next person had the same issue, then they see it then, or whatnot. But either way, that's why
We got to update. We got to update. Don't forget. Donaldson says, you hired a civil lawyer, Mr. Dunn, to represent you, considering litigation against Mr. Combs. Nash says no. Donaldson says, does this document show that? Nash says, it's their assumption, but no, I have counsel to protect me. I don't do federal court. What does he need protection from? Because you're part of the problem. What's up, Nash? I like Nash, by the way. Love funny people. This is what I was also thinking, Perry. Me and you are open. We talk about everything with our whole family. We have family meetings, family. It's a blessing and a curse because every time you're upfront and honest,
you get judged.
and I, huh?
Well, when you upfront and honest, people judge you.
And that's why I got so mad at them girls. Like, you're sitting here being honest, and people attacked you. But being honest is a hard thing to do. So I do respect that you do that. It's a hard thing to do because you get ridiculed and judged and all of that. And I don't understand why people do that. Is it human nature?
Yeah. I mean, because people don't like controversy for one. That's why they don't like honesty. Or if they get a different opinion, a person would feel like if theirs is different, maybe you would judge them. So I think people try to just hide from it and just push it down the road. But social problems and anything else never get talked about or fixed. Where, you know, at least if I understand the DV people, right? But I'm understanding that part of it. They ain't understanding mine. But maybe if we talk about it enough, maybe I'm not saying the right words, but maybe we'll come to a compromise. They sort of see what I'm talking about a little bit. That's how we can grow from that. And I found these conversations more intriguing because I'm tired of just, walking down, good morning, hi, good morning, when you really don't mean it, to strangers.
What I don't understand is people will accept a bold-faced lie, let's just say from Jaguar Wright. And she didn't get ridiculed for anything, but you show honesty and realness and you get ridiculed. And she's telling bold-faced lies. You said that somebody said, what was his name? Odie was going to testify and he came this is what somebody's reporting. And he came into the courtroom and they glazed at each other. It was like a stare down. Like, people accept lies before they accept honesty. Right. That's my experience. Do you think that's true for you?
It's true, right? And like, it's an old classic movie, Jack Nicklaus, where he said people can't handle
we got to update. Donaldson says, on March 10th, 2025, did you not tell Ms. Comey that you are considering a civil complaint against Mr. Combs? He said no. Donaldson said, DX 1800. What is this? Oh boy. Nash says Cassie in the video for the mixtape. Donaldson said, and 1801 ? Nash says Cassie and Usher. Okay. Okay, look. I'm frustrated with the prosecution. I'm team prosecution, but I'm frustrated. These hostile witnesses, they don't want to testify. So you should have known the first thing they're going to do is go in their background and try to discredit them. And some of them are going to look really bad. I guarantee you this line of questioning is headed towards you're money hungry.
Well, he said that already. That's what that civil complaint mean. Civil complaint means.
What do you think? Why do they keep bringing on these hostile witnesses? They're
Well,
not going to testify the way that you think that they are.
well, they want somebody that's gonna go at Diddy, and typically that's gonna be the ones who's trying to get money from Diddy.
What?
Okay, look, you said why they keep bringing on the hostile witnesses? They gonna get the witness that they want to say the things they want him to say about Diddy, and typically that's the one who wanting to get money from Diddy. That's bitter. Either they ain't got money from Diddy, they want some of Diddy money. They gonna show up.
But here's my problem. They think they're piling on the evidence.
Mhm.
But the more hostile witnesses you put on the stand, the more of a chance you have of it backfiring. Because I was trying to explain to you guys this yesterday and no one seemed to understand what I was saying. Let me reword it. When you're in the streets, I don't care if you're famous or not. In the street means in the street. When you're living that street life, they don't turn on each other. Do you really think they're going to give damaging testimony? We're going to be talking about this DV stuff because they know that he can't be charged in this one for DV. All of them people that said that Diddy did all those horrible things to them, they're still his friends. They still want to be around him. They still, you know what I mean? I don't know. I get frustrated sometimes.
Capricorn proved that. Let me respond to this. Barbara says this. She says, Perry, if that was your daughter, would you feel differently? You know, to be honest with you, I don't think my personal opinion on this whole thing would change. I would be disappointed that my daughter, who I should have taught better, right, wouldn't have put herself in that situation that she was so greedy that she would lose her morals and do shit like that for a dollar bill.
Perry. You can't
That's it.
do that.
What?
You can't. You have
Do
to
what?
show some compassion because if it was your daughter, you wouldn't be talking trash like this. You
No,
would say, I wish my daughter would leave that situation. You know, how did she get herself into this? You would show compassion to your damn daughter. And don't tell me you wouldn't.
okay.
Why are you so frustrated with Cassie?
Maybe
Where's the frustration coming from?
No. It's like people want to keep saying, if you had a daughter, would you have the same opinion on gold diggingness? Yes. And I would be disappointed if my daughter did that. Is that the answer? I would be disappointed and quite ashamed that my daughter would put herself in this situation for greed. I would expect more from my daughter.
Perry,
I want her to meet a man like
DJ
myself.
Academics is on. Why don't you head on over there and watch that with your boys? Because this is not working out for you. Head on over there. I mean, over there, it just gets so crazy over there. All the men, y'all are a mess. A mess.
Amy J. I think Perry is among the percentage of people who are against lying to convict someone who's guilty. Diddy may be guilty, but I don't think the law needs to be twisted to prove it. Exactly. I'm saying you shouldn't have to bend the law to find Diddy guilty. Just do your research and investigations and maybe reopen some that could have been closed because we had some people get paid off. Something.
Okay, I got an update. Nash says, this is the 2016 Bad Boy reunion show. Attorney says, did you pick out that dress? Nash says, I don't remember. Attorney says, you didn't start as a celebrity stylist. It was that Mr. Cohn introduced you to Cassie, right? He said, I met her, Miss Fine. I don't know what that means. You didn't start as a celebrity stylist. It was Mr. Combs introduced you to Cassie, right? I met her, Miss Fine. Oh, I think he wants to not. That's what happened. I don't know. This is too much. What do you think that this is showing more? Is this showing like what is he showing? What is the purpose of this person being on the stand? Just to show more DV? Is it something to do a racketeering RICO that I don't know
Yeah,
about?
you know, I think one of those attorneys said that they think he could be on there to show that she was forced into these things,
Okay.
how scared she was. And I don't get me started. I mean, it's just like a rabbit hole for me. We'll be back down this, and I got to.
And listen, Perry, the thing is, and nobody will never know this,
Mhm.
you're a real loving, caring guy.
Yeah.
I've seen you give people the shirt off your back. You've done some nice things, like catch people up on their mortgage 8 months behind. That's an act of kindness. You
Mhm.
are a pure gentleman to my mother, and I really am thankful for that. So just don't understand the whole Cassie thing.
No. It's not about Cassie, right? Say if you change her name to Joanne, or hell, change it to Tyrone. And just like I said, pretty much the same thing about Lil Rod. It wasn't that such, not everybody really cared so much when I said it about him, but it's the little darling.
No.
Okay,
No,
my
no,
bad.
no,
Okay.
no. Jeez, Perry. I think you've been brainwashed by DJ academics. You can't understand Cassie because you're a current brainwashed person.
No, let me say this. I think people think Perry is always joking when he's serious. So
Yeah.
they think he is being funny. Yeah, maybe. And so people might say something thinking I'm joking, and then they'll say something back. But I don't know. It was just maybe I shouldn't joke so much. Well, no. Then it'll get boring. Let me see.
Listen to this. This is a CNN update. Deontay Nash, a celebrity stylist and friend of Cassie Ventura, confirmed that he hasn't filed a lawsuit or sent a demand letter to Sean Diddy Combs. Defense attorney Xavier Donaldson asked him if he was considering pursuing civil litigation against Combs. He says, "No, I'm focused on getting out of here." Donaldson asked if Nash retained counsel to consider suing Combs. "I have counsel to protect. I don't do federal court." He's complaining every step of the way. These things can get long and drag out. At least it's not the YSL court.
Sherelle, I'm just gonna refresh mine for a second. Can you read that chat?
I'm on a different page. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Well, I can wait till you come back. I'm refreshing mine.
Sherelle, just admit your girl Cassie. Oh my, I'm not messing with you, Cammy. Okay, you try to get Perry going, and then once he starts, he won't stop. I'm just saying, Cassie was going through a bad period in her life. Nobody wants to be miserable. Let me remind you guys, when people my mother says this, a fool, and I'm not calling Cassie a fool. I'm trying to express something here. A fool doesn't know when they're being a fool. So what happens is you go through ups and downs in life, right? And you make mistakes. But at the time that you're making mistakes, you think it's the right decision for you. You don't know it was a bad move until you're all the way through it. I hope that makes sense. Does that make sense, Perry? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, okay, at the time.
Here, I got an update. Hold on.
Yeah.
Donaldson says, "So Mr. Combs, who made you a celebrity stylist," Nash says, "Sure, go ahead." Donaldson says, "I'm going ahead. As a celebrity stylist, you pick clothes, like for Miss Fine's wedding." He said, "Yes." Donaldson says, "Do you know Groovy Lou?" He said yes. My point being is Cassie made some mistakes, but she didn't know she was making mistakes at the time. Maybe you can understand that better. Everybody does that. When you make a bad decision, you think it's right, or you wouldn't make the decision. Nobody wants to be miserable in life.
No, I
She
understand that.
thought Diddy was going to change, and maybe she was in love with the money and all that too, maybe. But she was making a bad decision with her life. And through the grace of God, she woke up, however it was, and she moved forward, because nobody deserves to be having their hands put on you or just living that life when you're high all damn day and you're scared. She's fearful. She don't know when he's gonna knock on the door. She don't know what he's gonna do. Like, it was just a living hell.
Yeah, no, I get. I mean, and basically, you saying in life you were where you was at the time.
Right.
Maybe you make bad decisions or whatever. It just would. But I'm saying that's great. But as you grow out of that and you go back and you reflect on this time, instead of making excuses for it, shouldn't you just call it for what it is? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No,
I
I'm just
get
saying, like, we adults here, and then
Anyway.
somebody's messing with you. It says updates always come when Perry start talking.
I know they don't. I always say I got to update and you just keep going.
Yeah.
This is interesting. Let's just do what they're going to do at the end. Today's testimonies, both people, the cop, I think there were two cops. It was Ignacio, and then there was Jimenez. Who else testified today? We've got Nash. Who was right before Nash? I think we got everybody. Oh, Mia. Did Mia testify today? She.
No, that's the chef. No, I don't think so.
Oh, you think that's the chef going under an alias?
Mhm.
Anyway, what testimony stood out most for you today?
Well, you know what? I'm gonna say the cop when he was getting crossed when he said no charges. Or I know. I think he could have been talking to the prosecutor when he said no charges was filed on the arson. And I think that's important at the end of the day to say somebody did something. Yeah, he was found guilty of this. Then now you can apply it to something. Nobody was charged with it. Now you can have an open mind. Did he just get away with it? At this point, it haven't been proved. When there's no charges, to me, it haven't been presented that somebody. It hasn't been proved that somebody did anything when nobody's been charged with it. So, I mean, is the hairdresser? He could have been doing some braids somewhere and saved me some time. Maybe some fingernails. Or something.
Perry, you are going to be Perry no matter what you do. Something wrong with you. Anyway, the best testimony for me today was when the defense tried to get a mistrial. It was interesting. It wasn't slow. We've been sitting here all day, and I really thought, oh my God, it might happen. So that gave us a little juice for the day. I like trials that are much more fast paced. Smoking gun, stuff like that, like the trial we were watching with the Karen Reed. But this Nash guy, I'm trying to stay focused. I can't. I don't even understand if he's trying to. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, you guys. Maybe I'm being ignorant, but I can't get through it. I just can't. I really, it hurts me to hear Cassie getting drugged around every, day. I'm starting to get just tuned out of that stuff. I don't know. Yeah, and I think they're gonna keep doing it because they're proving, I don't know what they're trying to prove. But they need to get a big old list and write down the charges and then read the instructions, and there you go. Here we go.
Okay.
Donaldson says, as head of Bad Boy, it was in Mr. Combs' interest that his artist, Cassie, looked good, right? He says, I suppose. Donaldson says, and Bad Boy paid for Cassie's studio time, right? Yes. Donaldson, Miss Ventura can't go to the studio under Mr. Combs' pays. This guy isn't. What's wrong?
You said under his what? Who's that last part? She couldn't go
Under
to the
Mr.
studio.
Combs' pays, PAYS.
Okay.
They meant that Cassie can't go to the studio because it has to be paid for, and
Okay.
Diddy pays for it.
Okay.
This testimony is driving me crazy. It's quite boring, but that comes with these trials. Some of them. And we're going an extra hour today.
Yeah. And Sherelle, I'm gonna drag this over there. Maybe this person was a little late to the show, but it's not for you to respond. Perry got to be getting a check. He can't be this dumb. And I say not for you to respond. I mean, because you've been having my back, and maybe they late, and they tired of you people coming at your husband. But no, I'm not getting paid. And do you have a civil suit against Diddy? Because it seemed like most people are forming
Perry.
these things. Okay, my bad. All right, Beth Stewart.
Let's see where your boy has he been on today?
Who?
Academics.
Oh no, no, I ain't get a chance to check.
You look. I'm gonna go over there and see what they're talking about. Is that okay?
Okay, yeah, you good. Then I'm gonna read this. Perry's statements are indefensible. Cassie is entitled to full monetary compensation for what P. Diddy did to her. Why did P. Diddy pay her in full within 24 hours? I mean, look, he paid her. I guess he assumed that she deserved it or he owed it to her. Nobody's debating that, like that part.
So DJ Academics is crashing out on his social media right now, crashing out because these rappers don't want Diddy to go to jail. They say that they're just throwing things and seeing whatever sticks. He says, just to remind, I can't say that. Let me move on. He's talking to somebody. He goes, respectfully, I get your point of view. Oh, I can't say that. Never mind. Oh my God. He crashing out. What's wrong with these men? Oh my goodness. Y'all are too much.
What's up, Josh?
You
Josh,
really are.
Josh trying to make me feel
Hi,
better. He
Josh.
said, LOL. Perry's testimony was my favorite today. It's good to hear different opinions, even though he be damn wrong sometimes. LOL. Yeah, no. That's the thing in life. I don't claim to be right. Now, I would say I'm probably right, be honest with you. Out of a lot of stuff, probably 7 out of 10 times. Maybe 7.5, 8. I'm probably right. If I only think about it for 5 minutes, I say 7, 8 out of 10. If I think about it for a whole day, it might increase to like 9.5 out of 10. I'm right. I think. Or maybe I'm lying now.
Here we go. Donaldson says, what is Young and Restless? He says, a streetwear clothing brand. Cassie owned it, a part of it. Donaldson said, Mr. Combs had nothing to do with it, question mark. Nash says, he had to approve everything. Donaldson said, wasn't Brianne Banglin involved? She says, as a stylist. This person's last name is Bongolan. Bogolan.
Yeah, it sound like that.
Where are we going with this testimony? Ask the chat. what do they think is ask the chat, is Nash's testimony good or bad? No, I have to say yes or no. Ask the chat, do they like Nash's testimony so far?
Okay.
See, I like getting out at 3, but let's just get this over with so we don't have to sit through this tomorrow.
Oh, I mean, sit through the stylist.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah.
respect him, what he has to say. He obviously doesn't want to be there. I'm just trying to figure out where we're going with this.
And
It's not
honestly,
good in a trial for you to confuse the audience. We're just sitting here. Where are we going? Where's the new information? What is the purpose of this testimony? Now, I just now I'm getting frustrated. And I can't imagine being in that damn courtroom. This is losing me. We should have stopped after they said no mistrial.
now, as crazy as that was earlier, when everybody was like, "Damn, this shit started speeding up." When you asked me my best part of it, I had don't forgot about the mistrial thing already.
So one of my friends is being funny. Don't worry, Sherelle. We're getting closer and closer to mistrial. Y'all need to stop. Leave me alone. Oh my
Bath water.
God.
For how much?
Terry, just don't say
That's crazy.
no. No. We've been here all day. Also, too, though, that kind of stuff. I'm not trying to get in no blogger beefs, especially
Yeah.
over like witnesses. I'm not trying to do that.
You know what? I ain't trying to get in no beef over anything. You know,
Yeah, but it started yesterday. I don't know what's wrong with bloggers. It started yesterday, and there's been a lot of blogger wars going on.
hmm
It's I don't want to be a part of it because I've had my share of online arguments. They never lead to anywhere, and it's taking away from the case. Now, granted, we're sitting here bored, but I just don't want any mess, and I just don't want to be a part of it.
yeah. There's no
Are the
other way to
gender
follow
wars?
it, though. I mean,
Huh?
if you gonna follow, I see that at times it can get boring, but if you want to follow the case in sort of real time, close to real time, without actually being there, then this is about the only way to do it.
Yeah.
And at least we could have debates with people. Because even if I was sitting in the courtroom, I can have my thoughts to myself. I would have to wait till later to express them.
Yeah, they also said that the trial might not last as long as they thought. So that's good. But
It's
that
they
stuff
got to
that
be.
y'all talking about in the chat,
It seems like they get to be running out of gas
oh
sooner or later.
Lord, Trina, yeah, I heard that. I heard that. But let me tell you, I told you this morning before we got started, for some reason, there's a brand new crop of people going after Gene Deal. And I don't want nothing to do with it. Nothing. No comment, no nothing. That's just for me. And I said that earlier. I didn't know all this stuff was really going to get out of hand. Oh my God. I just read your message, Jess. Y'all, was it bad karma, child? Oh, no comment, no comment. But I thank you guys for keeping me updated. This is child. No. What happens is, and this has happened to me time and time again. So I'm not above it. I'm telling you, I learned from it. If you start going after well, never mind. It'll last longer than you think, and it won't stop when you want it to stop. Y'all messy, Ebony. Knowledge.
You got an update, huh?
Carly.
You got an update.
Oh, I got an update. They're messing the chat. I'm liking it. Update. Donaldson. Who else were you styling for in 2016? Cassie says Puff, Mason, Little Kim. Attorney says major artist. And on the mixtape, you were executive producer, but got no credit. Meek Mill was on the mixtape, right? Nash said yes. Donaldson, Pusher T, question mark. He says yes. Now listen. You guys, listen. When you get it, I've gotten in lots of mess on the internet, and I just told myself I don't want to do it no more because it lasts longer than you want to. First days, the first couple of days, you're talking on emotion. Second day, you're like, okay, I'm done. They're going to keep going. There's will be more videos about you, and they're going to keep going. And that's what I'm tired of. He's Purple says, I just read you. Ciao. I like Gene Deal. I don't need an excuse. I like him. Been liking him. Like the other one too. Put him on the stand in some of his podcast videos. That would be good, but they're saying that he said he left before the freak offs or something like that. But he was the early years. Who they need to put on the stand is Roger Bonds and D-Rock. I want D-Rock on the stand. Gene was
Cassandra
before
said,
Cassie. Okay. Gene
Cassandra
doesn't
says
know
his-
Cassie? They're saying Gene doesn't know Cassie.
Oh, I don't know. Oh no, I don't think that. No.
Just child, no, y'all keep me updated. I'm not putting on screen. I'm not making no comments. But child, that is a mess. Okay. Oh my God.
Well, you see this
What?
on the page? Or are you somewhere else, Cassandra?
I got caught up. See, that's why I don't be trying to get in no mess.
Oh no, I was saying Cassandra said this that Diddy hung that Belonga
That
girl
was her name.
over the balcony. Because remember, you couldn't think of the other person.
Uh-huh.
Damn.
Let me see. I'm going back to the chat.
Okay. And I refresh. I'll let you know.
Trina says, I want to know, does D-Rock drink OE bottles? Oh, Cassie came after Gene. Okay. He was sleeping with a woman who was sleeping with a ton of, oh, Lord. Oh, you're talking about Diddy. Okay, you're talking about Diddy. Roger Bond needs to be on the stand.
He might have new.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's the name? Said check your updates. I'm sorry.
I'm checking too. I ain't seen one yet, but let me see.
Okay, Perry's checking. All the stuff going on, I need to know, but I don't need to be there. I need to know through y'all. D-Rock don't recall any of the stuff they are saying. He doesn't? No, J-Lo's not. Gene was around when it all started to me. He's a good witness. Why? Can somebody just explain to me
Got an
why?
update now, Sherelle.
Okay, we got an update. Hold on. Nash says, "Can I take a break?" Oh no, the judge said yes. Judge says, "Mr. Donaldson, how much more?" Donaldson said, "No way, I'll be finished by 4." Oh no. Judge says, "Did you know that before I told the jury it'll be 4?" Here he says, Donald says, "I didn't know." Judge says, "Well, we'll go to 4. I'll rebook." Okay, now listen, what was I talking about? Y'all said something real good.
So basically, the prosecutor,
Yes, thank you, Trina. Go ahead.
the prosecution was trying to get him finished today, the
Mhm.
hairdresser. But I think the defense trying to make him come back again tomorrow.
Yeah,
Because
he's not a good witness.
if he don't finish by 4, I don't know. Maybe he just tired of his smugness. Because he had asked him something. Can you let me know about this? Well, I can. Or something he said. But either way, I don't know.
So I want to know, you guys, this is what I was going to ask. Why all of a sudden so many people turning on Gene Dill? And I just want an honest, not like just an honest opinion, like what's going on, because this happened about a couple days ago and it's getting out of control. Why all of a sudden nobody likes Gene Dill? Please answer that. Anybody in the chat? Because this just feels like a pile on. He's a snake. Well, what did I miss something? Why are y'all saying this? Because they're Diddy lovers. Something, I mean, all of a sudden, it's cool. It was cool to like Dean Gill in the beginning, and now all of a sudden, I'm dumb. I'm standing up for him. What happened? Yes, he was around in the 90s. Yeah, you say it sounds crazy to you. Followers of who? Like what? Like, listen, when I came on today, I had to address the situation because I'm getting cuss out emails about Gene Dill. What? This is crazy. His story has been proven to be. Hold on, I missed it. I lost it. Lies and inaccurate. But who proved that? I don't know, y'all. Thank you, Leisha. I don't get it. He's a stand-up guy, a real one. That's how I look at him. What I'm telling you, all of a sudden, a barrage of people start talking shit about Gene Dill. I'm lost. I'm clueless. I don't understand it. Child, this world is a trip, okay? The world of blogging is a mess.
No, I don't get it neither. Like, I mean,
Call up Gene Dill. Listen to this. I lost it. Gene is a man jag.
damn, that's hard.
Oh my God. Y'all. Okay, let me see. Thank you. I like Gene too. I heard him. Oh, I mean, that's what I'm hearing, Miss B. That's why I don't want to put it on the screen. But this is all of a sudden, I'm out the loop. Y'all got to tell me what happened. Let's see. Lily got it. Yeah, maybe jealousy. I don't know. All of a sudden, he's a liar. He didn't do anything to anybody. He's this, he's that. And maybe I am dumb, but I have to go on my own pace. If I'm gonna rock with Gene till I feel like I shouldn't rock with Gene.
Yeah. I mean,
And that's just how it is. And I might be stupid. Y'all might be right. I'm not saying y'all not right. I'm just saying I have to see it.
That's how I feel with it. I mean, and really up to this point, I mean, I guess it's not even relevant for me. We in court now.
Going on?
We in court, and the people who want to testify is testifying. We getting whatever. I mean, and I think he only gave us his experience when he was around Diddy. So
That's it.
I mean, and I can respect that. At least I know he was truly around him, not made up.
Somebody said Gene seems to know everything, but it's stuff that's been out for years. Oh Lord, they're calling him a jag.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
oh, did
Oh, I'm sorry. Update.
no, not yet.
I'm really
Uh,
hurt. I'm hurt. I'm shocked. Like, but I'm not saying, I just don't know what's going on, how I got started. All I know is a couple days ago I was bombarded. Did I put that?
I did.
Okay. Because I'm
Yeah,
trying not to put nothing up there
oh yeah,
about
no, I get it.
anybody.
She was saying basically Diddy trolls are making those comments. So I don't know, like, but
They're calling him a
so,
liar.
even so, at this point, is it even irrelevant to the case?
Now it's not relevant, but this is what's going
Oh,
on
I
in the,
got you. I
in the
got you.
street.
Okay.
Because I won't know if y'all don't tell me. Because I don't know if y'all notice. Right now, I do my work, I get off, and I go home. I stay here. I ain't trying to get in no mess. None of that. And if I'm not disrespectful to anybody. I like all bloggers. I don't have beef with any blogger or nothing. And I ain't got no beef with no security guards either. Whether it's Gene Deal or who would they say it was?
D-Rock.
No. It would be interesting if we heard from D-Rock. We only hear about him in testimony, but Roger Bond and all that, because they all know each other. I guess there's another guy that can't stand Gene Deal.
I can't remember his name.
And you checked him one day.
And they used to go
Do you
at it.
remember that?
Yeah, I just can't remember his name.
It's like a war of the security guards. Right. They're all going at each other.
And
Because there's another security guard that really can't stand Gene Dill. Not security guard, maybe security is what they call them. No disrespect. And so they're all going at each other. And then D-Rock is dead. He is?
What happened?
Somebody said D-Rock is dead.
Oh, damn.
What?
Maybe that's why nobody's asking.
Let me read this. Gene is exposing himself because people are putting two and two together. He exposed himself when he lied about Don Rashad's testimony. Oh, see, that stuff I don't know about. I don't know any of this. So that's probably what's all this is stirring up from, something that happened recently and not back in the day.
Right.
Someone said D-Rock is not dead.
Oh,
I'm gonna find out where the hell D-Rock is. I mean, so that makes sense. So this is all current and they're going at each other. Child, thank y'all. Because I'm trying my hardest to stay out of drama, especially when it's between people I like, because they always make you want to pick a side. I'm staying right here because I've been through too much on these damn YouTube streets. I learned my lessons. Stay out of it. And really, that's what happened, you guys. Listen, Perry, check the screen just in case so I can get into this conversation. Back in the day, I used to follow stories about bloggers. That's it. Mansell, that's it. That's him. Child, they got a war of the security going on. I did not know. Oh, Lord. Anyway, so I used to do Gene repeated. I don't know. I used to do celebrities. Like, I would have covered this story. Gene Deal versus whoever. I would have covered it. But it attracts drama. So I stopped doing it because I got into this whole stuff with other bloggers, and I don't cover bloggers anymore on my channel. I try not to talk about any bloggers. That's why I'd be like, bad or good, don't say their name in my chat because they can misinterpret it or a person in the chat could say something and I don't feel that way, and if I don't check them, they'll get mad. So I'm trying to keep my channel clean. Y'all answer this question. Can I make my channel grow by staying away from YouTube drama? Let's see. How long I've been at it, Perry? Well, I stopped doing drama about, has it been like a year, Perry? Or when did I stop? You know, that whole Tasha K and Armand and all that stuff.
Yeah, that was last year.
Yeah, so I've been good. I have not been in no YouTube drama about a year. And I figured it took me a long time. I'm slow. It took me a long time to figure out, stop talking about them, stop reporting on the story, and won't nobody get mad at you. I'm slow. It took me a while to figure it out because a lot of bloggers were so upset with me and I didn't get it. I'm talking about big bloggers. I'm like, they were like, you were on the panel when so-and-so said, I'm like, but I didn't say nothing. And they was like, but you was there. And I'm like, okay, let me get out of this. And it works perfect. I get it from you guys in the chat. I do it in a respectful. People love drama.
That's the best way. That's the best way. Just set your ass on your channel and that's it. And
I don't go on nobody's channel no more unless there's a reason. I just want to, you know, do you think I will say this though, when I would cover all that mess, my channel blew up, but it stresses me out. It goes outside of YouTube and then I just don't want to do it anymore.
It becomes childish. It can get out of hand.
I'm also real cognizant of what I say about celebrities, because at first I thought, oh, they'll never see these videos. BS. I mean, please. I mean, some of them are really bad. So I won't even say it anymore. I'm trying. Thank you guys for supporting me on my new journey of peace. My journey of peace. But
I mean, if you're supposed to get out at 4, this is a long ass break. It's been like 11, 12 minutes already.
Let me go to CNN, make sure.
Oh, no. Okay.
Now they're on break. I don't know. They said
unless you know how like the cross can do their cross and then the prosecutor come back with redirect. Unless you kind of go all the way up to 4 and don't give them a chance to redirect.
Nash asked for the break. They said he asked for the break. So is he talking to his attorney? He also made it very clear, I don't want to be here. I don't like y'all. This is stuff he's leaving out. And I'm not squealing on Diddy. That's probably what he's feeling like. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. But thank you guys, chat. I love y'all. Y'all be on it. How do the chat be knowing so much? Because they go to different channels. Josh is messing with me. Did Trina retire? I'm trying to retire. I'm trying. When's the last time I snapped, Josh? I think if I just come on, do my job, and leave, I think it seems to be working better for me. Because I'm missing all this juice. I'm missing all of it. Haters gonna hate. Nash about to run. I haven't seen you snap in a while. Trina on vacation. I'm trying not to. Josh said you've been doing good. See? Thank y'all. I figured it out, Josh. Stop talking about them and don't nobody get mad at me. I used to do background checks on people. It was a mess. Remember, Perry? We would do background checks, talking about we need to tell the story. You're getting in the mess. So I'm going to say it again. I have no problem with Gene Deal. I believe Gene Deal. He's cool to me. And I'm not ready to throw him under the bus. But if I find something out that's crazy, then I'll have to do him like I did Jag. But I ain't found nothing that's crazy.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, You ain't got to react because everybody else reacting, and we don't even know what they reacting for.
Hold on, this is good. And claims Gene Deal is seen in one of the photos. Oh my, what? What? The guy in the lawsuit, Mother Goose, is he a blogger? Oh yeah, I am staying away from bloggers. I want nothing to do with.
You got to update.
Okay. Here we go. They're back. It says Donaldson, nice coat. Nash says thank you. He said, what size? He said, not your size. Donaldson said, right answer. Mr. Cohn was the final decision making? No. Some of those look terrible. Donaldson, are you friends with Miss Fine? Yes. Like, I like Nash, but he's definitely a hostile witness. Definitely. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Perry, listen to this. Yvette says, I first came to your channel when Perry was beefing, when Perry was going bad on another blogger, and it was so good. I've been hooked ever since. Yes, drama sells on YouTube. Who was he beefing with? Never mind. Perry, you haven't been on the beef for in a while either.
No, because you know what, like you said, I mean, I think you explained it well, but I just had more endurance. The
Lily
first day
said,
it's emotional, then you like next day it's like damn, become draining. But I might can go a good month. Then it's like, okay, well, aren't we done already? I got other things to do.
yeah, beefing. Lily said Diddy has a troll farm on everybody's channel. I believe it, Lily. I believe it. You know, he is pulling out all the stops. He's pulling out all. Somebody said, oh, Perry, you know what they like. Remember when you used to dress up?
Yeah, I know. My.
Oh, here we go. Donaldson says, when was the last time you spoke to Banna? He said, yesterday. Donaldson said, not about testimony, right? She saw it on the news. Donaldson said, when you speak with Cassie, when did you speak with Cassie? He said, yesterday. I congratulated her on having the baby. Oh, the baby. These days they all have troll farms. Like, okay, y'all might be right. Cause somebody came in my chat today and triggered me. I can't remember why I was triggered, but I said something. They're saying they're troll farms, Perry.
It's possible.
She had a baby boy this morning. Oh, I love children. I sometimes wish I had more, but you know, when they're little, they're a lot of work. They don't, for me, some people like the baby stages. For me, I like when they can talk and have a personality. Yes, I gave it to Perry. He held it down for his wife. No, he took that too far. What happened was, and then I'm not going to talk about any more beef. What happened was, somebody got mad at me. Oh, okay. They got mad at me for being friends with Larry Reed, right? And so they started talking trash about me. Perry came in to defend me. And I don't know why Perry put this crown on his head. He put a crown on his head, and everybody thought it was funny. And when I tell you guys, Perry do things to make me laugh, and y'all don't even know it's like an inside joke. So he had a crown on his head, and I thought it was funny. Then I think the next day he had a crown and some glasses, and I thought it was really funny. Then he put the wig on, and I lost it. And Perry was just doing that just to get just to see what I was gonna say. Because sometimes I'll act like I don't see him cutting up, acting a fool, and then it just went on from there. And then when he dressed in the bondage with the thing in his mouth, he was out of control. Do you remember you did that, Perry?
Yeah, that shit was expensive too. I said, damn. That's when you realize joking around gone too little damn far. And I was already across
No,
town.
Perry. So Perry doesn't tell me when he's gonna dress up. He'll go on Avatar. That's why I'm real leery when he goes on Avatar, and then he comes back in a costume. He had the whips and the chains and the ball, the thing face mask on. And I about lost it. And I really wasn't to get at the guy that he was making fun of. It really was just to make me laugh. Well, of course, the guy hates me to this day because of Perry. He hates me.
Get an update.
Where?
It should pop up.
That's
It just came out like 16
so
seconds.
funny. Okay, here we go. Donaldson, you saw her take drugs? Question mark. Nash has the white powder, ecstasy, and MDMA. Donaldson says mushrooms and acid? Question mark. He says, I'm not like privy to that. Donaldson says, not to get into your business, you have used the white powder. Nash said, yes. They've been living it up over there. That's why they keep going back, because they just living their best lives, just hanging out, drugging out. How many kids do you have? Oh, you must be new. I have 2 kids, 2 boys. I'm a boy mom. My oldest son was the reason I started YouTube. I won't go into that story again, but he still does YouTube, but he also is he has a whole different career, and he's hardly home. He travels most of the year. I miss my baby, even though he's a grown ass man. I was a boy mom too. Boys are the best. I love y'all messy. Y'all messy. Nishan, you know who I'm talking about. Y'all, he can't stand me. Because of Perry. They are drug addicts, shaking my head all day long. And not just an addict on one thing. They are mixing things, dangerous things. They are mixing. Nishan, I'm not going to even say it, but you know who it was, child. You must have been there when that happened. So, but now, I want to be his friend again, and he don't want nothing to do with me. He don't want nothing to do with me because Perry is a mess. That's so dangerous. How do people survive that kind of drug life? I don't know. Let me say this before Perry comes back. I also am very patient with addicts. They say too patient because, there's people in my family and they never start out like that. And then they just end up, I don't know, it's something mental. I don't know. I can't explain addict behavior. I know it hurts all the people around you. It hurts your family, and there's nothing we can do about it. It is what it is. My son's friend just OD'd yesterday. And, he was 20 years old. Messed my son up. Something terrible. My son's messed up right now. Was Nash a part of the FOs? I don't know. I'm liking Nash. They got to hurry up, though. What time is it? We got 15 minutes, y'all. I'm liking Nash. He's snarky. He's not going to tell what they want.
he had stated something that when him and Cassie had got to the house, Diddy said, "Y'all about ready to get some D now." So I'm not
Perry,
sure if you.
why didn't I see that?
Oh, it didn't say that.
Perry, stop lying, Perry.
No,
No, stop lying. It's
no, I mean, not new, but like recent.
oh,
He
listen to
said
this.
something like that.
I told them about Trey, Damien's friend that
Oh
passed away
yeah,
yesterday.
that's sad, ain't it?
And I was saying all of this drug use is bad, but then mixing it is
You gotta
even
update.
worse. I gotta update. Okay, here we go. Donaldson, you smoked pot before meeting prosecutors? Nash says yes. And Maureen cut it short. Oh my God. Donaldson said, you told her you were high? Nash says, that I was smoking. Donaldson says, making a video costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Nash says, not necessarily. I mean,
What the hell is he getting to?
I have no idea.
And
Is-
he ain't trying to get to it until 4 o'clock because he know the judge gonna cancel shit. And
Oh.
he probably want him to be forced to come back.
If anybody in the chat knows why Nash is here, where we're going with this, and what the hell is going on, please let me know. Because he lost me at hello. Okay, I don't understand. But yeah, my son's friend, 20 years old, passed away yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? Yesterday. And my son is messed up, ain't he?
Yeah, I'm gonna say it could have been. That's when he got the news yesterday morning. So it could have been either the night before or something like that. That's crazy.
It's really crazy. Like, my son brings people home all the time. We talk to him. You start liking these people, you know? But my son is messed up. I was asleep. I've been getting up at 5 every morning. So it was Saturday. No, it was Tuesday, Monday, because we were home. Me and Perry were asleep. We close our door when we go to sleep. My son closed his door when he goes to sleep. So he opened the door and I can hear, and I looked up and he was standing frozen. He might have been like this. No, he had his hand on the doorknob and he was just saying, and I said, what's wrong? He didn't say anything. I said, what's wrong with you? Did you hear that, Perry, or were you asleep?
I was asleep.
I said, Damien, what happened? He ain't say nothing. So I didn't say nothing back. And I'm waiting. Then he said, Trey. And I said, is it bad? I always do that. Is it bad? And he said, he's dead.
Damn.
It was horrible. And I think my son has that disease where he doesn't cry either, like his brother and father. And that's probably why he couldn't talk. Come on, let's hurry up, y'all. How much time we got? We got 10 minutes.
10 more minutes, but he's trying to push it to the end.
He really is. Did anybody figure out why he was in the... Somebody said, drugs rewire the brain. It's really sad. Hi, Bobo. I didn't know Bobo was here. Bobo's my husband's good friend. They talk every day. Y'all tripping. That's what she have on her arm. No regrets. Say, you guys, if she see her life like that, why is it confusing? Anthony, let's do a take 2. I'm a little confused. Hi, Bobo. Sorry to hear about your son's friend, Sherelle. He was so young.
Yep.
They said it was Percocet. The Percocet was filled with some, the power stuff starts with the F. But that was the last thing on my mind when I was a teenager, when I was in my early 20s. It's no need for that because the real problems haven't gotten to you yet. Well, maybe for some people. But oh my gosh. They are dragging this out. Some
Yeah.
strategies going on here. Did anybody figure out why he's here in the first place? Nash. This has to be the worst person that take the stand. He's hostile. We don't know why he's here. He's dragging it on and on. We don't know why he's here. We can't have too many more days like this. Who called Nash to the stand? The prosecution, right?
Yeah.
Well, what is y'all trying to do here?
I mean, just to reiterate how bad Diddy is, that he would call her a H, he would call her a B, he would smack her, he would do a little drugging. Then they go back to the house, and then they can get some D. And yeah,
I'm having more fun with y'all talking about stuff that don't even matter. Somebody said, who is Nash? He's the hairstylist that's testifying. I see something. Raising teen boys is hard. I have two. Yeah, it's really, really hard. For my second son, my first son was into sports, very disciplined through the luck of God. You know, Lily, I'm with you. I'm not into drugs. I'm not knocking anybody's lifestyle because I don't want people to think I'm better. I have other vices. I don't know, but that isn't one of them because of my family. And it just destroys everybody. Pooh, I like that name. Pooh, you used to call me Pooh. No, girls are hard. Children. So it says he's hostile. I can't find his Instagram. He's like, Nash, you are losing us. So if your goal was to come in here and not say nothing, shopping is your vice, Lily? Child, let me not get into it. I used to shop. I was a shopaholic. Because remember, I was telling you all the process because I love to buy it online. Then I track the package to see when it's going to get here. Then when it gets here, I run to the door like it's a gift that somebody sent me. I'm obsessed with shopping online.
this is damn.
I know.
Come on, man. Give us an
Come
update.
on. Let me
Shit.
go to CNN. You check that. Let me see what CNN is
I
saying.
got you.
It says Nash testify about his drug use, testified that he had seen Cassie take drugs, including Molly and ecstasy at times inside her home. Nash testified that he smokes marijuana. He said one of his meetings with the prosecutors was cut short after he told them he had smoked beforehand. So why would you bring him? Listen, why would you bring him on then? I got to push back a little bit. Why would you bring him on, Maureen, if he was high when you were talking to him and you had to reschedule your appointment? And if you think you can tell a drug addict, don't get high when you take the stand, and they're going to listen to you, no. And people be smoking weed now like it's water, especially here in Vegas.
Okay.
Every time we go somewhere.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Get it. Everybody smokes weed all the time. Especially like my cousins and stuff. I love you. Not trying to put you on blast. But he loved him some weed. Oh my God. Like, okay. It's all right. I never did drugs in my life. I never drank in my whole life, except when I got older. And I would say probably around 50. And I started getting insomnia. Insomnia is real when you're old. And then I started drinking Pinot Grigio. I tried the Moscato. It was too sugary. And I drink wine before I go to bed. It puts me to sleep. But I didn't like wine. It was drying me out. So my weed head cousin was like, here, try these gummies. I ain't like it. I ain't like it at all. I was too deep in a sleep. Does that make sense? Like, I couldn't get up. Like I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't want to be too sleepy. I don't know if that makes sense. We got 4 minutes.
You mean you want to be able to function?
It just was too strong, but it made me feel too sleepy. I can't describe it. But I thought I wasn't gonna wake up. And then I thought I was gonna OD. And then my cousin was like, I said, I'm not gonna be able to wake up. I couldn't move. I don't want to be that kind of sleep where I'm up. I was like this.
Yeah.
I was like this. I don't get it. People love it. I couldn't move. I was like, I sure would like some water, but I couldn't get up. Like I was up sleep. That's what I don't like about it. I was up sleep. I could think, but I couldn't move for like a long time. I'm just sitting on the couch. I said, get out of here with that. And he gave it to me in a gummy, so it went down with ease. Like, I eat gummy bears all the time. It's good. Child, no. We got 3 minutes. Now, hurry up.
The judge about ready to kick their ass out.
I don't know. It's not a good. It was a good thing that I could think but couldn't move. No. Like, especially with my cousins around. I need to be able to run at all times because we don't know what he got going on. Perry, have you ever? I've never seen you even smoke weed. None of that.
That's been over 50 years.
Yeah, we're not
40,
into
40
it.
years, 40 years. But I'm saying, and I stopped because hell, it's a dead giveaway. You can't hide it. My eyes are closed, and I laugh at every fucking thing that happens.
Oh, you laugh?
I just laugh, and I can't stop. Everything's funny.
How
I don't
did
know
you
why.
move? I couldn't move to
I could
even be
move.
funny. I was like,
And then after that, you get hungry. And back then, that they had like all you could eat at Pizza Hut. You know,
they had all you
little
can eat at.
buffet.
How old are you? They had all they can eat at Pizza Hut.
Yeah, it's like a buffet. Yeah, he's good at like doing the
Back
daytime.
in the day. Child, we went to Papa John's yesterday, and did one of the pizza $20 for
Yeah.
one pizza.
Yeah,
Come on, we got to hurry up, child. Let's just make it. We'll talk about whatever we want. How old are you? I am 54, right? I'm gonna be 55. That's why I can't be beefing with people on the internet. I'm too damn old.
he's still sexy though.
Harry. I'm always shocked when I hear that people are taking / doing drugs. If I met anyone and find out that they do drugs, I am running in the opposite direction. I would, but they're my family. So I'm going to hell. I love them dearly. I
Who
love
said that? Who said they running?
somebody in the chat. I didn't get the name.
At least they won't be getting kidnapped.
Pizza Hut still has that. Oh, all
You
you
get an
can
update.
eat?
You get
Okay,
an
we
update.
finally got an update. Watch it say bye. Hold on, let me see. Update. Who is Mia? Nash says Puff assistant. Donaldson said, did you and Mia jump on Combs to protect Cassie from him, right? He says, and to protect him from doing something worse. Donaldson, and D-Walk tried to protect you and not protect Mr. Combs. He said, yes. So I don't know why we are anonymous, because the first thing we're going to do is go look at all Diddy's assistants. We're going to find out who Mia is. Is that you, KK? Is that you, KK? No, y'all, listen. Think about it. An assistant, we're hearing all the stuff about KK. Y'all, they talking about this supposed to be Gina. That ain't Gina. That's KK. Okay? How did you guys meet? Introducing Mia tomorrow. That's KK. Me and Perry met at his house. I was underage. I was with a girl, not underage to drink. And I was with a girl. What was her name, Perry?
It was Zoya, wasn't it? No, Stephanie. Was it Stephanie or Zoya? Let me tell I remember.
I was with a friend,
Oh,
and she thought one of Perry's friends was cute, and so he was having a barbecue. You should have known it was Perry. He even like barbecues back then. Perry has barbecues in the summer 4 and 5 times a week because somebody told him, made the honest comment, "Oh, this tastes good," and now he thinks he's Chef Boyardee.
it's good.
Perry.
Finger looking good.
I don't know why there's so many. And now he's getting more barbecues because of Bobo. That's all they do is talk about food and their secret ingredients. Oh my God. Now it's 9 minutes after. So this video, I'm going to put timestamps because people need to know you only need to watch certain parts. We up here partying. Barbecue King, no.
That's right.
Lily.
No. You know what?
No.
Lily, and this is no lie. You know, I mean, typically I lie maybe one day a week, and this not the day. Like my barbecue is so good that sometimes when I go out back to take my trash out, I see people camping out by my grill, waiting on the next barbecue. That's no lie. It's the truth. It's the damn truth.
Perry is such a liar. One time Perry was barbecuing and the flames were going up.
You get an update.
Okay, good. Okay, here we go. We're at 4 p.m. Judge says, who are the witness after Mia? Attorney says, we think she will go long, but after her, it's Enrique Santos. The judge says, after today, Mr. Agnifilo, give your exhibitions by 5. Oh, Lord. Agnifilo says, we only get back to the office by then.
Okay, so
I can't take it.
The jury's gone. The jury leaves, so he's talking to them. So he wants something turned in by 5.
All right, y'all. Y'all were so entertaining. Thank you for keeping me updated on the scoop. That way I don't have to get involved. I appreciate that. Thanks for the small talks. I will timestamp these videos. I don't think you need to watch the whole video. We still don't know why Nash is even there. Perry?
Tanisha, no, I don't make my own barbecue sauce. Really, I'm not that good, but okay.
I've been here all damn day. Can we go? And you up there lying about that damn barbecue. Thank you guys. We're going to end it here. See you tomorrow.
All right, bye everybody.
Bye, Lily.
Fuck this shit, I'm